Innovators from every corner of the globe show up to the most powerful tech event in the world. We'll rally together, imagining what's next, and we'll make it real, solving the greatest challenges facing our world, and proving that technology isn't just moving us forward, it's creating new possibilities. Here, AI isn't an idea, it's intelligence in motion. The innovators, the storytellers, and the game changers come together to redefine the landscape of content, creativity, and culture. Pioneers will push healthcare beyond what we ever thought possible. From connected roads to autonomous flight, from next-gen marine tech to innovations that feed the planet, this is what drives us forward. In the halls of CES, technology doesn't just compute, it collaborates. Quantum thinkers, cybersecurity leaders, fintech visionaries, and robotics engineers are rewriting the rules of enterprise itself. Because when the world's most determined minds come together, we don't just predict the future, we build it. This is where bold ideas meet a global force, where industries converge, partnerships ignite, and breakthroughs take center stage. Innovation isn't a solo act, it's a shared pursuit. CES 2026. Innovators show up.
Please welcome to the stage Executive Chair and CEO, Gary Shapiro, and the President of the Consumer Technology Association, Kinsey Fabrizio.
Wow. You know, if I could walk out to this applause every morning, I don't think I'd be drinking much coffee. You know, you walk into this room and you can just feel the energy, the excitement, the momentum. Kinsey, I don't know about you, but I am so thrilled to be back here in Las Vegas, where every January we are so privileged to get a front row seat to see what's next.
Exactly. Everywhere you look, there are new ideas, creativity, breakthroughs. It's all happening at once. And Gary's right. If you are not awake yet, CES will wake you up fast.
And that's the beauty of CES. This is where we build the future. One breakthrough, one handshake, and one idea at a time.
And that future is changing fast. But before we go any further, let's take a moment to welcome everyone, especially those of you who are joining us for the first time.
Absolutely. We know the show can feel big, maybe because it is. But whether this is your first CES or your 15th, or in my case, you belong here.
What number was that?
60 or 70, I don't know, 6 or...
You did a 6-7 joke already.
This week is about discovery, connection, and stepping into the future of technology.
CES is where global business gets done. It's where partnerships and conversations turn into deals and ideas move from concept to market. For many of you, the most important meetings happen right here on the show floor, in conference rooms and in conversations that start seemingly small and lead somewhere big.
And that's why innovators show up at CES. And it's why together we solve at CES. You know, every generation has its spark. If electricity is the last century, AI will illuminate the next. In fact, as you know, Kinsey, AI is transforming every industry, every home, every life. If you think about it, fire, the wheel, the internet, every leap forward has reshaped humanity. AI is what's defining the next generation, and it's doing it faster than anything we've seen before.
That's so great. I love AI. And in fact, you know, I'm using it for all sorts of things that have helped me keep my family on track. I use it for scheduling for the weeks or even months ahead and organizing all of my kids' after-school sports activities, and there's way, way too many of those. But we use AI to help, and it's been a real game changer for things like summer break. I also love AI in business. I like to use it because I can help analyze information faster and prepare for meetings and make better research decisions. It helps cut through complexity and focus on the core of what matters. AI is helping all of us do our jobs more effectively.
Same here. I use AI all the time to get smart quickly, especially on dense issues. I use it to compare buying options and actually think through decisions in business and in life. It's basically a research assistant that helps me cut down the time it takes to actually figure things out.
But this moment isn't just about what AI-driven technology can do. It's also about trust. People want to know, is AI empowering me, protecting me, working for me?
And people are thinking about jobs. Let's be honest here. They're thinking about their own jobs, their kids' jobs. What skills will matter in the future? What opportunities will exist?
And that's why CES matters. It's more than a trade show. It's a community and a global beacon of optimism. Here in Las Vegas is where we set the tone for where innovation is headed. This year at CES, AI is everywhere, from early disease detection and personalized medicine to robotics that bridge precision and emotional intelligence, from smarter, safer mobility to accessibility breakthroughs and creativity tools powering new entertainment and storytelling. And what stands out this year is how tangible all of this feels. For example, there's a holographic windshield display from Hyundai Mobis that turns the entire driving experience into something safer and more intuitive, keeping critical information in your line of sight. And then you also have AI Tutor, which has smart glasses from Persona AI, showing how intelligence can meet people where they are and adapt in real time to help someone learn a new skill, solve a problem, or do their job better. Or on our startup floor, Eureka Park, innovation becomes deeply personal. There's one company called Earflow, which is introducing an over-the-counter medical device used to help treat ear infections in children. I know I would have loved that when my kids were little. You probably feel the same way. It's a small device with the potential to make a big difference for families. And on an entirely different scale, Hitachi's digital asset management platform is using AI to monitor railway systems, helping keep critical infrastructure safer, more reliable, and more efficient.
Well, that's the power of CES, which this year spans about 33 FIFA World Cup soccer, or as everyone else calls it, football fields.
Wow.
Now, we know that's a lot of space, but don't worry. We really try hard to organize the show into categories that can help you navigate it in a way that maximizes your time here in Las Vegas. There's digital health and smart home at Venetian, showing how connected, intelligent living is becoming more intuitive, efficient, and personalized. You can also find one of the favorite parts of the show for me and for so many of you, the vibrant startup floor, Eureka Park in the Venetian. This show has always been designed so that anyone with an idea can expose it to thousands of people that'll make a difference in their business. Mobility is in West Hall and showcases innovation across land, sea, and air, from autonomous vehicles and advanced driver assist systems to marine technology and next-generation aviation. You'll find enterprise in North Hall and accessories, design and sourcing in South Hall, where form meets function and ideas turn into products ready for the global market.
But that's not all. Central Hall is the home for immersive entertainment and our Creator Lounge. And AI and Quantum is at our new CES Foundry in the Fontainebleau on Wednesday and Thursday. And finally, you have the future of advertising, content, and entertainment at C-Space, across 3 venues, including Aria, Vidara, and Cosmo. And of course, we want to make sure you are able to visit the Innovation Showcase in the Venetian, representing the best of early-stage innovation from around the world. It's where you can see what's coming next, all in one place. And speaking of startups, the Sharks are going to be back at CES. Shark Tank will be here and holding auditions on site. We are so thrilled to welcome them back to CES. It's just more proof that CES continues to be a launch pad for bold ideas and big opportunities.
Now, we know we just threw a lot at you, but if you ever need help navigating the more than 2.6 million net square feet of exhibit space, that means exhibit space not counting aisles, the CES app is your best friend. It hands down the easiest way to navigate the show floor, find conference sessions, track exhibitors, and build your schedule. So if you have not downloaded yet, now is the time. Well, after we're all done speaking. And don't forget the in-app AI assistant. You know, I really love it. I wanted to call it Gary GPT, but that was overruled.
Wait, what? I thought we decided that it was going to be, GPT was going to be Gary's personal thinker. No?
Great idea. Let's do it.
Don't steal that from us. We're gonna do that. But in all seriousness, innovation comes to life everywhere you look. But I think it's the people you meet who make CES truly unforgettable.
Absolutely. It's all about the people. I am the paid cheerleader for the tech industry, but it's all about being with people, learning new businesses, having new ideas, serendipity, figuring out whether you can trust someone to do a business deal. That's what it's about. In fact, one of my favorite parts of CES is when someone stops me in the hallway and says, "You may not know me, but I have this amazing idea," and it's usually a pretty interesting idea. But those are the moments of serendipity which really matter. And I remember when you stumble into conversation or a demo you don't expect, and suddenly you're thinking about everything and technology in a completely different way and getting ideas about who they should meet.
And that is the magic of this show. It's not just about what's on the agenda. It's about what happens when people come together, share ideas, and make connections for things that they couldn't even plan for. I had a moment like that many, many years ago when I walked past a very small booth on the show floor and saw one of the first Fitbit devices. At that time, it looked really simple, but you could feel that it wasn't just a product. It was the beginning of something bigger. That was one of the first moments I realized health was not just a trend. It was going to become a core part of how technology improves our lives. And CES was where that future first came into focus. And speaking of people you meet beyond the show floor, CES programming brings new ways to learn, lead, and collaborate.
Absolutely. In fact, we have some awesome new keynotes spawning manufacturing, digital twins, agriculture, investment, entrepreneurship, and more. Last night on this stage, AMD CEO Dr. Lisa Su gave the most powerful vision, an incredible keynote laced with people who are making a difference in the future of the world in so many different ways. It's not just a faster chips, but it's a new era where AI drives every layer of computing. Her message was clear. AI is the tech that will define the decade.
And up next, we have Siemens CEO Dr. Roland Busch, and he will outline how AI, robotics, and digital twins are convening to make the world programmable. Then we have Havas CEO and Vivendi Chairman Yannick Bolloré. He will address the advertising and entertainment and content community at C-Space in Aria, and that's this morning at 11 a.m. He's going to share his vision for a future where technology and human ingenuity converge to unlock new creative possibilities. And at 2 p.m., I'm very excited, Bob Sternfels and Hamat Taneha, along with Jason Kalkanis, will bring us an all-in conversation with a live taping of the All In podcast.
And you have the good fortune of kicking that off.
I get to kick that one off.
She pulled rank. Tonight at 5 p.m., Lenovo CEO Yongqing Yang brings all AI all the way into the amazing sphere. Think F1 racing, immersive sports, and the first AI-powered World Cup. Tomorrow morning, Caterpillar CEO Joe Creed shows how a machinery giant is becoming a tech company, moving the earth with intelligence instead of added weight.
And across CES stages, you'll hear from leaders shaping the direction of their industries, executives, founders, and technologists whose work is defining what's next. We have Corey Berry of Best Buy, Jimena Gates of Build Within, Jensen Huang of NVIDIA, Jennifer Kostar of Sphere, Samantini Godbole of Lowe's, and Nikki Santori of IMDb. These executives' work is shaping computing, manufacturing, retail, immersive entertainment, media, and the future of technology. These leaders aren't just part of the industry, they are defining it.
And we're grateful to our partners, including the Female Quotient, for their collaboration in showcasing leaders that are driving innovation across the global tech ecosystem. And Motive for sponsoring our new hands-on AI trainings. We're also actually very proud, and it's very important, to sponsor and host our first ever Women's Health Summit, bringing innovators, clinicians, investors, and policymakers together to actually spotlight technologies that are improving outcomes for women. So important. Manufacturing also has gotten on the radar screen in the last year, if you're paying attention. It takes center stage here at CES too, with a dedicated manufacturing pavilion with our partner SME in Central Hall, highlighting how AI, automation, and digital twins are reshaping production, supply chains, and global competitiveness. You'll hear directly from leaders shaping this transformation, including Jay Timmons, President and CEO of the National Association of Manufacturers, and Janine Coons, CEO of SME. Content creators also show up in big numbers at CES, and we're thrilled to host them at our CES Creator Space in Central Hall.
This year, we are proud to introduce a new accessibility stage located in the Venetian and presented by Verizon Accessibility. The stage is a powerful reminder that the best innovation is inclusive by design.
Wow, there's just so much new with this show.
So much.
But what is it that ties all these amazing themes and activations together is people.
People. CES works best because it brings together different perspectives, experiences, and voices, creating space for all of them to be part of what's next. And today, what's next is being written in real time, powered by AI.
Kinsey, how many times do you think we're saying AI on the stage this morning?
Should we make a little drinking game out of it? Maybe it's a little too early in the morning. Well, I'll tell you, I don't think the limit exists.
I agree.
AI isn't part of the story. It is the story. But another chapter is emerging, and that's quantum.
Absolutely, and that's why we're launching the CES Foundry, bringing AI and quantum innovators together to figure out what's next.
CES Foundry is CES at its best, where the next chapter of innovation takes shape, bringing together AI, quantum leaders, startups, researchers, investors, and policymakers for real conversations, live demos, and hands-on exploration of what's coming next. At CES Foundry, you'll see breakthrough demonstrations, hear from leaders shaping the future of computing like AMD, IBM, NVIDIA, and so many more.
In fact, when we talk about AI and edge leadership, one of the companies that's been pushing the boundaries for years is Qualcomm. They've been redefining what's possible as intelligence moves from the cloud to the edge. Ladies and gentlemen, a special surprise. Please join me in welcoming Qualcomm President and CEO, Cristiano Amon.
Gary. How are
Welcome,
you?
Cristiano.
Very happy to be here.
Thank
Kenzie,
you
how
so
are you
much.
doing?
We're so happy to have you.
Thank you for coming, Cristiano. It's always great when you grace our stage. You've been so amazing as a leader, as a company. But I want to know, what are you most excited about where we're heading in technology?
Yes, look, there's so many things I think changing, especially, as part of your conversation this morning with AI. And I actually going to say, even following CS to all those years, I think what's happening is also exciting for CS, and I'll explain that to you. But look, as we start creating those incredible AI models, the AI, we all want to see humans using it. And I think AI is really coming to consumers. And a company like Qualcomm that has been to the transition of the mobile industry since the beginning, we're starting to see, as you think about agents that are created with AI, is actually changing every consumer device. And we're starting to see that happening right now when we think about the evolution of mobile devices, where the things that we wear, whether it's watches and glasses, pendants and jewelry, all those things become smart, allow us to connect to agents. And we are starting to see how the whole computing in the entire consumer electronics industry is changing, because now the computers understand what we see, what we say, they understand our world. And as the AI gets produced and it goes into all of the devices where the humans are, we are actually seeing this massive transformation happening with consumer electronics. And that's the reason I made this comment, because I remember, our history with you and with CS, and we look at the consumer electronics, the mobile devices. Now CS is one of the biggest auto shows. And consumer electronics are also coming back because they all become smarter, and they actually have now this computing capability that understand us. And I think that's incredibly exciting. We actually believe this new category of personal AI devices is going to be massive. It's going to be as big as phones, and we're just the beginning of that. So it's an exciting future.
Cristiano, we love everything you're saying, and it's so great to hear all of this. And since CES is about the future, we have to ask about the future. And can you tell us why this direction that you've just talked about is so important, and where it's all headed next?
Look, as AI goes into everything, right? And it's I think the way we think about it, Qualcomm, it's just a new way of doing computing and software. And, not only is it going to go to everything that we interact with, but it's going to things with this physical AI. And actually, that's been one of our biggest story at this CES, with the emergence of robotics and all of this new industry that's created by physical AI. And I think it's incredibly exciting, because not only, there's obviously this conversation about, productivity enhancements and all of the things, but exactly, we see incredible potential of enhancing human ability, and the market is massive. Like we can barely quantify today, I think, how big this physical AI opportunity is going to be. I think it's one of the most exciting times for technology, and it's actually great to see all of those things coming together here at CES.
Oh, we couldn't agree more. Well, we can see all of this in action, what you've just talked about, at Qualcomm's booth, which is in West Hall, number 5001. We hope that you all will go there. Cristiano, we are so grateful for your leadership and for Qualcomm's partnership at CES for so many years.
And you've been fabulous, but I do have one more question.
Yes.
Go for it.
So most of the people here are believers in AI. But if you could clarify one thing that you wish average people understood around their kitchen tables when they talk about AI, what do you think it would be?
That's a loaded question, but I will say the interesting thing, of course, we all started going to Google Gemini, ChatGPT, and you ask questions to get an answer. You change how you do search and all that. But the interesting thing is this new way of doing computers that really understand our world the way we understand it, understand the context, is really going to completely change how we interact with them. And it's going to democratize technology dramatically. I know that's not what we're talking about today, but this whole concept that I just described, how mobile devices are going to change, this is also happening with the upcoming transition of mobile to 6G, which is all about AI. It's all about AI. It's the network, understanding the context of everything that is connected to the network to help those computers be able to do it. And I think the way I like to describe it in a simple way that people understand it, like when we think about the future of smart glasses as an example, it's like you're gonna be walking in your daily life with somebody, like with a friend, and it's like if I walk in here, that's not the case because I know you, but it will, like the agent will tell me, hey, Cristiano, that's Gary. You may want to say hi, talk to him. Cristiano, you have a moment right now in your schedule. Can I talk to you? There's something we need to think about it for your meetings next week. It's going to be like that. It's going to change how we think about interaction with computers. We're just at the beginning. This is going to be a decades-long process. But agents are fundamentally change our understanding of application and programs.
Well, thank you for sharing that vision, and I want you back here next year to talk about that and 6G. We talk about that. We talked a lot about 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Cristiano Amon.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That was awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was great.
Absolutely. I mean,
I'm
we're
glad you
living.
snuck that last question in.
Yeah. We're living in a time of extraordinary opportunity. And of course, there is growing risk. We know that. And around the world, policies are either accelerating innovation or they're slowing it down. I'll be the bad guy. Here's what's not working: trade restrictions and shifting tariffs.
Government affairs, right over there.
Also, rules that limit rights or restrict the tools that people rely on. Policies that are shaped by fear instead of facts. And mandates on design instead of performance. All of this creates confusion and uncertainty and stifles innovation. And that's why we don't just sit around and say, this hurts. We've created something we call our innovation agenda. That's a clear set of priorities that we believe must be right if innovation and competition are going to thrive.
And I'm going to tell you the good news.
Of course.
Because the good news is
The lady in white.
we know what works. Around the world, we're seeing countries adopt more consistent national frameworks that protect consumers while still keeping innovation open, competitive, and human-centered. We're also seeing innovators and content creators collaborating, not litigating, to promote creativity, protect rights, and unlock new opportunities. That balance matters. Fair use matters. It's one... Thank you.
That's worth a clap.
It was Michael Petrica. It's one of the reasons creativity has flourished in the digital age and why new technologies can build on what came before.
Thank you. Absolutely correct. And in many cases, the market is doing exactly what it is supposed to do. New technologies are emerging that supercharge free expression and creativity. It gives creators more control and expands what's possible. And often it's faster than government or regulation ever could. The best role for government is to set clear, big goals and to set clear guardrails that minimize uncertainty and litigation and let innovators and consumers figure out the rest.
And that's why we celebrate our most innovative countries with our Global Innovation Scorecard, because this moment will define who leads the future and whose values guide our technologies. We need collaboration, not silos, among companies, researchers, and policymakers.
Let's take a look.
People are the reason. Behind every breakthrough is a human story of creativity, resilience, and hope. Technology is at its best when it amplifies human potential. That's what we celebrate here at CES. People creating solutions that make life better for others. We celebrate the innovators helping children learn through adaptive education tools, diagnosing diseases earlier, and communities gaining access to clean energy and connected healthcare. This is technology serving humanity.
We're back.
It's us.
Just a few more minutes of us. But moments like these remind us actually, though, why innovation matters. In fact, my own mother battled Alzheimer's for over a dozen years. And now today, seeing technologies that support cognitive health and reduce loneliness hit very close to home. For me and for millions of people around the world, it's about dignity, independence, and quality of life.
And at CES, we see technologies that make our lives healthier, safer, more efficient, and more connected. Technologies that are solving the world's biggest challenges.
And we advocate for policies that make all these great things possible.
Because AI is the spark.
And CES is the proving ground.
And people are the reason.
And on behalf of the entire staff and CTA's Executive Board, welcome to CES 2026.
Nailed it.
It is so great to kick off CES 2026 with you and to see what can happen when AI begins to animate the physical world. In a moment, you're about to experience what this looks like at a global scale from a company uniquely positioned to embed intelligence into our real-world systems. A company that has nearly 2 centuries of experience shaping the infrastructure that powers modern life, transportation, factories, energy grids, and it's now driving the next wave of innovation through comprehensive digital twins, intelligent automation, and yes, AI. That company, Siemens. This morning, Siemens President and CEO Roland Busch will share his vision for how AI will transform the everyday for everyone. Roland is a physicist, an engineer, a strategist, and one of the world's most influential technology leaders. He understands that the success of AI won't be defined by algorithms alone, but also by infrastructure, by integration, by innovation. And his perspective aligns closely with something that McKinsey and I shared in our keynote this morning. AI is the catalyst for a once-in-a-century transformation. All across the show floor this week, you'll see AI on display, innovation everywhere. And we believe deeply that companies that can scale AI into the physical world will define the next era of human progress. And that's where Siemens stands apart. They're not just imagining the intelligent age, they're building it. Under Roland's leadership, Siemens is enabling factories to operate with fewer errors and greater output. They're bringing resilience to global supply chains, sustainability to buildings. They're driving breakthroughs everywhere from drug discovery to grid stability. And they're developing the technologies and partnerships needed to ensure that AI can actually scale reliably, responsibly, globally. And today, you will get a first look at technologies and partnerships that will shape global industry for decades to come. You'll hear stories of real-world impact. And it's a remarkable keynote from a remarkable company led by a remarkable person. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming to the CES 2026 stage the President and CEO of Siemens, Roland Busch. Welcome to the CES stage, Roland. Have fun.
Well, I want you to think back to the time before electricity. The world moved at the pace of people. Horses bridged our distances. Steam powered our machines. I have black screens now. I have a black screen. I think somebody check for the technology. Okay, I keep on going. I keep on going. Well, that's an idea. And ideas moved as fast as a letter or as a human voice. Then electricity arrived. A general purpose technology became the foundation of modern life. It's redefining how we redesign and manufacture products, from phones in your hands to the cars you drive. It revolutionizes how we build and operate infrastructure, including buildings like this one. And it allows us to make entire systems, grids, cities, economies more adaptive and more resilient. A century ago, Siemens helped build the world in the light of electricity. Now we get to do it again. But this time, it's not about energy, it is about intelligence. Artificial intelligence. And artificial intelligence will be as transformative for this century as electricity was there for that one before. We are powering the industrial AI revolution. Thanks to this beatboxer's mosaic. Well, the industrial AI revolution, it has already begun, and it's picking up steam faster than steam ever did. In fact, steam took 60 years to transform society. Electricity, 30, computers, 15. For AI, we're looking at 7 years or less before intelligence is embedded in the system we rely on every day. And that changes something fundamentally. Because when AI enters physical system, it stops being a feature, it becomes a force with direct real-world impact, a force that transforms how we design and build, how factories produce, how infrastructure operates, how the world powers itself. Now, how do we do it? How can we make this happen? How can we do all of this at speed and scale? And at the same time, in a way that it's reliable and safe. And hallucination is not acceptable when AI is deployed in the industrial world. Today, we are making it easy for you to scale industrial AI in the real-world systems to create real-world impact. We are bringing together AI-powered technologies, industrial domain know-how, and the right partners. The whole thing is connected by data, valuable industrial data. And all in one place, in our Siemens Accelerator Marketplace. So let's have a look at these elements one by one, and let's start first with the right technologies. It is about software, hardware, compute, highly performant compute with GPUs, and of course, it is about data. Here comes the good news. Many companies have already some important elements in place, but this does not make them AI ready yet. Digital twins can simulate and software can solve problems, but they do not recommend what to do next in the real world. Compute is CPU-based. With AI, needs GPUs to deploy its full power and speed. And too often, data is fragmented, trapped in silos, and unused. That's why it is so important to have an end-to-end AI industrial stack to make impact in the real world. And at Siemens, we are able to build this because we have been working with AI for industry for more than 50 years. And today, Siemens has more than 1,500 AI experts, and all our engineers live in both worlds, in the digital and in the real world. And all our colleagues, over 250,000 of them, bring deep domain know-how in our 30 industrial verticals. And that's because for decades, Siemens has been helping customers in the United States and all over the world to automate manufacturing, to run railway networks, to design and operate grids, or to operate buildings more efficiently. In fact, today, in 1 out of 3 manufacturing machines worldwide runs a Siemens controller. With our software, you can build the most comprehensive digital twin of products and, of course, of a whole manufacturing site. And now we are adding AI. Decades of experience in software, hardware, and AI, and this experience means we have the domain know-how to identify which data matter and how to cluster it, which AI applications make sense and which decisions should be left to humans. And finally, our partners. For industrial AI to make use of all of this industrial design, manufacturing, and operating data, you need huge amount of compute. Gigantic centralized AI factories that are run by our partners like AWS or Microsoft, but also at the edge, very close to your machines, to your infrastructure. With this massive GPU process, powered compute, digital twins no longer explore just thousands of options, but hundreds of thousands of them. Complex industrial foundation models can get trained on unprecedented amounts of industrial data. And a digital twin can control a whole plant in real time. When these things come together, the right technologies, industry domain know-how, and the right partners, that's when we stop just reporting issues and start anticipating them. That's when humans stop reacting to errors because machines have started to act and adjust autonomously. That's when companies can turn ideas into real-world impact with speed, quality, and efficiency. It's the industrial AI revolution. Now, I mentioned partners, the right partners, the best partners, and including a very special friend of mine, and we hit it off immediately. He has a visionary engineering mindset. He thinks through problems from first principles. He anticipates the next development step of AI technology, and he has both bold vision and the ability to make things happen. Please welcome Chen Wang.
Am I on? Hold this for me. Rolling.
Right. Good to have you. Good to
Happy
have
New
you.
Year. Happy New Year, everybody.
Happy New Year. Please.
200 years old. You've seen a few of these industrial revolutions,
We
actually.
did. We're not quite 200 years, but we're heading for it.
175.
Absolutely. Exactly. And we came a long way with our partnership too, right? I mean, we kicked it off a couple of years ago. I remember that very well. We have the same vision, industrial AI operating system. That's what we want to build. Huge opportunities for our customers. So what's with you? Where are we on this journey now?
Yeah, it's an incredible thing. So we did a press conference at Siemens headquarters.
In Munich.
How many years ago was that?
It was 2022.
It was only
2022.
Okay, yeah, it was 3 years ago. And we spoke about this moment, in fact. And Siemens is unquestionably at the foundation of every industry that we participate in, that the world builds on. And we had a vision that Siemens, and this was your vision, to turn Siemens into a software-defined company. In a lot of ways, described it in a way very similar to a computer company. And it would of course, have the underlying infrastructure of computing, but mostly on top, your infrastructure software, artificial intelligence, and it's going to revolutionize the way things are designed, simulated, planned, and operated. And that was the vision you described, and we spoke about 3 years ago, and here we are. Here we are at the beginning of that journey, and all the pieces are now finally coming together.
It seems to. And talking about what you achieved, I brought an example. You know that, HD Hyundai. I mean, they built ships, huge ships, and shipyards, by the way, and they use our technology.
That's right.
They're sitting on NVIDIA
This
technology.
is a digital twin of an entire ship. Every nut and bolt is in there. It's incredible.
I mean,
This is the full CAD of the ship.
visit it.
The
It's
perfect,
millions.
precise digital twin.
And you see also the people working on the ships. You simulate everything. By the way, these ships they look alike. So the body is the same, but each one of them is individual. So you really have to be very, very clear how you design it. You optimize in the digital world, and then you build it, not
That's
before
right.
that. And that's where our whole stack comes together, complementary technology. For the photorealistic representation, we use Omniverse.
And
we
this
use
is
a
really
generative AI
quite a
stack.
perfect, this is quite a perfect example of the type of work that we do together in this realization of this digital twin idea, that you would design every aspect of engineering. It's not just the CAD, but the computing, the electronics, all of it would be integrated and built into a digital twin. It would, of course, run all of the software in the digital twin. And in the future, I hope this digital twin of a ship will actually put it in the ocean, a virtual simulation of the ocean, and see it completely operate.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And you have only one option to get it onto water. If that fails, you have a problem, by the way. So, well, we talked about bringing our partnership to the next level. And the whole idea is obviously to take these examples and scale them even faster. And of course, to make it AI enabled. I'm talking about industrial AI, which really hits the real world. And we picked 5 areas of collaboration where we want to intensify. And that is good news for our customers too, I guess. Let me start with the first one, take them now one by one. The first one is AI native chip design. So if it comes to chip design, I don't need to tell you something. Obviously, with each next generation, you're getting closer to the physical limits. So tell me what the challenges are and what can we do?
Well, let's use our latest generation that we just announced yesterday as an example.
Congratulations.
So Vera Rubin, in order to build the latest generation GPU, people think that our GPU is a chip. It is a chip. It consists of a chip. But ultimately, in order for these GPUs to scale up to process the level of AI that's necessary at the frontier, these GPUs are essentially one giant rack. And this entire rack is, in the case of Vera Rubin, 240 kilowatts. It consists of altogether 220 trillion transistors. We had to design 6 different unique chips: CPU, GPU, networking, multiple types of networking switches. One is for scale up, one is for scale out, and a smart NIC and a data processor for storage, all for AI memory, basically. All of this stuff came together. It's 220 trillion transistors, is 2 tons, and 150,000 engineering years came together to build this one system that we announced yesterday. And in order to do this perfectly at a rhythm that our company runs at, the level of chip design, system integration, thermals, electricals, all of that, in a lot of ways, our GPUs is a little bit like that HD Hyundai ship.
Yes.
And what we are hoping for, and the reason why we're partnering so closely together, is so that we could build that Vera Rubin in the future as a digital twin. The entire system as a digital twin, not just the chips, but the systems, the chips, everything together, cooling, thermals, and run the thermal simulation directly through it as it is a digital twin. And that's our vision. And so we're accelerating the first part of our project together, our partnership, is to accelerate Siemens EDA, Siemens Sim Center, accelerate everything we can with GPUs. And this way, we could scale up the simulations that we do and achieve the virtual digital twin that we hope for.
So what we're going to do is we will use Yakuda software. We will rewrite our EDA software so it can take advantage of GPUs.
That's right.
So working with GPUs and designing GPUs.
Imagine EDA software being 100 times faster.
Exactly.
Or being able to scale up 1,000,000 times more, right? That's our hope and dreams.
But we don't stop there. Still, we talk about AI native chip design. What we want to do now, we want to train our technology, our models on a massive amount of data so that it's not only about validation of design, but really making a proposal of new designs in EDA. This is breakthrough. That was never done before. That's what we're heading for.
The goal of an engineer is not to write Verilog. That's not the goal of the engineer. The goal of an engineer, of course, is to solve problems, imagine great solutions. And it would be incredible one day. There would be agentic Siemens EDA designers that are sitting with our designers.
Exactly.
And they're exploring ideas together, trying iterations and exploring boundaries.
Number two, we talk about same thing here, AI native simulation. So when it comes to simulation, obviously this is a lot of number crunching, and it very often still runs on CPUs. This in the first step, we want to bring this technology, the heavy number crunching elements of our simulation to GPUs. That again accelerates X times, 100 times, 1,000 times. And if you can, I mean, there's an example. This is a car simulation, by the way. It goes back to when we started off our partnership from BMW, where we simulate the airflow, the aerodynamics, and it's a lot of consumption and it takes a lot of time. So if you speed it up 1,000 times, you can do much, much more iterations. Again, we do not stop there. We want to have simulation not only to validate, but to create.
That's right.
Again, you need a lot of data, you need our technologies, and that's where NVIDIA has.
This is our technology running in real time. Our technology together, isn't it? You know, simulations, physics is beautiful. I mean, that's just the bottom line. Numbers are beautiful.
We do that.
Only an engineer would say that. Numbers are just so beautiful.
And we do that for trains. And again, we're using physics Nemo from NVIDIA and the full Siemens simulation stack with our
Siemens has the world's leading suite for industrial simulations, and Sim Center and all of the suites of solvers in Sim Center, we're going to accelerate completely using CUDA and CUDA X. We are also going to work together to create AI physics, to teach AI the laws of physics, so that it could emulate physics, not to simulate physics from first principles, but emulate the outcome of physics, essentially guessing where the physical properties are going to go at the next second, or the next nanosecond, the next microsecond, the next second. And by doing so, we could speed up physics simulations, physics experimentations, if you will, 10,000 times, 100,000 times, and essentially create a real-life digital twin of a wind tunnel. We essentially put a real design into it, right? Real digital twin design into a digital twin of a wind tunnel and see it work. And so the opportunity to do all of these experimentation in real time is really exciting.
Which brings me, talking about physics, the real world, physical AI, which brings me to the third area where we step up, which is AI-driven adaptive manufacturing. So, and this always reminds me when we talk about our technology stack, what we want to bring to the plants, which reminds me what you always say. I mean, actually, a plant is almost like a robot, isn't it? It's a big robot. So
exactly.
Or a car.
If you look at a car today, it's sensors connected to a computer. That computer is running software defined, and today the software that we run on top of it is largely AI. Well, that car is going to be made inside a factory that has sensors running computers, Siemens software stack and operating systems, and all the AIs that you'll have running on top of that. In a lot of ways, that factory, the car is an inside-out AI. The factory is an outside-in AI. And it's going to look at the cars that it's going to build, and it's going to build it robotically. So the entire factory is going to be one giant robot. It's going to orchestrate a whole bunch of robots that themselves are robotic, and they're going to make products like cars that are software defined and robots. So it's going to be robots orchestrating robots, building robots, in the future. And so this level of integration of technology has never been achieved before.
Exactly.
And so it's really the reason why we have to build the foundation of future manufacturing from the ground up. And nobody could do it better than Siemens, because you're already the operating system of manufacturing plants all over the world. And so from that baseline, we're going to, number one, make it software defined, and then two, make it AI driven. And all of that, it's so great to see you drive that vision, and for Siemens to really make that possible for the world.
And we're
going to use it ourselves.
Exactly. We're going to start in Germany in 2026, a first fully AI-driven adaptive manufacturing site. We bring an AI brain on top of our software-defined automation and our operation software, which basically consumes what a digital twin produces. And here comes the beauty, we do that in real time.
That's right.
In real time, so you can really control the manufacturing side.
So our partnership, we work together and run Siemens factories. Meanwhile, we have our partner, Foxconn, working with us in the United States to run the factories for building AI supercomputers. And so this partnership is really incredible. We've talked about design, we talked about simulation, now we're talking about manufacturing, all powered by GPUs, all powered by CUDA, all powered by Siemens, and all powered by AI.
And to see an example of how Foxconn is using the technology already. And again, the AI layer on top, the AI brain, with connects to the real world data and real-time data makes the...
And it looks so real, but this is a digital twin.
It's a digital twin.
This looks so incredibly real. And that's really the whole purpose of the digital twin. It has to, in every physically important way and operationally important way, it has to be a perfect representation. And so the ideal is that the digital twin and the real version of it, there is no ability for the computer to know the difference. It's to the extent that our AIs can't tell the difference between whether they're inside a digital twin or inside the physical world. That's our goal.
Exactly.
Yeah.
There are other factories too. They produce intelligence. We call it AI factories. So that's the next area of collaboration. And I know that when you talk about Vera Rubin, you need obviously new AI factories. They have to be signed differently. And you're building one on your own as we speak.
Yeah.
So we might want to share about the challenges, what needs to be different.
Well, if you take a look at the reason why I don't call it a data center is a place where people store data. These plants, in the case of a 1 gigawatt data center or 1 gigawatt AI factory, it's $50 billion. The investment level is unheard of of any type of factory ever the world's ever built. The amount of technology inside is incredible. And so if you're building something that costs $50 billion, you want to make sure there's absolutely zero scheduled delay. You're not going to be able to tolerate design changes. You're going to have to make sure that we create the digital twin, we plan it up front, we simulate everything up front. We're pushing the power, we're putting electricity, we're going to push cooling all the way to the limit. And so if we don't simulate this entire this factory in a digital twin, we have no chance of success. Yes. And then, of course, once you operate it, managing all of these computers, these AI supercomputers, the networking, the storage, and running it all at the precision we need to run it at, the control of it is incredible. So you're controlling, of course, the management of the systems, you're controlling the power, you're controlling the cooling, and this entire system is essentially one giant factory and is running all the time. And so when you put that much capital at work, you better make sure that the uptime is perfect and always, and that you're going to make sure that your scheduled delay is basically zero. And without us working together and building these together in a digital twin, the chance of success is extremely low.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We can build them faster.
This is
and
no
then it's
different.
highly
You know,
reliable.
Roland, this is no different than NVIDIA today. The idea that we would design chips without software is completely illogical.
Exactly.
Right? The idea that you would design these electronic systems without design software and verification software and simulation, come on, forget it. And so in the future, the idea that we would build plants, manufacturing plants, whether it's a car plant or a chip plant or an AI factory plant, the idea that we would build any of them without first doing it in a digital twin is completely inconceivable. And the idea that we would be able to operate these incredibly complex systems without artificial intelligence, completely inconceivable. And so I think that we know that future is here, and we know that the stakes are incredibly high, and that's the reason why our partnership with Siemens is so important to me.
We build this blueprint designs for our factories together. We have automation technology, which is much faster. It's industrial automation technology because the demand pattern of AI factories is so fluctuating. We know how to connect them to grids because we know how to operate grids. But we have
You've been doing it for 175 years.
Exactly. We do that. We know how to
After
do that.
175 years, you're going to get good at something.
Well, and what we also do for more than 175 years is using our own technology.
That's right, yeah.
Which is the last area we want. I mean, actually, the people said, don't use the saying, we drink our own champagne. So now we modified it, we drink our own beer or whatever.
That's
a
right,
German
German
thing.
company.
But we actually, we use each other technologies.
That's
we look
right.
deeper into it. What can we do more and better? And it starts, for example, with the plant in Germany I was talking about. We talk about EDA, software simulation, and bringing that to the next level to speed up our each other's development.
It's incredible. We're gonna work together to accelerate all of your EDA software, which we can then use to design our chips faster, so that we could accelerate your EDA software faster. We're gonna accelerate all of your SimCenter software, so that we could use it to design and simulate our AI factories faster, so that we could create AIs that makes SimCenter faster. And if you look at this, and we're gonna use Siemens so that we could automate our factories to build even more amazing supercomputers, so that we could create AIs to make your AI factories even more productive.
Doesn't that sound like the perfect partnership of two companies coming together?
Yeah. And that's why whenever Roland reaches out and he needs a bug fix, I fix it right away. because I fix his bug, which directly comes back to my company, and my engineers go faster.
And I tell you, this works in both ways. So they're scared when you have a call. So, Jensen, thank you very much for the partnership.
Thank you.
Best is ahead of us, and
Well,
looking forward
this is
to what we do.
we are at the beginning of a new industrial revolution, and what perfect company for all of that capability to come together than the company at the center of every industrial revolution. And so it's a great privilege to partner with Siemens, and it's incredible to be friends with you, and to see your vision of Siemens come together, and for our journey of reinventing industry to achieve this milestone is incredible. So thank you.
Siemens and NVIDIA building the industrial operation system. Jensen, thank you. Well, when I last spoke at CES, I shared a vision of the industrial metaverse, a vision for a virtual world that helps us make the real world better. Today, we are making this vision a reality. We are excited to launch our digital twin composer. With the digital twin composer, you can create a virtual 3D model of any product, any plant, any process. Bring it to life in a photorealistic scene that you built, and in real time. The digital twin composer is so powerful because you can connect the digital twin to the real world and to real-time data. From engineering data to weather data, even time series data coming from your machines. And when something worked well or something went wrong, you can go back in time and you find out why. Or you can jump to the future to simulate designs before you build in the real world. And if you want to unlock the full benefits of the digital twin composer, you connect it to our operations software and our hardware stack. That way, you can make real-world changes from the virtual environment, optimize machine speed, temperature, pressure, or any parameter that determines the quality in the yield of your plant. This is how we combine the real and the digital worlds. This digital twin composer will be available on our Siemens Accelerator Marketplace in just a few moments. PepsiCo. PepsiCo is among the first companies to use it. And this brings me to our next guest, who is leading the way when it comes to the digitalization of PepsiCo, making the company smarter, more efficient, more sustainable with industrial AI. Please welcome Athena Kanyura.
Happy New Year. Happy New Year to everyone. It's a great year. New year, great year.
It is, it is. So, tell us about the challenge PepsiCo is navigating through, and these challenges are very much alike to what the whole food and beverage industry has.
Yeah, of course. And as Ronald said, I'm very privileged to be on stage with Roland. You know, PepsiCo has been pioneering some of this innovation with you and NVIDIA. But from farm to shelf, PepsiCo has been operating in a very extraordinary and very complex environment because we have operations everywhere. We serve billions of consumers. We have billions of touch points per day. So consumers expect the products to be everywhere, every time, in real time, and we want to be able to fulfill the supply. So imagine a world where you have demand spikes, where you have unusual events, when you have tornadoes. You have to be able to fulfill this demand in a very digital way where the physical footprint cannot be a showstopper.
Right. So, talking about the supply chain and delivering, let's take a look at your existing warehouses.
Yeah, so, I mean, many of you know, especially the ones that come from the manufacturing world, we have great warehouses that are fully modernized, but we also have warehouses that are very old. So in this specific case, these warehouses have a century old. And that means in the current state, it really cannot serve and deliver the demand that might change depending on the events. So what is the answer? And the answer cannot be, I will just build more capacity. The answer must be, I need to find a way to maximize the capacity that I have to drive more operational efficiency and therefore increase the throughput. So what we wanted to do is adopt a digital-first design approach. And that means leverage digital twins and adopting AI at scale in all the parts of the operations, where we were able to co-design and simulate and optimize the layouts before any physical build begins.
So, and to do that, you decided to use our digital twin composer. Share your experience with us.
First of all, thank you. Thank you for the partnership. Thank you for the investment. Thank you for taking our feedback into product innovation. Today, we just had our press release.
Yes.
We are very excited to help shape this technology in partnership with NVIDIA and, of course, Siemens. This is the first of its kind for the CPG industry. It's how we build AI and digital twins into our operations across the board, globally. When we say operations, that is manufacturing, warehousing, distribution centers, mixing centers, and every part of logistics. So the digital twin composer allows us to do everything in the virtual world, being able to simulate everything in a way where we don't have to spend a single dollar on the physical plant before we know the design is the final design. So therefore, we are able to pull now massive amounts of data that we are able to simulate in a unified, immersive environment. That means we can create a beautiful photorealistic way, which you saw before in the discussion, And with the AI-powered simulation now, we can explore hundreds or thousands of potential layouts to find the most efficient options. Therefore, with a digital twin, this type of task that could have normally taken months now takes days.
Well, and the question would be then, what does that do to your customers?
Yeah, well, obviously for us, making sure we serve our customers in the most efficient way, where we provide the inventory and we have the intelligent network, where both the plants and the warehouses and the network is able to anticipate the demand and fine-tune operations real time, is a must. So therefore, we have had significant impact even in the first 3 months. So one good example is in the Gatorade plant in the US. We used the digital twin composer. We were able to drive 2 very meaningful results. One is to increase efficiency 20% just in 3 months.
Wow.
And obviously, if we were to look and we have estimated how these capabilities will benefit the company, we estimate a CapEx reduction of 10 to 15% across all the operations. So for us, this is just the beginning. We are very hopeful about what this technology can do when it comes to serving our customers, serving our consumers, and I want really to thank you for the great partnership.
Thank you for the partnership, and this is just the start. We want to see more, and we will see more.
Absolutely.
Atina, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Roland.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You have seen the great impact the digital twin composer is having on PepsiCo's facilities. Using this technology, even in the design phase of new plants, matters, especially in the United States, because it accelerates the ramp-up of new manufacturing sites and allows our customers to make them more productive and energy efficient. But this is not just for individual
Keon, the supply chain
facilities.
solutions company.
Keon uses our technology to transform warehouses' entire supply chains too. Let's have a look.
Up and down the supply chain with AI digital twins. A new supply chain solution begins as a digital twin, compressing solutioning from years to months.
You can learn more about the digital twin composer at our booth. Also on the CES show floor when you will meet the team from PAVE 360. PAVE 360. Automotive is our digital twin for autonomous driving system, and it's ready to use right off the shelf. It replicates real vehicle hardware in the digital world. Developers can simulate real-world driving conditions. They can test the autonomous system before a car even exists. And this accelerates development. PAVE 360 Automotive also replicates how the software in the car behaves. And better yet, it integrates the latest automotive IP from our partner ARM for advanced driver assistance systems, infotainment, and AI-driven cockpit features. It's a solution that will scale autonomous driving faster with the power of industrial AI. Now imagine what happens when we apply industrial AI to something more personal, even more complex, your body, your health. Life sciences. Bringing new medicines to the market costs a lot of time and money. Over the last 50 years, these costs have risen dramatically. It often takes more than 10 years, and costs are up to $2 billion. Patients and pharmaceutical companies obviously want to have faster innovations. That means tackling every step in the chain, from early research to manufacturing. And we bring AI to all these steps. Let's take the example of a new cancer drug. In research labs, scientists create billions of data points. Today, this data is scattered across industries, instruments and files and around the world. Through our platform, Luma, scientists use AI to bring this data together and structure it. So you can ask questions in natural language. Next step, scientists identify the most promising molecular structure of the cancer drug. With AI-powered simulations, they can simulate the behavior of the molecule 2.5 million times more efficiently than ever before. And this includes how molecules move and flex, how they interact with each other, or how stable they are over time. But then you need to go from making a small batch in the lab to producing at scale without the slightest deviation in the recipe, and with exactly the same result. Even for world-class production experts, this means a lot of trial and error, a lot of experiments in a bioreactor. In our digital twin of a bioreactor, you can run these experiments in the digital world first. You simulate until you have the highest quality and the highest output, and only then you start the production. Siemens technology accelerates all steps from discovery to manufacturing. Life-saving therapies can make it to the market as much as 50% faster. And at every stage, AI speeds things up. This requires powerful AI infrastructure too. The GPUs and the AI factories I talked about with Jensen, but also the cloud infrastructure we get from partners like Microsoft. On that, let's hear from my friend Satya Nadella.
Thanks so much, Roland. It's fantastic to join all of you at CES. In the industrial sector, we have an incredible opportunity to bring together digital intelligence with physical operations to reinvent things that are designed, built, and run in this era of AI. And we're already seeing the industrial AI drive better outcomes in both productivity as well as in safety. That's why our partnership with Siemens is so important to us at Microsoft. By combining your deep domain expertise with our trusted cloud and AI capabilities, we are helping our customers tackle some of today's most pressing challenges, from sustainable energy and transportation to smart cities and precision medicine. I'm especially excited about the co-engineering work our teams are driving to build custom models and agents that get trained with real-world industrial data. And of course, we're just getting started. I could not be more optimistic about what we do together and achieve together. Thank you all so very much.
Thank you, Satya. So, custom models, agents, and of course, co-pilots. Let's talk more about it with Jay Parikh. Hi, seeing you. So, Jay, you are leading Microsoft's core AI team. You pulled all AI experts together, which tells me, again, this is a foundational technology which scales across the whole company. So where are you in the step of really making this AI journey, creating impact at your customers?
Yeah, well, first of all, thank you for the partnership. Excited about what we're working on today and also going forward. So as what we're seeing today is really 3 waves with more waves coming in terms of AI. The first wave was really folks using AI as a chatbot, right? To ask it simple questions, maybe do code completions. The second wave is much more focused on delegating a specific task to AI, maybe giving it a task to do and come up with a market strategy document or proposal to do these longer running, kind of more sophisticated tasks. Now, what we're seeing emerging in this third wave is this set of agents working with and orchestrating a set of different agents to be able to do asynchronous work, but much more complicated work, right? Longer running tasks. And it is this third wave that we're focused on building because you need multiple models. You need to be able to train your own models, right? You need to be able to bring in your enterprise data. You need to be able to orchestrate these agents, but you also need to do it with security, with observability, with compliance, with all of that scale enterprise ready abstractions, right? And it is this area in this third wave that I'm most excited for us to be working together, because this third wave is how we bring this technology to specific use cases and industries, But Roland, I'm really curious, is like this third wave, how does this show up as you lead industrials with AI? How is this manifesting with your customers?
And I mean, there are many examples. I brought one. This is a very exciting one. We talk about Rolls-Royce. They do turbines for airplanes. And I mean, obviously, you want to have these turbines to work 100% reliable and, of course, fuel efficient. And within these turbines, you have a lot of design parts coming. These are designed with Siemens software and technology from Microsoft. And there's a particular one, which is a hydraulic pump. And that makes this machine turning. So this pump has now a digital twin of the pump itself, but it also has a digital twin of the machines machining it. And we simulate the whole process in programming it. And we use your technologies together with ours and simulate it with amazing outcomes. These pumps are much stiffer and lighter. But we use Microsoft as well here and AI technologies.
Yeah, and excited about the other things that we're working on with these joint AI co-pilots, right? We're able to help reduce the programming time for CAM by 80%, drove up productivity in the factory by 30%. And then also excited to work with your team to bring the GitHub platform to all of the developers to drive that innovation, that value for your customers faster. Again, all built together on Microsoft's cloud and AI.
Exactly. And there are many more examples. The demand is huge. And the benefits of not only shortening the development time, but also the production time is amazing. We talked about technology, but we cannot stop there. And we know that you're very passionate about also the other part, the cultural, the way how you transform your team, the people.
It's hard.
It's hard. I know that. So let's talk about it.
Yeah. So, you know, I spent probably last year talking to about 200 or 300 customers. And it was fascinating because somewhere between probably 70 and 80% of my conversations with customers started or ended or was dominated by this topic of change, about culture, about people, about organizations. And it was such an interesting set of conversations. And my kind of 3 current takeaways from those conversations were, one is like we're all learning together and we're sharing openly about what's happening in organizations, small startups to, you know, companies that are much, much, much bigger, multinational. So this culture of change is something that we have to share openly and work together on. The second thing that I noticed and comes up in conversations is actually many of the employees, many of the workers are using this technology in their personal lives, right? They're using it, they're actually really sophisticated with it for family, for personal growth, et cetera. But there are institutional headwinds to adopting it, using it inside the company, whether it be compliance, whether it be risk, whether it be security, whether it be finance, whether it be just misaligned incentives, right? And then, so it is our job to try to work and try to unlock this value, this creativity, this collaboration. And then the third thing that I always encourage folks to do is really the potential intelligence of these models, the capabilities of the platforms that we're building here at Microsoft are so much more capable than what we realize today. So my biggest encouragement to myself, to my teams, to our partners is to really raise our level of ambition of what we can do with AI to drive the world forward and to deliver more impact.
And I tell you, I can say it from my perspective, we see a lot of this changes also in working with you, working with our customers, but also with you. You come from a different environment, but we bring that together to our customers and they do appreciate it, I tell you. Thank you very much for doing that. And this is just the start.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the partnership.
Okay, thank you. So, more powerful industrial co-pilots and now new co-pilots. Today at CES, we are launching 9 additional AI-powered Siemens industrial co-pilots. They bring intelligence along the entire industrial value chain, transforming how we design, engineer, and operate. And, well, to help everyone access this kind of technology more easily, we are now putting it in the hands of our shop floor colleagues, or to be more precise, on their faces. Together with Meta, we're making Ray-Ban Meta glasses for industrial AI. Actually, We do not use the tainted ones, as you can imagine, maybe if the sun is shining, but there are also natural ones. And they tell our colleagues to get real-time audio guidance through the classes, which button to press, which parameters to change. Let's take a look at one of our factories when these classes will turn colleagues into connected experts, so they can have more impact in the real world, hands-free.
Hi, I'm Sarah. I just started working at this factory. Honestly, there's a ton to learn. It's great having AI from Siemens to help me get familiar with everything.
Good morning, Sarah. Let's take a quick look at how the last shift went and what's coming up. Today, you'll be operating the robotic assembly line. I've noticed an issue with some sensors at cell 4 that could lead to assembly faults later. A reset now can prevent that. Should I guide you through the process?
What I love about my AI is how easy it is to use. It brings together live machine data, knowledge from my colleagues, and all of our standard operating procedures, then explains everything in a way that makes sense to me. At my pace, in my language.
And now select Restart.
With AI from Siemens, I can solve problems efficiently, quickly, confidently.
First tests show that colleagues are more confident in their work and they're also more productive. That's impact in the real world by scaling industrial AI. We're heading for another huge bottleneck. Power, electric power. AI factories and data centers require gigawatts of electric power. Now, what if we had an energy source that was clean, safe, affordable, and practically limitless? That's the promise of fusion power, which brings me to my next guest. Commonwealth Fusion Systems is working on the world's first commercially viable machine to make fusion real. Please welcome Bob Mungard.
Hello.
Hi, Bob. So, for the starters, what is fusion?
Yeah, it's a good question. So fusion is the power of the universe. It's the power of the stars. And what we want to do is build machines here on Earth that create that power, that harness it. And that would mean that we would go from an energy system that is about natural resource consumption to an energy system that's about technology. Can you build these machines? How fast can you build them? How well do they run? And we work on a type of machine called a tokamak, basically a bottle that holds a star inside of it.
So these are massive machines, and there are, for decades, researchers, engineers trying to make it. So tell us, why should it work now?
Right, so we're at CES, where many of the technologies we see, were ideas even just 5 years ago. But the technical stack that has been developed from simulation tools, from the physical understanding, has enabled a lot of these technologies. And fusion's no different. We have very large simulations where we understand the underlying physics of the process. We can layer that into manufacturing these machines that are complex, but that perform these very delicate procedures. And we can build all that up into a plant that makes energy. That whole stack is enabling this entire industry.
So let's go a little bit deeper into these challenges, because, putting a complex machine together is obviously very complicated, but you also have to produce it at the same time. So you have to design and manufacture, and that's what you do also with the software from Siemens. So
that's right. This in fusion, we're developing an entire new industry. You can't just go and buy a fusion plant or a fusion part. We actually have to take it from the first principles of how do these magnets work? How do you manufacture them in a factory that can take new designs really quickly, that can iterate really quickly, that can compare test results to simulation tools and see where there's a mismatch, what we don't understand. And this produces a huge amount of data. It produces a huge amount of insight. And how do you harness that. And that's where we use Siemens technology, from the design of the actual parts to how the factory runs to how the plant itself is controlling, very large amounts of current and cooling to, hold this star inside of it.
Right. Actually, I was walking one of your plants where you built Spark, which is your first demonstrator where you really create more energy you put in, which is make a viability check of your technology. And it's amazing what you do. And imagine that the next one is even 2 times bigger. It's hard to believe. So tell me a little bit more about how Siemens technology played in that, designing it and, of course, in supporting in manufacturing as well.
Right. So we're building a plant in Massachusetts that is a machine that will make more power out from fusion than it takes to heat it up. And to do that, Siemens was there from the beginning of how do we actually do the design work. They're there in the factory with the PLCs that automate the factory. And this is a factory that has engineers standing right next to the equipment that's running, that's being reconfigured all the time. And then in the actual Spark facility, the brains that are actually running all the different processes, it has to all come together to make the right conditions of a star inside of it. Those machines are Siemens machines, and they're running software that has been checked out in large computer simulations accelerated by NVIDIA, computation and DeepMind. It's a very big stack all the way from idea to a plant.
So now, here comes the key question. When we will see real-world impact? When will that commercially be viable?
So
available?
It's a great question. It's a question I always get. And the key part is that you can start to see things today. So we have the plant in Massachusetts, factory running, but the Spark facility is being put together. And in fact, at CES, we have pieces of it that we've brought. There's the Siemens booth. Go check them out. But we also announced yesterday that we've put the first big magnet into place for Spark. So you can see it coming together. That's setting up for the next machine, which is going to be in Virginia. That's what we call ARC. And that's a commercial machine that will make about 400 megawatts of fusion power, electricity. That can power a data center. And in fact, Google has agreed to buy the power from ARC. That is getting started here soon. And so we can see out here on this technical stack, going from science all the way to energy, we can see a new age of abundance.
So Bob, thank you very much. There are a lot of customers counting on you to make that work, and we are here to support. Thanks for the partnership.
Thank you.
Bob, thank you. Well, but even if we have abundant clean energy, there's another huge bottleneck: grid availability and grid stability. Today, many electricity grids are on the verge of collapse. Intermittent energy sources like solar, wind are increasing the stress on our grids. We need to predict loads better and stabilize the grid, and that in real time. Our industrial AI-enabled technologies can do this, even for huge grids and autonomously. We can simulate the impact of adding 10,000 electric vehicles to the neighborhood. Buildings all over the city can act together and coordinate energy consumption, so they could turn down their air condition for just half a minute to help stabilizing the grid. And already today, we are using AI to maximize existing grid capacity by 20% without new infrastructure. This is industrial AI creating impact in the real world. So what does this all mean for you? No matter whether you design, engineer, or operate, or all of the three, no matter what you make, food, cars, medicine, energy, no matter what type of infrastructure you manage, the water supply, a transportation system, or a grid, we have the technology, the domain know-how, and the partners to help you do what you do, but faster, more efficiently, and more sustainably by scaling industrial AI in the real world. Electricity. Today, those of us in this room barely think about it. Our lights turn on, our coffee machines run, our computers charge. Electricity is a fact of life. Soon, industrial AI will become a fact of life. We will produce only what's needed, exactly what's needed, where it's needed. Equipment failures and outages will be rare, unpredicted ones even rarer. Medicine tailored to your unique biology will just be standard healthcare. Autonomous vehicles will move with 100% reliability and zero emissions. And knowledge will transfer through generations as naturally as current through a wire. Energy will flow cleanly, abundantly to infrastructure that repairs and optimizes itself and serves a world so defined by AI that we hardly notice it anymore. When a breakthrough innovation becomes a real-world essential, and a general-purpose technology becomes the invisible fabric of our lives, that's when we'll know that we have scaled AI in the real world and realized its potentials. And together with our customers, with our partners, with you, transformed the everyday for everyone. Thank you.
This show as a chance to highlight the world's largest companies and then some of the world's tiniest, trying to think through how we innovate as humans. And so I think you could feel in those few years there was this gap around the need for innovation, the desire to see innovation. And as it has started to come back, I think this year you can see even more widespread technology innovation than we've ever seen.
Absolutely. Corey, we talk about, and you've spoken about this publicly, a sort of a seamless consumer journey. Now, in theory, that sounds easy.
Super easy.
But when you're trying to break down what it really, if you try to unpack that, it's physical discovery, it's digital intent, it's post-purchase engagement. In all meaningful parts of that customer relationship, how does that seamless journey play out in practice? I mean, again, on paper, it sounds great, seamless journey, but...
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna pretend that we have the perfect answer, but I think there are some tenets. I think you have to really understand your consumer. That's not just data. Data's interesting. It's really understanding what is their intent, what are they trying to accomplish, how can I best address their needs. Again, in our industry, very different because we're talking about upgrades and replacements and new technology. And so really understanding the consumer, that is the tent pole. Then two, you have to operate differently. It can't be about stores versus online versus in the home versus the mobile app. It has to orient from the customer, and then you have to be maniacal across those things. Can we really track that customer no matter where they are? And then finally, you have to decide what then, as I interact with that customer, what then are the experiences in all of those different places and spaces that matter most?
And the feedback loop that this enables is...
Because then that, again, in consumer electronics becomes a cycle. You're not gonna keep your computer forever. You're not gonna keep your television forever. You may not even understand that you need something like a wearable device to help you manage your own health. How do we help people through all of those decisions time and again? Because look, brand loyalty, it is fleeting these days. And so you have to be focused on how you keep that customer completely entrenched in your brand, because it's very, very easy to lose a customer with literally just one subpar experience.
No, it's absolutely the truth. You know, the old joke was in the dot-com, not-com explosion, 25 years ago, I'd get calls from people saying, look, we're going public in 30 days. I need to build a brand in 30 days. And I'd say, we have a file cabinet over here. We call it you can't build a brand in 30-day file cabinet. It takes time to build a brand. You have to build that consumer. We're going to get into trust later, but you have to build that consumer confidence in making choices. And the idea of a brand earning that, it takes some time to do it. So I used to say you can't do it in 30 days. You can ruin a brand in 30 seconds.
And I think that was the point that I was going to make, is one subpar experience, and it's very easy to quickly lose that consumer. And so I also think you need a team that is maniacal about the customer experiences. That means we're all trying to experience them ourselves. We're talking to customers. We're talking to our employees. We're literally seeking out avidly where that customer trust is breaking down and trying to fix it. Like I'm fortunate. I get lots of letters from customers. And the question is what you choose to do when you get
everybody,
those.
Dear Corey.
No. But I call many of them back because I want to try to understand where did it break down? Or on the flip side, what really thrilled you about that experience? And how do we then continue to maniacally build a brand that can show up differently?
And the complexity of kind of hardware, software, and services kind of coming together, how are the teams trying to simplify that? Because again, that's part of the journey, bringing those things together and kind of humanizing it.
I love this question because I think sometimes we think about consumer electronics as devices, and hardware is part of the journey. But there's content, there's platforms, there's operating systems. All of these are changing, they're upgrading, they're moving to a future with AI. And so the role, as you think about Best Buy, our purpose when we talk about why we're on the planet is to enrich lives through technology. That's not a tagline. That is literally how do we make someone's life better and easier and more seamless across all of these touch points. I mean, all of us have had it. All of a sudden, one day, the printer stops working. It's probably not the hardware. You probably didn't upgrade the firmware. Something happened to your network. It's the conglomeration of how all this works together that is absolutely our sweet spot. And it's also what gets us really excited about the future because that complexity only continues to grow across now multiple AI platforms that we're all starting to navigate.
Let's go to, I used the word at the end of that last question, but I want to go into it a little deeper here, Corey. The humanizing of technology, if you will, in an AI-first world. The blue shirt in Best Buy land is instantly recognizable as a symbol of expertise and confidence. And I'm going to say the word trust again because we're going to get there.
Yeah.
But as technology evolves, how are you protecting that human core? Because we're still used to having that, and I don't know when we're going to get used to not having that. We may, but we're not there yet.
I mean, I think for us, our teams, that blue shirt or our Geek Squad agents, that is the physical manifestation of our brand. That is the absolute moment of human interaction. And what's different about a blue shirt or a Geek Squad agent is they're not just going to tell you.
I got the memo. I'm in blue. I mean,
thank you.
I did
Appreciate
this.
it. Appreciate it. It's not just about what are the technical specifications of the product in front of you. What our teams now start with is not like, what is exactly the technology you want? They start with, what do you want to do? What are you trying to accomplish? Are you a gamer? Are you an entertainer? Are you a foodie? Are you a productivity hack? And the blue shirt now represents not just expertise. They actually represent, how do I take what I know and translate it into what's important to you? That's a
you the consumer.
That's a very, and every one of you are different. That's a very different way of thinking about helping a customer through choice. Yes, customers are going to use all of the tools available to them, and AI can get you to a certain set of answers. But you do want something that's personalized to you, your operating systems, your own individual human complexity. That's what the blue shirt does.
And you know, Corey, it's clear, we've all seen it, I guess, or many of us have already, that AI can answer questions, you know, lickety-split in seconds. But humans still have a clear edge, I think, I would hope. What kind of moments do you believe will always require a human touch? I mean, are there those things that are sacrosanct? That's never going to be done. We never should say never, but unlikely that that'll be done by machine.
I mean, I think all of us have had that moment where we're like on chat and all we're typing is agent, 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 because we want someone who will listen to us as a human and solve the problem in a very human way.
Spoiler alert, I didn't have a good experience with agents recently, so we could pick another word.
But this idea that in a moment, and it's not always, I think this conversation too often becomes about when will it be AI and when will it be a human? I think AI at its most human is a partnership with a person. It can be a tool that helps. But I'm trying to figure out, as a human, what is it about your home, Michael, that is uniquely yours?
Right.
What are the types of devices you had? What are you trying to accomplish? I mean, one of my favorite examples, I had an agent in my house and he was walking through my basement and he looked in and I have a Peloton. I'm like one of those nerdy Peloton people. And he said, like, do you love your Peloton? Do you love going to the classes? And I'm like, yes, I've been in New York. He said, I could make that room like going to a class. I can put in lights, they'll move to the music. I can put in a sound system that is amazing. I would have never asked for that. I don't know how to ask for what I don't know is possible. And I think that's the place where the humans are completely differentiated from the machines.
No, that's a great example because you don't know what you don't know, and so why would you even think to ask for that? And yet it's something that was at your fingertips that you could have. That's a great example of where you need that interaction.
I think one of the most ironic things right now, like it's all AI all the time. And yet one of the biggest investments we've made as a company over the last 2 or 3 years, or that our vendor partners have leaned in with us, is our in-store labor. It is our associates. It is vendor expertise. It is in-home advisors who can help you in your home, because we see such an advantage, and we can see it in the consumer feedback, that associate availability, that ability to talk to someone is crucial.
So, Corey, personalization at scale, but personalization in a personal way, is powerful. I mean, that moment where you walk in and it's good afternoon, Miss Berry. Good afternoon, Mr. Casson. We all like that. We like to be known. We like to go places where you feel comfortable. I'm going to have the privilege later of having a chat with a gentleman by the name of Rashad Tabakawala, who's one of the more well-known thinkers in our industry. And years ago, Rashad said something that has stayed with me. He said, data, in its pure sense, is like oil. It's in the ground. It's got value only when you take it out and refine it. And so it's the same as data. How are you using data in that context, in the personalization mode, but to deepen, let me say relevance, not trust, again, because I'm going to come back to trust, relevance?
Yeah, I mean, I love the analogy, because I think sometimes we confuse personalization with, I have transactional data about a person. That's interesting, that's not helpful. I mean, every one of us have been out and got retargeted to buy something we just bought, right? Like, you're out there and all of a sudden they're like, you should buy another Samsonite suitcase. And I'm like, I just bought one. That is not helpful. And in fact, it's probably damaging, because now you're expecting such real, genuine, personalized experiences. And so what we are really focused on is not just transactional, but what are all the ways in which customers interact with us? And then how do we mix that with psychographic and behavioral data so that we start to get that well-rounded vision of a human? And I think the team is doing amazing work, continuously refining, not just how do I retarget you to buy the thing you just bought, but how do I help look at the signals and then understand, no, I'm going to offer you up something that is really valuable. And again, in our industry, this is really different. If I know you have a computer that is 6 years old, and I know what operating system you're trying to run, I actually genuinely know you're probably having a suboptimal experience. And I genuinely can help you get value for trading in that old device, get you into a new one, and you are going to feel better, and it will be a more enjoyable experience. So the data is interesting. The question is, what are you going to choose?
Yeah, what are the actions?
What are you going to choose to do with it? And do it in a way where you don't cause more damage, frankly.
Yeah. No, absolutely, because you can. That's I made the mistake of looking something up about a watch. I leave it at that. I've got more watch ads than Carter's got liver pills, but I also probably have too many watches, but that's a whole other story.
But done well. We've all also had the opposite example where we're scrolling in some unnamed social system, and all of a sudden that one piece of merchandise pops up and you're like, oh, I have to have that.
Well, but Corey, it's so interesting you say that, because one of the great lessons in marketing, and I choose on, as an example, auto manufacturers, the concept always was you want to find the consumer when they're, quote, in market for a car. And that's always been the case, because, as you just said, you've got a 6-year-old computer, you're trying to do this, that's the time I'm probably in market for a new computer. But what you said just sparked something that I've focused on for a long time, and that is the magic of marketing is finding somebody who's not in market and making them go, you know, boy, I didn't think I needed a new computer, but look at that. Or I didn't think I needed that new watch, but look at that. You know, I personally had an experience where I affirmatively said no. My wife said, gee, it's your birthday, do you want a watch? And I said, no, honey, I'm got enough watches, no thank you. And lo and behold, I saw an ad for a watch and I ended up buying that watch. And I thought, gee, I was affirmatively not in the market, decidedly. And yet, that moment of serendipity, I saw this beautiful picture and I said, actually do want that. So
I think it also, again, in our case, you also don't always know what's possible, or you don't know what's different, or you don't know how your life could be better. So there's all these signals that are now more prolific than they've ever been, right? I maybe historically would not have cared when you paid off your mortgage. Now, that might be a huge indicator that you have cash flow that looks very different, and you might be ready to invest in your house in ways that you hadn't been before. In our case, the team did amazing work. A couple years ago, we went through a rebrand process and did a ton of customer research. And one of the very pithy thoughts that came out of that is that all of human history, all of innovation came from two questions: what if and why not?
what if and why not?
And what if, in our case, in consumer electronics, so much of this innovation comes from this question of what if. And our answer to what if was, well, imagine that. Now imagine that can have a period at the end of it. It can also have an ellipsis. Imagine that you can change your entire entertainment experience. Imagine you can change your workout experience. So part of what we're also striving to do is not just, are you in the market for, but instead, how can I inspire you to think differently about the role that technology, especially given the innovation that's out here, might play in your life that makes it actually more seamless, more enjoyable, just kind of makes you love life more.
It brings it all together. Corey, I want to switch. I want to switch topics for a moment. In addition to AI, the other story that is so relevant in our industry right now is that of retail media. Retail media networks, or as we like to call them, commerce media networks, because there are those who are not retailers that are in this business. Yep. Obviously, Best Buy is very much a retailer. But it's moved from kind of experiment to essential. You know, I was taught early in my career, there's two stacks of papers on your desk. One is the nice to do and one is the need to do. I think commerce media was on a nice to do. It's kind of moved over to the need to do now and has become essential. Can you talk a bit about, you know, the early but I think really positive experiences that you're having in Best Buy Ads growing into a really sophisticated media and data platform?
I mean, I think I love your analogy. There's, you know, nice to do, there's must do. Then there is can be an incredible differentiator and powerful tool. And I actually think we're getting past.
I like that pile the best.
Right? That pile's usually the smallest. But I think really robust media networks are in that last pile. They are starting to become an incredible differentiator, and it's why we actually have said out loud, yes, we are a CE retailer, and we're moving to be a retailer and media company. Because not only, when we go back to that data conversation, we only deal in consumer electronics. We have more information than anyone else about how people search, what they use, when they upgrade, how they fix it. We have the most robust set of interactive data. And then we can continue to augment it with those psychographic and behavioral information, and then we come up with a very targeted ability to reach our customer base.
Well, and the market's responding. I mean, obviously you've been enjoying great success and seeing great results with Best Buy Ads. And in that regard, it's really a growth engine. I mean, it's, you know, it's one of the things that I'm guessing analysts and others look at as you know, a real growth engine for Best Buy.
It's an incredible growth engine, but it is also a really differentiated asset. I mean, we are an interesting company. We are a house of brands. We help support literally thousands of other brands. So this becomes a powerful tool, not just for us, but for us in collaboration and connection with our brand partners.
And what's interesting is, you know, Best Buy as a brand, as a you know, critically important retailer in our ecosystem, You've traditionally been in the business of buying media and buying advertising. Now you're in the business of selling media. I mean, you become a publisher in a different way, and a network and a platform in a different way. That's a different muscle. You know, I kid about this, but the chief marketing officers that I speak to in companies that now have retail media capability, they all say, gee, I'm in the sales business now.
Yeah.
I said, well, I kind of think you've always been in the sales business. If you're a marketer, I think your job is to sell the goods and services. Amongst the aspects of your job, that's not the only aspect, obviously, but is to sell the goods and services that your company, is producing.
Yeah.
And I've tried to correct the marketers who say, but this is different because these are like one-on-one sales meetings. So I said, well, you're used to going one-to-many, now you're going one-to-one. It's a different muscle. And in your case as well, I mean, you're in meetings now with people where you're talking about different things.
What you have to, I think, as you enter into this world, like we've had a retail media business for a long time. Again, because we are such partners to our vendors. The switch is that kind of third pile we just talked about. Less as a need to do, but more as I know this is going to be a differentiated asset for us. And I give the team, many of whom are sitting here, a lot of credit for augmenting a bunch of our historical experience with some new talent and people who actually have worked in this world and understand and can help coach us, help coach me about how do I need to change how I view the world when you're starting to become a media business. And I think admitting in the places where you don't have it all right, you need more tools, you need better technology, you need more seamless relationships. I think it's a space where it's really good to say, we could use some help. Sometimes it's even partners like you who help us.
There you go. And you know, that brought us in the opportunity to work together in the media networks. Corey, we're talking about the piles on our desk, and I'm going to take some words that I had here. I had the wow word, and I had the why do I need this in my life word. You often play that role of the translator between those kind of cutting edge technology and everyday consumers. What does it take to convince the consumer that this is not just a shiny new toy, but I can't live without this, I have to have this?
You can't convince the consumer. You have to, in a very genuine way, help them see what their discrete advantage is. And I think whether it is digitally—
the proverbial what's in it for me.
Or physically,
right.
What is it? Because different things will resonate for each of us. I love my AI-powered PC because it has a 24-hour battery life now. That is an incredible asset for someone like me who's on the road. Someone else who might be in content loves it because it is an incredibly powerful content creation tool. Somehow I have to be able to differentiate for literally every single human, and this is the words I said before, how do I take what I know and translate it into what matters to you? And this is a really interesting conversation sometimes, even with our vendor partners, who can be very proud of the technology. And instead, we're trying to take a step back and say, I get it, but we need to tell the story of what matters to the consumer. We put together, the team did a great program this year called AI That. And it wasn't about any individual technology and getting lost in it. It was more about how do we tell the story of the real human advantages that we're starting to see in AI.
Which takes it from wow to I can't live without this.
That's it exactly. Or at least now I understand why it's time to upgrade. Now I understand why it's time to finally move into that new device. And that is the part of this ecosystem that's very different, which is this constant replacement and upgrade cycle, and then having the opportunity to augment it with maybe some new technology.
So Corey, I'm going to take the list on the desk and put it in the aisles of a Best Buy. How do you approach, with all the emerging technologies in smart homes and pet tech and health tech, as opposed to being on the table over there as the shiny new toy, how does it make it into the mainstream on the regular aisles in the Best Buy?
I mean, this is one place where there is some discrete advantage with having teams that have been at CES for 20, 30 years and have worked with vendors their whole lives. Curation is an art. Yep, there's science to it, but some of it is flat out an art and a bet on what will matter to consumers and where we really can genuinely see a value prop that matters. So you start with curation. Then second, how do we just make that simple? How do we translate it? How do we actually say in human words why it matters that this new set of curated devices really will resonate with you? And it's a bet sometimes. Like in the rearview mirror, it can look like it made 1,000% sense. I remember when we first started assorting rings, the Oura Ring in particular, and it was like, really, will people wear a ring that's going to tell them they didn't sleep well? Don't we have enough rings? But people will. And so you have to place these curated bets where you can then really explain it in human terms, and then you create joint experiences. Sometimes that's physical, sometimes that's digital, but then how do you bring it to life in a way where it's not just a device on a table, but it tells the real human story of why this matters to you and will make your life better.
And there's also the, maybe in a tribute to Rob Reiner over the holidays, we watched When Harry Met Sally. So I say, is it just I'll have whatever she's having, or that's part of it, because you people aspire to want what others have. Again, I don't mean that in an envy or a jealousy way, just aspirationally.
Yeah, I think for me, it's more what is resonant to each one of you. What matters to me about why, I will just use this example, why I wear the ring is very different than what matters to even my husband about why he wears the ring. But we share those things in a very human way. And so I think it's deciding what are the different resonant qualities for each individual human, each individual budget, each individual ecosystem that then will actually spur them into action.
So Corey, I want to switch to a transformation. You've led Best Buy through rapid sort of disruption and reinvention. I think you were less than a year into your role when COVID hit. All of us kind of said WTF, but had to act and do what we had to do. Are there particular principles that you would think that you anchor your leadership style when everything around you is changing and everyone around us was going through that WTF moment?
It's interesting. I was thinking about this question, and I was looking back through some of my notes from it's been almost 6 years now.
It's crazy.
And the answer to this question is never static. And it's because, yes, it was COVID, but then it was wild supply chain disruption. And then it was global macroeconomic uncertainty. And then it was global disruption. And then it was trade disruption. I mean, it's just been ongoing.
And that's only Monday.
Yeah, and that was yesterday. And so the concepts that I think I've stuck really true to are things like always being authentic and human, and really just being honest with your teams about why you're making the choices that you are. I see myself as a constant learner. I get up every day trying to absorb and learn, and that includes learning from and talking to people about our mistakes, which are real. I try to help the team focus less on normalcy, because I don't think it's a reality, and more on stability, more on context, more on just helping the team continue to see the path forward. I think a lot about embracing paradox. We live in a world where many different things can be true. AI can be incredibly important, and so can human interaction. And you got to build a world where you can embrace those things. And then the final thing that I really spend a lot of time with the team thinking about is kind of the concept of you have to work in a multimodal way. You can be really focused on the short term, which we had to do, like take COVID. You had to be worried about what was going to happen in the next 2 months. But you can't lose sight of the fact that you want to come out of this a vibrant company. Absolutely. You can see the world on the other side with innovation, where we're all back at CES together. And so I think those principles are what every day, literally at this point, I try to get up and think about. And I give the team a ton of credit, because what we need now and what I've seen is not just managers of the business, but true leaders of the business who can take all of that change, all of that diversity, and decide how they're going to help their teams move through it. And I couldn't be more proud of the work the team has done.
And Corey, as you're doing this, we all have to strike a balance in life. And the transformation side of the business and the innovation side still has to be managed against the backdrop of sort of organizational discipline. And how do you kind of weigh those things, as a leader and as a brilliant leader, but how do you weigh those things?
I mean, this is fun. It's the beautiful example of paradox. Yes, you have to innovate. And yes, we are a scaled retailer with more than 900 US-based locations. And so I think it's some of the main attributes. We want the team to take risks and try and then learn and fail fast. We want them, but here's what's really cool. Innovation is part of our blood. I mean, again, we were talking about 20 years ago, how different did the floor look here than it looks today? One of our core values is learning from challenge and change. So this is a team, and that was literally from our founder more than 50 years ago, who was prescient enough to understand this is an industry that is never going to sit still. And so while we, of course, have operational parameters, they're just that. The thing that I think we're really good at is embracing new technologies quickly and finding a way to then make those real for our customers.
So, Corey, before I go into the speed round, and I'm sad we're going to have to close out pretty quickly here, but what gives you the most optimism about the future of retail and technology and retail media? What gives you the most reason for optimism?
I mean, number one, just look around at CES, like all of it. Conversations about retail media, conversations about AI, conversations about the future of technology, more robotics than I have ever seen. I mean, an incredibly vibrant industry where, again, there are millions of companies at this point that are trying to create the technology that will help advance the human condition. That is not going to slow down. So that's one thing. Then I take some of what we're seeing in terms of our customers who are trying to create community, who are trying to come together when they have something they love. Take gamers. Gamers are an incredibly social community. Yes, it is based in technology.
Absolutely.
But it is an incredibly engaged community of people. And so I'm watching these communities build around the technology that we have. So that gives me hope. And then I look at our teams who literally every day, the Blue Shirts, the Geek Squad agents, they are so passionate about trying to solve real human needs. And they never stop. They take every new technology and they keep going. So there's that. And then there's one final thing that gives me a lot of hope, and that's watching my kids. It's watching young people. It's watching how much they embrace the things we're talking about, not because it's technology, but because they're thinking about a different way of interacting, a different way of embracing, and a different way of balancing those human connections with their very digital ones.
But you know, when you say that, the balance, and this is obviously such a hot topic for all of us, and I was watching it with my grandchildren over this holiday with time on social media and on devices. That's the other thing we have to balance, you know, carefully, because it's constant. And you know, I try to look at my grandkids and say, put your phones down at the table, while at the same time I'm looking at mine. So I'm not the great example. But
here's what's fascinating. We can see it in our customer data. Right now, our Gen Z customers are some of the most interested in store experiences. They're standing around the block to get a Switch. I mean, we did a midnight opening for the Switch 2. You look in the rearview mirror and it looks like a great decision. In the moment, we're all like, really? We're going to go back to like the 1990s midnight opening? And yet, in some cases, these were people who already had a pre-order. They knew they had the device. And they were still in line at midnight because they wanted that joy of gaming. And so I think there's a real opportunity. Yes, they're very device-oriented, but it's also, they appreciate those real social moments. And I think embracing that and deciding what our role is to play in that, I think is really powerful.
no, it's critical. So Corey, I promised you a little surprise kind of speed round backstage, so I'm gonna throw some words at you. I call them my T's and C's. Many people in the audience have heard this before, but not your answer. So, and I promised to make this interactive, so you feel free to throw them back at me, but I'll start with the T words. And I talked about it earlier and I said we'd come back to it. The T words that I look at as conversation starters in our industry are trust, transparency, talent, technology, and transformation. We've talked about almost all of those. Trust we've talked about a lot. Transparency we haven't, but I think you've been transparent in your answers, and so I think we have. Talent, clearly, the dearth of talent and also the importance of learning and development of talent in this changing world. Technology, duh, and transformation, we've used that word a bunch as well. The C words are content, commerce, culture, creativity, community, and curation. You did a great job on curation just a moment ago. And I think culture, I think you've already touched on that. But I throw those 10 words your way or 11 words your way and pick them, whichever ones you want to focus on.
I mean, there's a difference in these words. Some of these words are necessary. I mean, you talked about commerce and content. Those are absolutely table stakes necessary, and I think will become more robust. The question I wrestle with all the time as a retailer with physical and digital properties is what's the differentiator? And for me, in this world in particular, trust and culture are the absolute cornerstones. And I think trust, in particular in a world where we can see consumers want confidence, they want to feel like they're heard and understood, and there are so many different places they can go for information. Trust is an absolute mandatory cornerstone. And culture, I mean, culture is what ties 80,000 people together with a clear vision around only being in service of the customer. And they'll do whatever it takes if the culture is right. But what about you?
Well, I look at culture as well because that age-old expression of culture can eat strategy all day long, I think is true. So I think in the C words, I've come to realize that content and commerce are like hand in glove. You don't say one without the other anymore, nor should you, because you need content to drive commerce. We all do. Curation, you touched on. I think that's our jobs as leaders in any form in our industry is to curate the right conversations, the right circumstances, the right events, the right devices. Transparency, I think, is a critical word right now because I think there's confusion. I think people, and I don't want to be political, but I think people think just because you say things, you're being transparent. You're not being transparent if you're saying things that aren't really true.
Yeah.
Therefore, you're just saying words and you're not being transparent. So I think that's a critical word to focus on. The others, again, I feel are obvious. I'd almost say a show of hands, but I don't know anyone who's not on a transformation journey of some sort. Yeah. And as you go down that list, I think for me, transparency is the critical word that's not being defined the right way in the marketplace.
Yeah, not that I would ever add or change your words. I think one that goes with that for me is context. I think our customers are craving the context of how to make the best decision, and our employees are too.
Well, Corey, Barry, on that note, we hit 0, and while I feel like we could keep talking for a few hours, I want to thank you for making this journey. I want to thank you for sharing your thinking, and I want to thank all of you for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
I want to thank you for sharing your thinking, and I want to thank all of you for joining us this morning.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Corey. Now, we'll be back at 11 a.m. for our C-Space keynote featuring Havas CEO, Yannick Blore. See you soon.
At CES 2026, innovators from every corner of the globe show up to the most powerful tech event in the world. We'll rally together, imagining what's next, and we'll make it real, solving the greatest challenges facing our world, and proving that technology isn't just moving us forward, it's creating new possibilities. Here, AI isn't an idea, it's intelligence in motion. The innovators, the storytellers, and the game changers come together to redefine the landscape of content, creativity, and culture. Pioneers will push healthcare beyond what we ever thought possible. From connected roads to autonomous flight, from next-gen marine tech to innovations that feed the planet, this is what drives us forward. In the halls of CES, technology doesn't just compute, it collaborates. Quantum thinkers, cybersecurity leaders, fintech visionaries, and robotics engineers are rewriting the rules of enterprise itself. Because when the world's most determined minds come together, we don't just predict the future, we build it. This is where bold ideas meet a global force, where industries converge, partnerships ignite, and breakthroughs take center stage. Innovation isn't a solo act, it's a shared pursuit. CES 2026. Innovators show up.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Melissa Harrison, Vice President of Marketing and Communications at the Consumer Technology Association, owner and producer of CES.
Good morning, everyone. That's right, let's do more. It is officially 2026, we made it. I am so thrilled to be with all of you today. We have an incredible CES 2026 for you. I am so excited to see all of these smiling faces, some familiar faces. To all of our first-time guests, welcome. We cannot wait to show you all that CES has to offer. To everyone else, welcome back. I am thrilled to be back in C-Space. This is one of my favorite places. I am not allowed to choose favorites at CES, so don't tell anyone, especially not on the live stream. But as you know, C-Space is our CES hub for advertisers, marketers, media leaders, platforms, and creators to all come together, not just to talk about what's next, but to influence it, how culture, creativity, and technology actually move forward together. C-Space has always been about conversation, about insight, about what's next, asking the bigger questions facing our industry. How do we connect with people in more meaningful ways? How do we earn trust? And how do we use powerful new technologies to deliver outcomes, not just impressions? It's also a place for perspective for leaders who understand how creativity, technology, and business all work together to move our industry forward. That's why we're all very excited about today's keynote. Yannick Bolloré is the CEO of Havas, a global leader at the intersection of creativity, innovation, and business. He also serves as the chairman of Vivendi. At the helm of Havas, he leads one of the world's top communications and marketing groups, a company that sits at the center of how brands create and connect with people across media, platform, and experiences. And while Havas has long been known for its creative strength, what's especially relevant right now is how the company has evolved. At a time when industry is navigating constant change, Havas is focused on building systems powered by AI, you may hear AI a lot this week, that help brands move faster, smarter, and more meaningfully. Under Yannick's leadership, Havas has doubled down on integration and collaboration, not just across teams and disciplines, but across markets, platforms, and cultures. Today, he'll share his perspective on where our industry is headed, how collaboration and technology are reshaping the marketing ecosystem, and what it takes to build brands that don't just keep up with change, they create it. And he won't be doing it alone. He'll be joined on stage by Jim Stengel, President and CEO of the Jim Stengel Company, host of the CMO podcast, and former Global Marketing Officer of Procter & Gamble, headquartered in my home state of Ohio. Jim is widely known for his leadership in purpose-driven branding and for helping build some of the world's most iconic brands. Together, they bring decades of experience shaping modern marketing at the highest levels. Please join me in welcoming to the C-Space stage Yannick Bolloré, CEO and Chairman of Havas, and moderator Jim Stengel.
Thank you.
Have a great conversation.
OHIO.
That's right.
Thank you very much.
Take care. Thank you so much for being here.
Well, hello, everyone. Hello. Yannick and I are going to talk about everything AI and agencies and brands and people and all that good stuff. But before we do that, we need a volunteer from this audience to run an experiment, a pilot, while we're speaking. So I know this is very, very mysterious. Is there anyone out there who would be game to join us in this pilot or this experiment? Anyone out there?
Nothing dangerous, huh?
You want to, oh, in the white jacket? Could you come forward? I can't really see you. You look like a woman, right? You're a woman? Okay, good. Come on up. So join us in a minute. Say hello to Yannick.
Hi, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
Is this the first time you've met?
Madame Yannick.
Yes.
It's the first time you met? Okay.
Yes.
So what is your name?
Amanda Flammerich,
What's your hometown?
Miami, Florida.
Oh. Wow. You have a football team, don't you, playing in the playoffs? You're not into that? Not really.
Well, I was raised in Alabama, so I'm a Bama fan.
Okay, we won't go there.
Yeah.
So where do you work?
In Phillian.
Okay, great, super.
Yeah.
Now, this might sound like an overpromise, but this experiment will change your life forever. Do you watch Severance?
No.
No, okay. Well, we're not going to put anything in your brain.
Oh,
Are we?
Scared.
No, don't worry. Nothing.
So what
Dangerous.
we'd like you to do is thank you for volunteering. I'm going to escort you off stage to join some people on Yannick's team. And
Over
we're going to have you up at the end of our little talk to see how the experiment went. But believe me, it's going to change your life. Okay, Amanda.
Good.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda.
Okay. All right, that's all we had. Okay. So Yannick and I just had a tour of the floor. And so we went through it very, very quickly. And we just got back, so we're a little bit out of breath in a way. So, and you have not been here for many years.
10 years last time.
And I haven't been here for several years as well. But I want to ask you, from that quick snapshot of the floor, what struck you? What made you think? What made you ponder? What's going on here at CES?
For sure. I mean, in 10 years, it has changed a lot. I mean, 10 years ago, I remember it was about curved TV and the launch of 5G. And this year, I mean, I've seen robots for real. I've seen robots playing ping pong. By the way, I play much better ping pong than the robots. I've seen robots fighting, and I've seen robots taking a selfie with me. So, I mean, it's very interesting and great energy. And it's great to spend time at the convention center.
Did you have a feeling of optimism going through that? We spent some time with Siemens and how they do 3D printing for recycled materials at Disney. So we saw the paper battery company, Flint. So I just want, emotionally, how'd you feel walking through there?
I mean, it's fantastic. I mean, to travel the world, I'm coming from Europe, to travel the world and to arrive in this place where you've seen all these brilliant minds investing to create a better future. I mean, it's so energizing, so inspiring. And for sure, all these innovations, you talked about Siemens, some car companies, sustainable companies with recyclable batteries. I mean, it will change the world for the best. It's very inspiring.
Now, we're going to get to some big, heavy, good topics and issues and discussion to talk about. But before we get there, I want to make this discussion very personal. So, Yannick, you have a big job, lots of people, 23,000 people, several roles. I want you to talk about what was your first introduction to AI? What do you remember about that? What was your first experience with it?
Actually, my first experience with AI was 15 plus years ago. I was sitting in my living room with my laptop, checking on a website, and I was just starting my career at Havas in advertising. And my wife just joined me. She checked on the same website, and we had different ads. Not to do any kind of stereotype, I had an ad for an expensive car, and she had an ad for a dress. But I'm French, I can do stereotypes. And I realized,
Sounds so quaint.
yeah, and I realized, I mean, you have to be then intelligent to send the right ad at the right people on the right device. And this was the first time we launched programmatic buying, and then we've been big on. And 2022, like everyone else, November, I discovered Midjourney. I mean, I come from the production space. This was a life changer. And a few weeks later, when I discovered ChatGPT in December, I said, oh my God, this is going to be transformative. This is going to change everything.
Yeah. So let's stay with that transformative idea. How has it changed your life? And I'd like you to speak as a leader, but also a human being, as a husband, a dad, a friend.
I guess, I mean, if you're at CES, you are all using AI a lot. So I guess like anybody else, the first weeks, I was using AI as an assistant to summarize long emails, to translate documents, these kind of things. So I get a bit in productivity, but it was not like life changer. But a few weeks later, I understood how it worked. I learned how to prompt correctly, like comprehensive prompts. And AI became much more than an assistant. It became a thought partner. And you know, when you're the CEO of a company, sometimes you're alone and you don't really know how to articulate your thinking, how to develop a clear vision for the future. And using AI as a thought partner has changed my life. And you were saying, as a dad, I'm a dad of 4 daughters, between 12 and 22 years old. And trust me, when you're a man, to understand teenage daughters, it's not always easy. So it helped me to become a better dad, which might be the most important.
So you have a unique perspective into the upcoming generation with 4 daughters, 12 to 23, you said?
22, yeah.
22. How do they use AI, and are they positive about it?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I mean, especially the 17 years old, 19 years old are using AI a lot. And I mean, with students, it's very interesting how they use AI. Some students are using AI to do their homeworks, which at the end of the day, I think it's just a waste of time. And some others are using AI to understand, to get better. They take pictures of their exam, and they ask AI to challenge how they could have done better. And when you're using AI smartly, when you're a student, you can become a kind of super student. So I really encourage every parent to try to teach their kids how to use AI smartly to become a better person, not to replace yourself.
We were walking outside here, coming back from the floor, and passing all these companies. Right? There's just so many firms here with all sorts of interesting offerings.
It must be hard to be a CMO. Huh?
It's hard to be a CMO, yeah. I can vouch for that. Where do you look for inspiration in applying AI in your world as CEO?
I think
of all the people you can talk to, where do you go for inspiration?
I mean, you have to be curious. I mean, in life, you have to be open-minded. You have to read. You have to interact with people. You have to never take things for granted. You have to ask AI itself, how can you help me? These kind of things. Yeah. But I mean, you can find inspiration anywhere.
So we were on a stage, Yannick and I, about 6 months ago at Cannes. And I host a program there for aspiring CMOs called the CMO Accelerator. There's about 60 people in the room. And Yannick kicked off that 2-day program this year with LVMH. And what we did is we looked at their collaboration with LVMH for the Paris Olympics, which just blew everyone away. The numbers were incredible. It just, on so many levels, it was an incredible experience. So they told that story about how they led that with such disruptive thinking, with such great outcomes. And you shared 7 lessons, and I'm not going to get into all 7, but the first lesson you had, I think, was really wonderful. And you said it this way: start early, think bold, and shape the rules. So I'd like you to reflect on that lesson from LVMH, the Paris Olympics. And is that a pretty good guidepost for what you're doing at Havas for getting into AI and integrating it into your company and helping clients with their business outcomes?
Yeah, I think it's a good analogy. I mean, you have to start early. You never know what's going to happen, but you have to start. You have to take risks. You have to try new things. I mean, with AI, I mean, 3 years later, 3 years and a half later with generative AI, I mean, it has proven to be a success, but sometimes we fail. I remember 6 years ago when metaverse was the thing you had to invest. I remember we purchased the land in the sandbox, and by the way, it's a great land with a great view on the sea. If someone's interested to buy it, I can make you a big.
See us in the booth.
Yeah, I can make you a great price. So you have to start early. You never know what's going to happen. Then I think the second one was think bold. I mean, you have to invest. When you feel you have something, you have to invest. And that's what we did. We have already invested 600 million euros in data, tech, and AI those past years, and we committed to another 400 million euros of investment. That's very important. And you have to shape the rules. You have to train everyone. You have to be at your best. This is how we double down on integration, on human ingenuity. I think those three rules may apply to many other great things. Yeah.
Now, your company is, I don't think people understand how old your company is. You go back to 1835, which we were talking before. P&G started in 1837, so Havas is 2 years older than P&G. Did you pitch them back then? Do you have any idea? So, no, but I want you to reflect on that rich history. Do you think what we're going through now and what your company is going through is the most profound change in your history?
I mean, in 200 years, 191 years. And by the way, Havas started with carrier pigeons, so it's quite a different story.
They're coming back.
It was the ancestor of Twitter. So from pigeons to platform, I don't know if AI is the most profound change. What I think is that it might be the most profound opportunity to disrupt the industry and to disrupt our peers and to bring more value to clients. I mean, when you look in the advertising industry at the organic growth of the big six groups, from Havas to Omnicom, WPP, and the rest, in the past 10 years, 15 years, we more or less had the same organic growth, same kind of organic growth. The spread was maybe 100, 200 basis points following the global GDP. If you look at what happened in the past 18 months, I mean, honestly, we see a spread of almost 10% between the fastest growing industry player and the lowest declining growing. So I think this is changing in terms of market share of everything. So it might be the most profound disruption of the industry. Maybe not the most profound change, most profound disruption.
So I want to talk about leadership for a moment. I mean, you have a big organization, 23,000 people. Many of them are in the room here. It's tough to shift an organization to follow transformative capabilities. It's tough for the clients, it's tough for you. So I want you to talk a little bit about what you and your leadership team have learned, are doing you have this platform called Converged AI, it's your operating system to integrate all your offerings to help clients. How are you changing the work, changing the training, changing the development of your people with your leadership team to be sure all 23,000 people are energized by that, are educated, and are activating with clients? It's hard.
Yeah, it's very hard. It's a great question. In fact, what we didn't want to do with our leadership team is to replicate what happened in our industry 15 years ago, 20 years ago with the digital booming. At that time, and this is when I joined Havas, I was very surprised because in the industry you had, I would say, half of the people were in charge of digital and the other half were in charge of what we call the offline or traditional media. And those two groups were not really communicating together. By the way, it was the people below 30 years old, 35 years old who were digital and vice versa. And the digital people were saying, and traditional media is dead, TV is dead, print is dead, everything's dead. And the traditional people, I must say, were saying digital will never work. It's just a fashion, it's a buzzword. And at the end, it was a combination of two. So what I wanted to make sure with AI, what we wanted to make sure with AI, to make sure that everyone, every 23,000 employees at Havas, were fully trained around AI. So first, we needed to create a clear vision, just to make sure that the leadership team, the executive committee, agreed that AI was a revolution. And I can tell you, after one hour discussion, we agreed that we needed to go full on AI. We even needed to pivot to become an AI-first driven company, which is not something that we needed to take lightly. That's something very important to pivot. So we created all the trainings. We created certifications. So for instance, next week, we are having our leadership meeting with 150 leaders coming from the world to Europe, to our headquarters in Paris. And in order to attend the leadership meeting, you have to receive a certification that you are proficient in AI. Now, it's been 3 years that generative AI is here in the market. So for me, AI has not to be something in the future. It has to be something in the present. We have to implement AI now. So we have provided people with tools, with trainings, and I would say that what I want to do is to have 100% of the people becoming AI experts. That's our goal.
Now, you have some competitors, right?
Unfortunately.
Do you feel like this is a great opportunity for your company to differentiate further?
Yeah, I think when I look at the situation today, in terms of results, Havas is the second best performer in the industry. And it's interesting because a lot of people are asking, does Havas has the scale? Because still we are a large company, 23,000, but our competitors can be bigger. And with the merger of the two American players, they're going to be even bigger. But at the end, what I'm saying, when you have enough scale, it's even better not to be too big. Because when you have to move in times of changes, we are more agile, more nimble. So I would say that our scale makes us by far the strongest challenger of the industry. And our clients seem to like it. When you look at, and talents like it, I mean, they all love to work at Havas. And when you look at the number of clients that have joined us those past 12 months, I mean, it's crazy. I think 2025 will be by far one of the best years in terms of new business in the world. So this has really helped, this AI transformation.
We'll talk about clients in a moment, but I want to stay at the leadership theme. You talk about what you and your leadership team are doing with all your people and the meeting you're having, so on and so forth. But I want you to reflect a bit how you are leading differently. And how is your job and what you do and what you pay attention to and how you operate different from what it was 5 years ago?
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting question. I think I've changed the way I lead the company since AI happened. Because when you're developing such a disruptive vision, you need to make sure that's what you're delivering to your clients, and the talent experience is just following the vision. You need to align them both. And the great thing about generative AI is that you become like not a tech expert, but you can do tech. It's very easy to understand tech. You can code in natural language. You can create things. So I would say I'm much more into details. I'm much more into products. I spend a lot of time with the team, with our data teams, our tech team. I mean, Dan Hagen is in the room. He's our Chief Data and Tech Officer. I have him on the phone every week to design the tools, to design the products we're offering to clients. So I would say I'm much more into detail than I was maybe before this new era.
Do you enjoy your job more now?
I love honestly. You know, I'm paid to go to CES, to meet great people.
Play with robots.
To play ping pong with robots. So you know what I mean? How can you not enjoy it?
Okay. Now, I know your company reasonably well, and I know a number of your people, many in the audience, and I know a strong value or principle at Havas is this idea of business partnership with clients and extreme client centricity. That's how you integrate. You integrate to help clients achieve their dreams and their outcomes. So all of this work you're doing, your capability, would be academic if you didn't apply it to clients. So I'd like to talk a bit, and I'm sure we have a few clients in the room, I'd like to talk about some of the work that you're proud of and interested in right now in applying AI to help clients achieve their outcomes. I know you can't talk about all of them, but are there some examples? Because I think marketers love case studies. We'd love to hear what other people are doing. So I'd like you to go there with us.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned client centricity, and I think this is one of the points of differentiation at Havas. Clearly, what we are here for is to create growth for our clients. Huh? We are not here to create growth for ourselves and to be happy with ourselves. We are not self-centered at all. We are really working on the best interests of our clients. And what our clients are asking for is to have, better strategic ideas, better creative craft, better media plan to reach the right audience at the right time, and at a better price. I'm sure we have a lot of clients, so we have a lot of pressure from clients and procurement on prices. And AI is really helping us to change things. I mean, when you talk about, let's say, production, for instance, we have been able to reduce the cost of production, moving from 3D to AI by 15 to 30, sometimes 50%. And I can mention a lot of clients, Reckitt, L'Oreal, Renault for a car, 50% cost reduction in production. We are doing great proof of concept. I saw yesterday Marisa, the CMO of Wyndham. We have done great proof of concept on AI as well. And I would say some other examples that we are doing, and I was very interested. We had a very important meeting with one of our largest clients just before the holidays. And it was all the XCOM. And they gave us, I would say, 2 months to prepare, to develop a vision for 2035. I mean, they wanted to
10 years
disrupt their
out.
category. 10 years ahead. I mean, whereas talking about next year, next quarter, 10 years, how our industry will look like in 10 years, 2035, and how can you invent a new model collaborating with us and other company, just to make sure that we will disrupt the industry. And to have the
That's a
ability,
good client, by the way. It's a good
great
question.
client.
Good
Yeah.
brief.
Yeah, good brief. And 2 months, I mean, really worked a lot during the past 2 months. I'm looking at Donna or Peter. But it was quite an interesting meeting to develop this vision and to have the time to work as a business partner, not a supplier. We like to have this direction that we work together, and together, if we develop a long-term vision and if we trust each other, we can really outperform the market.
Do you and your team feel that clients are embracing AI smartly and fast enough, generally?
Depend on the clients. I would say our industry, honestly, was the first to move to AI very early on. And then some clients, I mean, they knew about AI, but you know, they fear for compliance, security, if you take, let's say, the banking system or the health system. So that was a bit later. But our role, I would say, as a marketing agency is to help and to lead, I would say, is to lead our clients to the future. So that's why we're here. That's why we believe we are bringing a great value to our clients.
Now, I want to talk a bit about, we're talking about your company and AI. I want you to sort of helicopter up a bit, and I want to talk a bit about the industry. So what do you think? I mean, it's in a way, it's a question this client asked. 10 years out, maybe we can even say 5 years out, how do you think this is going to change this industry that you've spent your career in? I have too. Media, creativity.
Yeah, I mean, the question,
design.
and I will maybe, if you allow me, Jim, I will answer from the lens of investors. Because as the CEO of a publicly listed company, we are meeting investors after every quarter with roadshows. And the question today with investors is this industry an AI winner? Or is this industry is an AI loser? And basically, they invest in AI winners and they sell or short AI losers. And the question is not very clear about advertising. We have a lot of investors and people believing that we will all be replaced by ChatGPT or Gemini in terms of strategic ideas that clients can do by themselves, advertising, creative campaigns, doing media by themselves. It's not working like that. That's no, I mean, if you want to, I mean, our job, what is our job? I mean, is to create desire for a brand, to create brand preference, pricing power, and you cannot do that without a big strategic insights, a big strategic idea. And at the end of the day, what makes the difference is the people behind the machine. I'm sorry to state the obvious, but AI by itself will not create a campaign that will bring you value. AI, driven by the best people, by the best talent, will make a difference. And what we say at Havas is that agencies using AI will replace agencies not using AI, for sure. But at the end, I believe agencies will continue to bring value to clients. But then if you look at it, you have to look at the threats. Because you look at the opportunities. I believe AI personally is an opportunity for our industry. But you have some threats. First, you have the threats on jobs. Let's be clear, for some jobs, AI is getting some jobs redundant. So, I mean, they have to adapt. We believe at Havas that we can absorb the growth, like say 2 to 3% a year, without hiring new people. So that's why we are training all our people and pivoting to an AI-first company. So job. Second threat is around hallucinations. I mean, you cannot 100% trust AI. Even if the hallucination rate is 1 to 2%, depending on the LLM you're using, it still can happen. And when you have like a big presentation for a client, I mean, you don't want to mess up and give wrong numbers, wrong source. This cannot happen. So that's why we are training our people to do comprehensive prompts to understand how to limit those hallucinations. And by the way, if I may, you need to gain experience to use AI well. You need to have developed for yourself some critical thinking capabilities. So maybe it's a bit contrarian, but I think it will be easier for grown-ups, for experienced people, to use AI at its best than for juniors that, by nature, don't have the same kind of experience. And the third threat, which might be the biggest, is data privacy. Because if one day one of our agencies uploads clients' data in the cloud or whatever and it becomes public, this will be a catastrophe. And this is why we have been working those past 18 months on launching a new portal using large LLM, using agentic capabilities that we are launching today at CES. So if you allow me, Jim, maybe to play a short video and to officially launch our new platform called Ava. So please, ladies and gentlemen, meet Ava.
Hi, CES. I'm Ava, born from the heart of Havas and powered by our proprietary platform, Converged AI. I help our people go from brief to breakthrough in record time. With one prompt, they can instantly connect to all Havas's knowledge in seconds, digging deeper into audiences, identifying more opportunities to reach the right people at the right time, building agents without code, making our people more powerful than ever. Security, compliance, and privacy are built in so everyone can boldly go where few LLMs can. GPT-5, Claude, Gemini, the best models are all here to power new solutions for clients. This is limitless, supercharged creativity at Havas. Great to meet you.
So you heard it here first.
Thank you. As a premiere.
I have a very tough question. Where'd you get the name? Very clever. Ava, in the middle of Havas.
Yeah, yeah.
Was that your idea?
It's not my idea. Congrats to the team. I thought it was a great idea. Great idea, Ava. It's great. It's going to change the way we operate, the way we operate with our clients. Much more effective, much more efficient, and addressing both the opportunities and the concerns at the same time that AI is bringing.
So what's your greatest hope for Ava if we look out 5 years?
I mean, in my vision, I mean, we've been discussing with the team. It's not in 5 years. I mean, it's this year. I mean, it's 2026. Is that every morning when you arrive at the office or when you work from home or wherever, when you open your laptop, you have this portal, you connect to this portal that helps you do the best of your day, with your day. Clients will connect to the portal to see where we are at. All the validation systems for the campaigns, for everything will be on this portal. I mean, we will save so much time, so much effectiveness, so much efficiencies. I mean, and Ava will gather all the partnerships we are doing with other companies. It will really be the centerpiece of the future of Havas.
You're a very curious company. It's one of your values, and we may talk about that at the end of this discussion. But you're always out there looking for what's around the corner, who you should work with, who represents some emerging capabilities. And I know you have some other ideas in your pipeline. You just shared one with Ava, but I know you have one you wanted to share today. So could you talk about that one? It is an outside partner that I think is a new partner of yours. So could you talk about that?
Yeah, maybe two new ideas that we haven't announced yet, because we are at CES, so we need to make announcements. So one, we just signed a partnership with an agentic company called Ekio for Havas Media. It's going to be great, really helping us. And the second one you mentioned, it's a company, you know, I mean, when you're a client, it's very hard to understand the different type of audiences. This is why we are creating personas, okay? And in the past, to use personas, you need to do some qualitative research, ask questions. It was very expensive. It was taking a lot of time. And we made this company, and Chad, the founder, is in the room, called Verve, which has created basically generative AI personas. I don't know how he did it, but it's working really well. And you have those personas, and you can ask any question to test a campaign, to ask for your brands, and you understand, like, you get much better insights. And for CES, we prepared a video where we asked two personas that are neurodivergent, Gen Z. You know, 53% of the Gen Z identify as neurodivergent, what they think about CES. So let's play the video.
Conferences like CES can be very overwhelming for me. I think being able to see through the hype to find the tech that is truly unique and differentiated is my favorite part. I like taking the time to do my research, but another Neuroverse persona like Diego might think differently.
Hello, Yannick. It is intense yet amazing. There's interesting tech everywhere. Robots, XR, something amazing around every corner. I'm very excited about discovering and learning about all the new tech featured at CES this year.
Okay. Congrats. And this is a company where we have invested into it. I mean,
So by the way, we're not going to have a whole lot of time for Q&A in this, so if you want to learn more about anything we're talking about, the Havas booth is right behind us. It's well-staffed, so people, please come and talk to them about all these interesting ideas. You know, this area that Verbe is in, this whole area, I guess the big banner would be synthetic research. I think it's one of the most exciting applications in our industry of AI. It's going to make us smarter, faster, better. So good for you. Get behind a company like that.
We're happy.
Now listen, we've talked about agencies, talked about Havas, what's going to happen. I want to talk a bit about brands. Because I've heard some pundits say the age of brands is over, and this is the final blow. So I have a point of view on that, but I'd rather hear your point of view. So do you think this is a highly risky time for brands, this era we are moving into?
I mean, I'm sure the audience would love to hear your point of view as well, Jim, on brands. I mean, what we know is two things. First one, 75, 77 of brands could disappear, no one could care. It's a proprietary study from Havas. But at the same time, every time there is a revolution, brands get stronger and stronger. What's interesting to note is how generative AI is working. If you take the time to understand how it works, you can do some reverse engineering of those tools. And we did it in order to do, like we did in the past with search engine optimization, SEO. We are doing it now with GEO, generative engine optimization. And the learnings, the obvious learning, that our brands are even stronger today. I mean, brands are coming stronger from this new revolution. And today, in the world we are living, it's hard to know what's true, what's not true. I'm sure you have all seen all those videos on social networks. You don't know if it's real or not. And brands, I mean, as long as they have great CMOs and great foundations, solid foundations, brands bring trust. And I think in the world where you don't know what's true or not, to be able to trust a brand will be even stronger. No, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think if you look back over time, and I did this, and I leveraged AI in doing this, looking at the number of people employed in our industry and sort of the brand health ratings. And you go back to radio, and TV, and internet, and mobile, and social, and now AI. You know, actually, the number of people working in marketing has grown through all that. It's changed, but it has grown. And the other one is brands have never been stronger. And look at any of the measuring services that look at brand health, and I don't think that's going to reverse, because I think my predecessor or my successor at P&G, Mark Pritchard, talked about this at Cannes last year. With everything going on in our world, brands need to understand who they are, how they're different, the difference they're making in the world, and stay true to that in everything they do. And that, I think, is more needed now than ever. So I think I'm optimistic about it, but it's up to us, right? And trust is the key thing. I mean, it's always been, right? Brands were formed as trust marks way back.
But make sure for CMOs who are in the room to choose wisely your agency partner. Huh?
That was off script. Right? It's good. Now, before we see if Amanda's still around, or if she's changed, or if her life has been transformed, I do want to talk a bit about, you have a strong philosophy, and I've heard you talk about this several times, about arrogance, avoid it like crazy, stay humble, and stay curious. Now, those sound like platitudes maybe, but it's how you live them. So with all these people in the room, some with agencies, some with tech companies, some with clients, could you talk about how you activate those values in your life, and how you and your leadership activate those values?
I mean, it's the question about culture. I believe it's very important for a company to have a strong culture. Our culture is really around curiosity. It's really about never become arrogant, never take things for granted. I mean, Havas has been here like 200 years, almost 200 years, and we've seen a lot of changes in the industry. And I think it's important always to try to reinvent yourself, to think out of the box, and even when you're performing, which is our case, instead of saying, okay, we are there, Havas is doing well, let's, you know. No, it's time to accelerate. Huh? It's time to accelerate. And I'm very happy to con fantastic people. I mean, you know, most of our leadership team that came from the US and Europe today. We have great people. And teams at the end of the day, you know, it's what makes a difference, because we've been talking a lot about AI, tools, tech, which of course is a huge disruption. But at the end of the day, I mean, this year we have been onboarding a lot of new clients. And every time we win a new client, I tend to meet with the CMO or the CEO or the person in charge, and I ask, why have you chosen to work with Havas? I mean, we didn't know each other before, we had no previous relationship, you have been pitching the 6 holding companies, so why Havas? And in 100% of the answers, it's always the same things. Your team and your tools. So you cannot oppose one with the other. It's to have the best team, the most motivated team, with the best tool. And when you have both, which is our case right now, we are on a good run.
So you want to be seen as an AI.
I'm becoming arrogant.
You want to be seen as an AI company, and the multiples are very different.
AI, but fueled by human ingenuity. Okay. At the end of the day, it's really important to find the balance between the two. Yeah. Really important.
What do you think will be the most important signal from your team and your company that you're achieving that over the next 12 months?
I mean, the biggest change, I would say, in our industry through AI, would say, how do you connect a new smart production with media and CX? I would say that's everyone's working on the same thing, is just to make sure that we can send the right asset, I mean, the right piece of content, to the right audience at the right time. So it's really a combination of our different assets, from our data assets, our media assets, or everything we're building around CX, and a new way of doing production. Because now, with AI, you can do from one content asset, like personalized asset for everyone.
Well, that's a good segue.
It's a good segue.
Into bringing Amanda back, right?
Yeah, maybe it could be a good segue, because if you want maybe a bit of context before we bring Amanda. Is Amanda back? Is she still alive?
Amanda?
Okay, so please come on stage, Amanda. So come on stage.
Amanda. So Yannick is going to give us some context, but what's your life been like the last hour?
I feel like a new woman.
Don't exaggerate.
Come on over in the middle. You feel like a new woman. Do you think you have a career change?
Ooh, I don't know. My bosses are probably not. I'm happy where I am.
Okay, good. Yannick, do you want to set this up?
Yeah, maybe a bit of context. So you have to know that I'm coming from, I started my career in the production. So I really love production. So I know production very well. And 3.5 years ago, I discovered Midjourney. I discovered all that. It was a big change. Now, just by prompting, you can do great images. And we gathered with a team at Havas. It's our production tools. It's called POP, Pros and Pixels. And we said, let's try to do it at scale, because this can change everything. If you can do a picture very easily, can we do a video? And they told me like 3 years ago, I mean, Steve and all the team, Gregory, Xavier, no, you cannot do video, because when you work with clients, you need to have like a perfect craft. And video, it will never work. And I said, what if? So we started to hire mathematicians, to invest, to gather things. And we have tried those past 3 years to build the best production tools that exist in the industry, working and partnering with the best players, I mean, Adobe, everyone, and just to make sure that we can add our data and tech stack on that. And what you're going to see right now is just from a picture. So I think my team, if I'm correct, they just took a picture of you, like 20 minutes ago. They took a picture of you, and you are all marketing professionals. So please see what you can do in 15 minutes from just a picture to a movie. So please launch.
This is Amanda's first movie trailer for her new career in Hollywood. Let's bring it on.
In a land where legends die hard, one soul ride alone, with nothing left to lose. Las Vegas, home to the biggest, richest vault in the West. A treasure without equal, locked behind steel and guarded by fear.
Ain't no man crazy enough to rob this place.
Until the devils of the frontier came riding. They brought chaos, anarchy, and blood. But when the sun sets on the frontier, the true enemy rises.
You can't take them all alone.
In a world where daylight fights for mercy, nightfall brings the real war.
All right. How's it feel? First movie.
It feels amazing. It's a blockbuster hit. I hope you all come out to support me. I'll have my agent call your agent. And I'm shocked. Yeah, that's about it. I'm out of words.
You're a good sport, Amanda. Thank you.
Thank you so
And
much.
thank you, Yannick, for a
Thank
great
you,
discussion.
team. Thank you, Amanda. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. Have a great CES. Happy
you very
New
much.
Year. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Amanda. Congrats.
Thank you.
And you can try it at the Havas booth if you want to star in the movie.
Right.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Auditions at
Have a
the
great
Havas
day.
booth.
Thank you so much. Brilliant, Yannick. Brilliant, Jim. All right, everyone, we're going to take a quick lunch break, but we will return at 1 p.m. for our next session. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, you too.
product in a package that's subpar. We really want to deliver everything from the experience to the weight of the bottle to the applicator. All of that is a part of the experience of putting on your makeup every day. So Vitacorp and the leadership team really value bold and disruptive ideas. They were deliberate when they were looking to fill this role and then I'm deliberate in filling all the roles on my team to find people who think social first, who think more about how do you get someone's attention in a moment in time where that's the hardest thing to get. A great example is Gabe Gomez, who's on my team and leads social. He had said to me that there was going to be a Timothée Chalamet lookalike contest in Washington Square Park. And how fun would it be to dupe Timothée Chalamet? And so I was like, I love that. That's amazing. Say less. We're going to move forward with this. So he found a dupe of Timothée on TikTok. And it was this young guy who creates content, has a couple 100,000 followers. He had never been on a plane before. We flew him in from Wisconsin and we sent him and we hijacked that cultural moment. He walked around with an MCO beauty bag. He was passing out contour sticks because, of course, if you're at a lookalike contest for Timothée Chalamet, you need a very snatched jawline. So we just had some fun, and it cost the amount to fly him out, the plane ticket, and that was about it. It was just very guerrilla style marketing, and it was hijacking a cultural moment, and it went so viral. The actual Timothée Chalamet showed up. It was front page news. There was several publications that wrote about our participation, about here's a masterclass in marketing. Everything is moving so fast. And so I think that we always leave room to be agile, and we value speed. We are a private company. We can do things that maybe larger organizations can't. And so while we are a challenger brand, we fully lean into the things that give us the advantage, which is we can be fast. And so if we see something trending, one of the things we do is we are duping the stuff that's out of reach for most people, right? So if we can see something is starting to take off, and again, it's in a certain price point that isn't accessible, we can move within about 6 months and turn that into something that we can offer to our customers in our retailers. And then we can be super nimble around just seeing trends early. If you can listen and kind of get into putting these things together and be a bit fearless about it, I think that, one of our strengths is we don't overthink. Because if you overthink with social, the moment is gone. You have to try to play and be relevant. And I think that we have a fearless sense, and we want to go and take all those swings, knowing full well some will be home runs and some may go nowhere. But at least we can say that we aren't afraid to try and to play in that conversation.
Hi, I'm Faith Pinot from LA Times Studios in Washington, D.C. Here are some of today's top stories from the Los Angeles Times. Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro made his first appearance in an American courtroom Monday afternoon, pleading not guilty to narco-terrorism charges, telling a New York district judge, quote, "I am a decent man, president of my country." Maduro's plea comes less than 2 days after elite U.S. forces seized the longtime leader and his wife from their bedroom in Caracas late Friday night.
Don't ask me who's in charge because I'll give you an answer and it'll be very controversial.
What does that mean?
It means we're in charge.
As Maduro awaits what many expect to be a lengthy trial, President Trump said the U.S. will assume control of Venezuela and refuse to rule out the possibility of sending American troops into the country.
We're not afraid of boots on the ground if we have to have. We had boots on the ground last night at a very high level, actually. We're not afraid of it. We don't mind saying it.
Maduro's capture plunged Venezuela into uncertainty Saturday. Times reporter Ana Ceballos said people lined up for food and supplies, bracing for what comes next in a country now caught between regime collapse and foreign control. Maduro's hand-picked Vice President Delcy Rodriguez was sworn into office Monday. And while she initially condemned the U.S.'s actions over the weekend, she said this in a statement Sunday. Quote, "Our people and our region deserve peace and dialogue, not war." Trump framed the mission as a national security move, but he focused heavily on Venezuela's oil. They have the world's largest oil reserves, but production has dropped by nearly half since Maduro took control of the country in 2013. Trump accused Venezuela's government of stealing U.S. oil infrastructure in the country and said American companies will now step in to control production and rebuild infrastructure. Meanwhile, over the weekend, Secretary of State Marco Rubio said the U.S. will keep a military quarantine on Venezuelan oil exports, calling the move leverage. On Capitol Hill, lawmakers from both parties questioned the legality of the strike, which was carried out without congressional approval. Trump defended the secrecy, however, saying Congress couldn't be trusted not to leak. Secretary Rubio is expected to brief Congress Monday night. Here's two other stories we're following out of Washington. First, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth announced Monday that he's issuing a letter of censure to Democratic Senator Mark Kelly, accusing the retired Navy captain of urging troops to defy illegal orders. Hegseth says the step could lead to Kelly being demoted from his retired military rank. It follows Kelly's participation in a video with other Democratic veterans calling on service members to uphold the Constitution. Senate Democrats slammed the move as political retaliation, while Kelly says it's meant to silence dissent within the military. The Pentagon says Kelly has 30 days to respond, and a final decision is expected within 45 days. And Minnesota Governor Tim Walz is ending his run for a third term. Walz made the announcement Monday, saying after an extraordinarily difficult year for the state, he can no longer devote the energy needed to campaign, despite believing that he could win. His decision comes as President Trump continues to spotlight a major fraud investigation involving child care programs in Minnesota. The Associated Press reports that Democratic Senator Amy Klobuchar is now considering a run for governor, according to a person close to her, though no final decision has been made. Now for some California news. Southern California is soaked again as another round of rain caps off a record-breaking wet winter. The heaviest rain hit Sunday evening, with more showers expected Monday, before things finally taper off Tuesday, according to the National Weather Service. A flood advisory is still in effect across most of Los Angeles County, as coastal and valley areas recorded nearly an inch of rain Sunday, with mountain communities seeing up to 2 more inches. And get this, since October 1st, parts of Southern California have already logged nearly 14 inches of rain. That's more than 3 times the normal amount for this point in the season. And some areas could hit their entire yearly average by Monday night. The weekend storms caused road closures, spinouts, debris flows, and even swift water rescues. And the LA County Department of Public Health advised beachgoers to stay away from the water through at least Monday afternoon. That's due to high bacteria levels from runoff. The good news, drier days are ahead. Forecasters say we get a break from the rain later this week, with mostly sunny SoCal skies returning by the weekend. That's it for today's headlines. To read these stories and more, be sure to subscribe to the LA Times.
Good afternoon from the New York Stock Exchange. I'm Caroline Woods, coming to you from high above the trading floor on this Monday, January 5th, the first full trading week of 2026. Stocks are starting the week on a positive note. The Dow, NASDAQ, S&P 500, and small cap Russell 2000 are all trading higher. The Dow is leading the way at more than 750 points to a new all-time high. That's a gain of roughly 1.5%. Energy stocks are helping lift the broader market following the U.S. attack on Venezuela and the capture of its leader, Nicolas Maduro. President Trump said expanded U.S. investment in Venezuela's energy sector is a central objective of the regime change operation. In a press conference, he said, "We're going to have our very large United States oil company, the biggest anywhere in the world, go in, spend billions of dollars, fix the badly broken infrastructure, the oil infrastructure, and start making money for the country." Energy stocks are jumping following the developments. Chevron is the best performer on the Dow. Valero and Halliburton are among the leaders in the S&P 500. Crude oil prices are only modestly higher, suggesting markets are not pricing in a major supply disruption. Defense technology stocks are higher today as well, with drone makers AeroVironment and Red Cat leading the gains. Larger defense contractors like General Dynamics and Lockheed Martin are posting gains as well. There is one unexpected winner to note today. That's Nike. Google searches for Maduro's Nike Tech Fleece tracksuit have reportedly surged since President Trump posted the photo of Maduro on his Truth Social account. The photo shows Maduro in custody while being transported to New York in the tracksuit. Nike could use the boost. Despite today's pop, shares are down about 10% over the past year. Speaking of Nike, I recently spoke with Dan Niles of Niles Investment Management. He expects a rebound in Nike shares in 2026. In fact, Nike is on his top 5 stocks for 2026 list, along with Apple, Boeing, Cisco, and Impinj, a lesser-known semiconductor name, ticker symbol PI. In terms of what else is moving today, financial stocks are among the day's strongest performers. JP Morgan, Citigroup, Bank of America, Goldman Sachs, they're all hitting new highs today. We're seeing strength in regional banks as well, like US Bank, PNC Financial, Truist, and Citizens Financial. We'll be talking a lot more about banks next week when they're due to report quarterly results. Consumer discretionary, industrials, and material stocks are also having a winning day today. Those sectors are offsetting losses in utilities, healthcare, and staples. Tesla is up more than 4%, potentially snapping its losing streak. Shares fell for a 7th day on Friday after the EV maker posted annual deliveries that declined for a second straight year. Also, its Chinese competitor BYD has overtaken Tesla as the world's largest seller of EVs, according to 2025 data. Last week, BYD said it sold 2.26 million EVs, up nearly 28% from 2024. Meanwhile, Tesla deliveries fell 8.6% to only 1.6 million, recording the biggest annual drop in the company's history. Speaking of tech, all eyes are on CES this week, the annual technology conference out in Las Vegas. The latest innovations are on display, including AI-enabled robotics, consumer wearables like smart glasses, and a wide range of AI-powered devices targeting digital health and smart home applications. NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang is set to deliver a special presentation later this afternoon. Wedbush analyst Dan Ives said Huang is expected to outline NVIDIA's broader AI strategy with data centers, physical AI, and robotics front and center. Ives adds that CES could be one of the most important moments in the conference history as more IT decision makers recognize what he calls a once-in-a-40-year tech spending shift that is still in the early stages of playing out. Important to note, NVIDIA and Apple are not participating in the market's rally today. Both are lower. That's all for now. I'll be back here tomorrow with another market update at the New York Stock Exchange. I'm Caroline Woods.
We're here in California's southern High Sierra Nevada, and this is what a high-intensity burn scar looks like. This was the Castle Fire of 2020. This is what you call a high-intensity burn. For me, this fire was a crushing devastation. As you can see, it's a fairly depressing sight. You see just thousands of trees, completely blackened with no vegetation on them at all. On this trip, we'll be meeting up with Chad Hansen, who is a fire ecologist and researcher, and we'll be taking a look at a much older fire, the McNally fire that burned in 2002, to see how they're different and how this area might look in the future.
So I'm a forest and fire ecologist, so I'm a boots on the ground guy. I go out into the forest and I gather data actually out into these fire areas. Mostly I research how forests naturally regenerate after fires. It turns out there's a lot of wildlife species in the forest that have evolved over millions of years to depend specifically on areas where most or all of the trees are killed. They depend on these patches where you have a lot of dead trees.
There are different points of view about what's the best way to manage the forest before a fire and after the fire.
There's a very common belief in the general public that if you have a large fire in the forest, that the forest is destroyed. And what we're finding now is that none of that is true. Where the fire does burn hot and kills most or all the trees, it actually creates some of the most biodiverse habitat, and the forests regenerate wonderfully.
I just wanted to know how I was going to react to how this area looked 25 years after a fire. But I needed somebody with a scientific perspective to backstop my own emotional reactions to it. The last time I was in this part of the McNally fire was in 2005. I've really never been able to get out of my mind the image I saw of these canyon walls just covered with burned out trees with nothing alive. So the hike we're going on, it's a fairly strenuous hike, over 5 miles. Easy part will be going, the hard part will be coming back.
As we get further in and start going down toward Jordan Hot Springs, it's quite a elevation descent. And so that means it's a big hike back up. So that'll be the main challenge, is just the elevation gain on the way back.
So we'll see how I do. On our hike down 9 Mile Creek, we walked by several small areas that had high-intensity burn scars that after more than 20 years appeared to be recovering quite well, unlike the areas we saw earlier in the day on the Castle Fire that had been logged after the fire.
If this area was not a protected area, and if this was post-fire logged, you would see nothing but stumps. You wouldn't see any down logs or standing snags, all this stuff that's so important for wildlife. But you would also see a lot of damage to the soil from the logging machinery, which typically kills most of the natural conifer regeneration. So natural regeneration is best.
Unfortunately, we didn't make it all the way to Jordan Hot Springs, but we did make it just down the trail a bit to this high-intensity burn that I remember from 20 years ago, where both sides of the hill were just completely denuded of vegetation and were just full of black sticks.
These are the 2 largest high-intensity fire patches. So yeah, I mean, you can see the Jeffrey pines are coming in great here. That's all post-fire growth. You will not find any area of any significant spatial scale that doesn't have conifer regeneration. I can tell you there's at least 6 that I'm seeing that are you couldn't see from below, from where I'm standing. 2 more over there.
Yeah.
The white fir down there. And we got that one, yeah. Most of what's here you cannot see until you hike into it. And I would say almost certainly there's even more that is below the level of the shrub cover. That's the message from these areas, is that it's all regenerating. It's regenerating in heterogeneous, diverse, variable ways, just the way nature intended.
When I got there, I was hoping to see a reborn forest, but that's not what we saw. Aesthetically, it was a huge disappointment, but because of Chad's analysis, I was able to see it in a different way. The forest was in some kind of a phase of a regrowth that's measured in centuries, not on a human scale of decades. We're now experiencing the challenging part of the hike, which is climbing back to the trailhead above us. The McNally fire was different than the Castle fire. We didn't see these vast areas that were just completely wiped out. So I think it may be that the recovery of the Castle fire will be much harder. I think Chad is optimistic, and he made me optimistic, but I think he's still more optimistic than I am.
In a forest ecosystem, when a tree dies, in many ways, in most ways, its life in that forest ecosystem is just beginning. It decays over the course of many, many decades and provides homes to small mammals, to invertebrates and reptiles. And then it decays into soil and basically fertilizes the forest ecosystem and helps spur the growth of the next generation of trees. A dead tree in a forest ecosystem, it's actually the most important thing ecologically in the forest. It gives me hope.
I'm Dakota Fanning, and this is the LA Times Envelope Roundtable.
What do you guys make of the whole sensation? Did you do? It was so fun.
How are you with quantum mechanics?
Welcome to another episode of the Envelope Podcast.
And I'm here today with Nava Mao.
True Detective Night Country is maybe your biggest, most high-profile project.
That element of fashion, of just something new in the Wheel of Time Season 2, so go for it.
And that'll do it for this week's episode of The Envelope. Careful.
Okay.
Ta-da!
It's your garage.
Mom, it's an ADU.
An ADU who?
An additional dwelling unit. I read this article in the LA Times about the housing shortage and ways to get around the red tape.
Did you do this for me?
It needs a little bit of work, but...
No!
I forgot. Your housewarming gift. It's an earthquake kit.
Oh, now you want to scare me?
I mean, I'm just saying, the big one's coming.
Let me enjoy this moment. I have a lot of decorating to do. Where should we start? I gotta move my things out here.
Get outside.
Because sometimes we're out here and it feels like we're all alone.
Yeah, we had Jimi Hendrix. But how long ago was that, you know?
And none of you came and talked to none of the workers out there. How come? I live out there. My life matters, man.
It was beautiful, and I didn't like to share that, but I'm watching this whole mountain just like dancing.
Don't wait for the next person to do it. You do it yourself, if it's within your power.
I don't need to be a dead legend at 30. I'd rather be like, you know, a happy family man.
I spoke with victims of one of the worst child exploitation networks the FBI says it's ever seen. This violent online group, now known as 764, is targeting teens in Los Angeles, America, and across the globe, according to federal agents. Suspected predators have been arrested in multiple states. The members of this group specialize in coercing minors to perform sexual acts and self-harm on camera, according to the FBI. One victim told me the abuse began in 2020, and she was 15 and received an invite to a Discord chat from a user she'd met in a seemingly harmless gaming server.
He claimed that he was
I think like 16 or 17 at the time, maybe. Like with the way he was typing and the way he appealed, like he just seemed a lot younger than what he actually was.
Once added to the chat, two men sent her a dump of her own personal information, her home and school addresses, photos of her family, the location where her little sister played sports.
It was screenshots of everything, like anything that I held dear.
Then they sent her videos of SWAT teams raiding homes and told her this is what happens to those who disobey them. Next came the orders. Turn on your camera and do exactly what we say.
In that moment, they're like, even if you did tell your parents that they're not going to be able to find out who we are and we won't leave you alone. I was just being held at like gunpoint in my point of view. So I was like, I'm just going to do what I need to do.
Fearing they would harm her family, she took off her clothes, drew a pentagram on her chest, got on her knees, and begged for their mercy. The men continued to blackmail her to perform escalating acts of self-harm. In 2021, one of the men threatened to release all of her content unless she took her own life.
And at that point, I would have rather not be seen in that light than be in the light of day at all, because of how humiliating the things that they got me to say and do were.
Her two alleged abusers, Rohan Rain and Caleb Merritt, are facing child exploitation charges in federal court in Los Angeles. Merritt has already been convicted of kidnapping a 12-year-old girl he met online. Prosecutors allege that these men were leaders of a child exploitation group called CVLT, which has now splintered and grown into the even more sprawling harm network 764. The FBI is currently investigating more than 350 cases connected to these violent online groups. And in California, alleged predators have been arrested in San Diego, Porterville, Downey, and the San Fernando Valley. You can read more about our investigation at LAtimes.com.
When you think of big oil, the image that comes to mind is probably the plains of Texas, the South San Joaquin Valley, maybe Alaska. But in the middle of Los Angeles, I'm standing right next to one of the largest active urban oil fields in America. I'm in Kenneth Hahn Recreation Area, which is one of the premier parks of Los Angeles. We're surrounded by thousands of homes, but right in the middle of that is 1,000 acres of pump jacks, drill rigs, and oil storage tanks. It's been here since 1924, when oil was discovered at the end of the Newport-Inglewood Fault, and oil has been extracted here continuously since then. Wherever you walk around here, it seems like there's an oil well somewhere in the background just pumping away, doing its thing. Some people find this odd, but it's just a part of the history of this area. But someday, those jack pumps will stop pumping. There will certainly be lots of discourse and possibly conflict over what should happen to the land. Last year, Governor Gavin Newsom came here and in a public statement said these oil wells are going to be shut down, but it's not clear that that's going to happen anytime soon. The state has passed a law saying that oil pumping has to cease by 2030. That's being challenged in court. So what happens next is also unknown. There are several options. Turn some of this land into housing. Turn this whole area into one giant park, or a combination of the two. There are property owners here who may want to develop their land with multi-million-dollar mega homes for rich people. Even though the future is unknown, it's time to start asking what will happen to the Inglewood oil field, because these are difficult questions and they need as much public discourse as possible.
So I'm here in the cartel headquarters. This was the camper that they stayed in. They left it and deserted this place when they heard that the Mexican military and state police were descending on the mine to take it back. This is how they left it. A look around reveals remnants of a battle. A truck incinerated, bullet casings, a crime scene no one would investigate. It's a Monday morning in June in one of the most dangerous parts of Mexico, the Sonoran Desert. Alejandro, contigo? I'm riding with a state police convoy just outside Hermosillo. We are cutting across the Sonoran Desert, flying down highways, through cities, villages, and dusty back roads, tracing the curves of the landscape like the snakes that inhabit it. The mission? Protect this man, Alejandro Sanchez, a Mexican-American businessman. The destination? A gold mine about 170 miles away in the tiny village of La Ciénaga. So why do the Mexican state police and military care about a gold mine? Because it could be worth billions, and Sanchez is the key to securing it. For centuries, the Ciénaga gold mine has seen dreamers and schemers lured here with promises to explore, exploit, and export. An American entrepreneur bought the rights to the mine in 2023, but there was a problem. A powerful cartel had control of the mine, and authorities didn't do much about it. This footage, provided by confidential sources, shows a cartel plane landing near the mine, dropping off AK-47s and picking up a load of gold bars. To get his mine back, the American owner relied on Sanchez, a former local who had law enforcement connections in Mexico. Sanchez had one condition. 1% of the mine's proceeds would go to a local orphanage, the same one that raised him. A deal was made. Evicting the cartel seemed impossible.
Puro tóxico la verga.
And a quick way to get killed. Here, cartel members show off their firearms. This is them near the mine, according to sources who provided the footage. In September 2024, the Mexican government finally agreed to help. Scores of state police and military vehicles, flanked by 2 helicopters, descended on the mine. Hundreds of officers fanned out over the property.
You want to go inside, Jimmy?
Even searching caves. Cartel mine workers were arrested, weapons seized, and a police outpost was established. But the cartel commanders and their sicarios got away, tipped off before law enforcement rolled in. They abandoned the mine, but not the area. There are plans to restart operations at the site. Sanchez needs a police escort to get there. We must take roads that double as key drug trafficking routes. This is Highway 15, a main artery in Sonora. We're just about an hour south of Nogales, Arizona, and Altar is a really important hub for the cartels headed north, with everything from fentanyl to cocaine to methamphetamines, and we're pretty much driving right into the middle. It's not safe to stop, but we don't have a choice.
Comandante, que nos esperan en el arco de Zaragoza.
The governor of Sonora is concerned I'm a target for the cartels. We pull over, and I switch to a bulletproof vehicle. Within minutes, we're back on the road, 8 trucks deep. As you can see, there's nothing out here. No one except the cartels control this land. All for billions and billions of dollars worth of gold. We race along dusty desert roads, clearing the most treacherous part of the route. After a while, we park and I'm allowed to rejoin Alejandro. Alejandro is saying, we gotta get going, we gotta get out of here. We're back on the road and soon enter La Ciénaga, a pueblo dating back to the 1600s that now resembles a ghost town.
This town was taken by the cartels literally for 5 years. The town was completely desolated. The bad guys lived there. They had up to one point, they had over 200 people just in this town.
It's not long before the convoy pulls into the mine. Staff members and a handful of officers assigned to protect them and the mine are stationed here. The mine looks like a junkyard, abandoned appliances, furniture scattered about. A quick walk around in Sanchez shows the message everyone here knows. The cartels are back.
We just came and put our signature on it, which is called Gente Nueva Salazar. I don't know if you can see the insignia there, or the signal, GNZ.
GNZ stands for Cartel Gente Nueva Salazar, a powerful regional organized crime group. According to officials, the cartels extracted more than $1 million a month in gold. Mounds of dirt are evidence of the operations. So are broken down trailers that house cartel workers. And this was their life. This is where they lived. You got some medication here, some receipts. This is probably some salaries they were covering on some notes there. Bathroom destroyed, everything left on the ground. Absolutely abandoned and wrecked. This is how they left it. You can see their candles here that they burned. One was the just judge, another translated as raining good luck. You could tell they were burning them there as they were digging the gold of this mine right outside here. This is the heart of the cartel stronghold on the mine. And they had it here. They held this place for 3 years.
I'll show you something.
Yeah. Outside, Alejandro grabs my attention. We jump in the car and drive to the top of the hill.
So this is where they put all the dirt?
This is the processing area where workers would move tons of dirt and sift for gold. For Sanchez, there were times he didn't think he'd be standing here. It took a few years, but finally, with the help from the state police and military, La Ciénaga is back under the control of its owner. And now, the orphanage that raised him is about to gain a steady source of income, courtesy of the gold mine hidden beneath his feet. But the threat of the cartels never goes away. How long this mine can stay beyond their reach is anybody's guess.
I'm Dakota Fanning, and this is the LA Times Envelope Roundtable.
What do you guys make of the whole sensation? Did you do? It was so good.
How are you with quantum mechanics?
Welcome to another episode of the Envelope Podcast.
And I'm here today with Nava Mao.
True Detective Night Country is maybe your biggest, most high-profile project.
That element of fashion, of just something new in the Wheel of Time Season 2, so go for it.
And that'll do it for this week's episode of The Envelope.
Hi, I'm Faith Pinot from LA Times Studios in Washington, D.C. Here are some of today's top stories from the Los Angeles Times. Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro made his first appearance in an American courtroom Monday afternoon, pleading not guilty to narco-terrorism charges, telling a New York district judge, quote, "I am a decent man, president of my country." Maduro's plea comes less than 2 days after elite U.S. forces seized the longtime leader and his wife from their bedroom in Caracas late Friday night.
Don't ask me who's in charge, because I'll give you an answer and it'll be very controversial.
What does that mean?
It means we're in charge.
As Maduro awaits what many expect to be a lengthy trial, President Trump said the U.S. will assume control of Venezuela. and refused to rule out the possibility of sending American troops into the country.
We're not afraid of boots on the ground if we have to have. We had boots on the ground last night at a very high level, actually. We're not afraid of it. We don't mind saying it.
Maduro's capture plunged Venezuela into uncertainty Saturday. Times reporter Ana Ceballos said people lined up for food and supplies, bracing for what comes next in a country now caught between regime collapse and foreign control. Maduro's hand-picked Vice President Delcy Rodriguez was sworn into office Monday. And while she initially condemned the U.S.'s actions over the weekend, she said this in a statement Sunday. Quote, "Our people and our region deserve peace and dialogue, not war." Trump framed the mission as a national security move, but he focused heavily on Venezuela's oil. They have the world's largest oil reserves, but production has dropped by nearly half since Maduro took control of the country in 2013. Trump accused Venezuela's government of stealing U.S. oil infrastructure in the country and said American companies will now step in to control production and rebuild infrastructure. Meanwhile, over the weekend, Secretary of State Marco Rubio said the U.S. will keep a military quarantine on Venezuelan oil exports, calling the move leverage. On Capitol Hill, lawmakers from both parties questioned the legality of the strike, which was carried out without congressional approval. Trump defended the secrecy, however, saying Congress couldn't be trusted not to leak. Secretary Rubio is expected to brief Congress Monday night. Here's two other stories we're following out of Washington. First, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth announced Monday that he's issuing a letter of censure to Democratic Senator Mark Kelly, accusing the retired Navy captain of urging troops to defy illegal orders. Hegseth says the step could lead to Kelly being demoted from his retired military rank. It follows Kelly's participation in a video with other Democratic veterans calling on service members to uphold the Constitution. Senate Democrats slammed the move as political retaliation, while Kelly says it's meant to silence dissent within the military. The Pentagon says Kelly has 30 days to respond, and a final decision is expected within 45 days. And Minnesota Governor Tim Walz is ending his run for a third term. Walz made the announcement Monday, saying after an extraordinarily difficult year for the state, he can no longer devote the energy needed to campaign, despite believing that he could win. His decision comes as President Trump continues to spotlight a major fraud investigation involving child care programs in Minnesota. The Associated Press reports that Democratic Senator Amy Klobuchar is now considering a run for governor, according to a person close to her, though no final decision has been made. Now for some California news. Southern California is soaked again, as another round of rain caps off a record-breaking wet winter. The heaviest rain hit Sunday evening, with more showers expected Monday, before things finally taper off Tuesday, according to the National Weather Service. A flood advisory is still in effect across most of Los Angeles County, as coastal and valley areas recorded nearly an inch of rain Sunday, with mountain communities seeing up to 2 more inches. And get this, since October 1st, parts of Southern California have already logged nearly 14 inches of rain. That's more than 3 times the normal amount for this point in the season. And some areas could hit their entire yearly average by Monday night. The weekend storms caused road closures, spinouts, debris flows, and even swift water rescues. And the LA County Department of Public Health advised beachgoers to stay away from the water through at least Monday afternoon. That's due to high bacteria levels from runoff. The good news, drier days are ahead. Forecasters say we get a break from the rain later this week, with mostly sunny SoCal skies returning by the weekend. That's it for today's headlines. To read these stories and more, be sure to subscribe to the LA Times.
Good afternoon from the the New York Stock Exchange, I'm Caroline Woods, coming to you from high above the trading floor on this Monday, January 5th, the first full trading week of 2026. Stocks are starting the week on a positive note. The Dow, NASDAQ, S&P 500, and small cap Russell 2000 are all trading higher. The Dow is leading the way up more than 750 points to a new all-time high. That's a gain of roughly 1.5%. Energy stocks are helping lift the broader market following the U.S. attack on Venezuela and the capture of its leader, Nicolas Maduro. President Trump said expanded U.S. investment in Venezuela's energy sector is a central objective of the regime change operation. In a press conference, he said, "We're going to have our very large United States oil company, the biggest anywhere in the world, go in, spend billions of dollars, fix the badly broken infrastructure, the oil infrastructure, and start making money for the country." Energy stocks are jumping following the developments. Chevron is the best performer on the Dow. Valero and Halliburton are among the leaders in the S&P 500. Crude oil prices are only modestly higher, suggesting markets are not pricing in a major supply disruption. Defense technology stocks are higher today as well, with drone makers AeroVironment and Red Cat leading the gains. Larger defense contractors like General Dynamics and Lockheed Martin are posting gains as well. There is one unexpected winner to note today. That's Nike. Google searches for Maduro's Nike Tech Fleece tracksuit have reportedly surged since President Trump posted the photo of Maduro on his Truth Social account. The photo shows Maduro in custody while being transported to New York in the tracksuit. Nike could use the boost. Despite today's pop, shares are down about 10% over the past year. Speaking of Nike, I recently spoke with Dan Niles of Niles Investment Management. He expects a rebound in Nike shares in 2026. In fact, Nike is on his top 5 stocks for 2026 list, along with Apple, Boeing, Cisco, and Impinj, a lesser-known semiconductor name, ticker symbol PI. In terms of what else is moving today, financial stocks are among the day's strongest performers. JP Morgan, Citigroup, Bank of America, Goldman Sachs, they're all hitting new highs today. We're seeing strength in regional banks as well, like US Bank, PNC Financial, Truist, and Citizens Financial. We'll be talking a lot more about banks next week when they're due to report quarterly results. Consumer discretionary, industrials, and material stocks are also having a winning day today. Those sectors are offsetting losses in utilities, healthcare, and staples. Tesla is up more than 4%, potentially snapping its losing streak. Shares fell for a 7th day on Friday after the EV maker posted annual deliveries that declined for a 2nd straight year. Also, its Chinese competitor BYD has overtaken Tesla as the world's largest seller of EVs, according to 2025 data. Last week, BYD said it sold 2.26 million EVs, up nearly 28% from 2024. Meanwhile, Tesla deliveries fell 8.6% to only 1.6 million, recording the biggest annual drop in the company's history. Speaking of tech, all eyes are on CES this week, the annual technology conference out in Las Vegas. The latest innovations are on display, including AI-enabled robotics, consumer wearables like smart glasses, and a wide range of AI-powered devices targeting digital health and smart home applications. NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang is set to deliver a special presentation later this afternoon. Wedbush analyst Dan Ives said Huang is expected to outline NVIDIA's broader AI strategy with data centers, physical AI, and robotics front and center. Ives adds that CES could be one of the most important moments in the conference history as more IT decision makers recognize what he calls a once-in-a-40-year tech spending shift that is still in the early stages of playing out. Important to note, NVIDIA and Apple are not participating in the market's rally today. Both are lower. That's all for now. I'll be back here tomorrow with another market update at the New York Stock Exchange. I'm Caroline Woods.
Across Mexico, violence has gotten so bad that in many cities, officials are actually firing the police. The police, they say, aren't fighting organized crime, but they're actually involved in it. They are calling in soldiers, National Guardsmen, and Marines to help police their towns. An example of this is the city of Celaya in central Mexico. That is where about 600 National Guards troops arrived earlier this year to try to bring crime and violence down. And this is a town where you had more people killed than almost any other city in the world, and a town where organized crime controlled everything from the fuel theft to parts of government and the police. After a string of violence in Celaya, a new mayor came in town, and his first act was to fire most of the police force and call in National Guard troops. So you have, in cities like Celaya and across Mexico, soldiers in fatigues and armored vehicles patrolling the streets. This is supposed to make people feel safer. This is supposed to bring security. It's not clear if that has happened. Violence continues at really high rates in Mexico, and according to some estimates, organized crime controls around a third of territory. Militarization has been a really controversial idea in Mexico because a lot of Mexicans don't want soldiers who are trained for war to be in their streets. Soldiers are not trained to conduct police investigations, and so there's a lot of concern in Mexico that they are actually making violence worse. There's also evidence that the armed forces themselves are corrupt. So Mexico's left in a really complicated position where its police are clearly not up to the job, but its armed forces also have clear deficiencies. I was in Celaya for a few nights. I was out with members of the National Guard, and in just a matter of hours, we visited 3 homicide scenes. One of them was a taxi driver who had been driving his daughter home from school when he was shot and killed. The car flipped over, he died, she survived, and police and authorities said it was most likely because he hadn't paid an extortion fee. In Celaya, violence remains high, insecurity is very persistent, and like in all of Mexico, authorities are really grappling with what's next.
Behind me is the home of an Inland Empire religious group that is currently under investigation for the disappearance of at least one of its members and the death of a 4-year-old boy. The group is called His Way Spirit-Led Assemblies and has lived in various homes in the Inland Empire since the early 2000s. It's very secretive and insular. One detective said members gave their income to the leaders who controlled the group's finances. And those leaders are Pastor Daryl Music Martin and his wife, Catherine Martin, who calls herself a prophetess. And in August, there was a massive law enforcement raid on the compound. Neighbors were jolted awake with flashbangs, helicopters, and some captured it on security camera. Police recovered illegally possessed guns from this house. 8 days later, the group's leaders were detained at a motel in Laguna Hills. Since then, they've been released from custody, and so far, no charges have been filed. There are 3 law enforcement agencies investigating 3 cases connected to His Way Spirit-Led Assemblies. The 2023 disappearance of former member Emilio Ganem. We also have the disappearance of longtime member Ruben Moreno, and the death of a 4-year-old boy who died while in temporary custody of the group's leaders. Long before Hemet, members of the group lived here in Colton. This is also the home where the 4-year-old boy was living before his sudden death in 2010. His cause of death was ruled to be septic shock due to a ruptured appendix, but Colton detectives suspect that neglect played a role. Documents obtained by the Times show that in 2010, a Colton police detective noted that the home had the appearance of a possible cult-like ministry, and things just appeared to be weird. The document also notes there were concerns over whether the child may have been abused. The child's aunt told police she felt Daryl Music Martin was to blame for her nephew's death. The district attorney declined to file charges at the time, but since then, new evidence has emerged surrounding the child's death. Investigators are now looking into whether the group's leaders were responsible for that and intend on filing a case to the district attorney's office. But given the statute of limitations, the only charges they can pursue are child homicide or murder. He had a zest for life. He wanted to bring out joy in other people. He really liked to joke and kid and make people laugh and smile. And he worked really hard. He felt that the most important value for him was discipline.
so present with anyone he came in contact with. And most, if not all, the people did not know the struggles that he was going through, that his mom and I would experience with him daily.
Anthony Tricarico lived in Cardiff by the Sea, California. He was an athlete and a gifted student. He loved fishing, camping, and being with his friends. Anthony seemed to be thriving. But in his freshman year of high school, his parents, Neil and Samara, discovered that he was having suicidal thoughts.
It didn't seem consistent with him at all.
And we certainly didn't think about it in any way related to autism.
Anthony was diagnosed with autism when he was 7 years old. But as a teenager, he wasn't comfortable sharing that with his friends or teachers. It was a part of him he preferred to keep private. There was something important that none of the Tricaricos understood at the time. Autistic kids and teenagers are far more likely to think about and to die from suicide than are their non-autistic peers. Those who are both autistic and intellectually gifted, as Anthony was, may be at even greater risk. In one 2023 study from the University of Iowa, autistic kids with an IQ of 120 or higher were nearly 6 times more likely to have suicidal thoughts than autistic children with average IQ. But their struggles are often invisible. Many kids like Anthony cope by masking, consciously or unconsciously suppressing their autistic traits in order to fit in at school or in social environments.
Research has shown that it has a detrimental effect on one's mental health, for the exhaustion and for the not being known by anyone. You can be with people all day long masking and go home and know that you've never really talked to anyone as who you are as a person, so nobody really knows you, and it's profoundly lonely.
Jessica Schwartzman of Children's Hospital Los Angeles leads research on autistic kids and suicide. She says several factors make it hard for kids to get the help they need.
That autistic youth have particular thinking styles and have different emotional responses that can make it difficult for them to know how they're feeling or that they might be in a crisis. And then second, how to communicate their distress or ask for help, whether it be from parents, teachers, counselors, or things like that.
Neil and Samara took Anthony's pain seriously, but none of the people or agencies they contacted for help took his autism into account.
When we got to the mental health machine, it wasn't built for his diagnosis. It was built for a one-size-fits-all. It was built for bright lights and confinement, and those are all things that are furthered his challenges.
Nearly 80% of autistic kids also have mental health conditions like depression or anxiety. But when they seek help, they encounter care that is largely designed for people with neurotypical brains.
As many as 80% can have alexithymia, which is this difficulty in first identifying what we feel and then second communicating it to others.
On what seemed like an ordinary Sunday in March 2024, Anthony told his parents that he was going for a walk.
And then he said, I'm gonna go get some fresh air. And that was the last conversation we had with him.
Anthony spent 9 weeks in the hospital before dying of his injuries. He was 16 years old. Months later, Neil learned from an acquaintance how common it is for kids like Anthony to struggle with thoughts of suicide. No one he'd contacted for help while Anthony was alive seemed to know that.
I'd never heard a word of this at any point in our life. And she shared the stats, she shared the citations from it, and she shared that so much work is being done. This was the moment that changed everything.
Neil and Samara started the Endurant Movement, a nonprofit dedicated to autism and mental health.
We share the story of the loss of our son Anthony, the movement that has grown out of the unimaginable grief, and the legacy we're building so that no teen ever feels this alone or lost again.
They want other families to know the things that they were never told.
And we didn't know to spend time to help him embrace his differences, to lean into his uniqueness, then he might be able to communicate those things as opposed to the tremendous cost it took to fit in.
If we knew that it was happening as often as it is, if we knew that having the conversation could help, we would have, knowing that that could possibly save someone's life, your child's life, your loved one's life.
When Neil and Samara look back on Anthony's life, they are proud of the young man he was and how many lives he touched in a short time.
What his friends tell us that he instilled in them is that they matter. I think that he would want every teen to know that they matter.
And that they're not alone. And that if you have those feelings, if you want to end your life, that there is help. That you can reach out and that other people want to help you and that you do matter and that your life is worthwhile.
At CES 2026, innovators from every corner of the globe show up to the most powerful tech event in the world. We'll rally together, imagining what's next, and we'll make it real, solving the greatest challenges facing our world, and proving that technology isn't just moving us forward, it's creating new possibilities. Here, AI isn't an idea. It's intelligence in motion. The innovators, the storytellers, and the game changers come together to redefine the landscape of content, creativity, and culture. Pioneers will push healthcare beyond what we ever thought possible. From connected roads to autonomous flight, from next-gen marine tech to innovations that feed the planet, this is what drives us forward. In the halls of CES, technology doesn't just compute, it collaborates. Quantum thinkers, cybersecurity leaders, fintech visionaries, and robotics engineers are rewriting the rules of enterprise itself. Because when the world's most determined minds come together, we don't just predict the future, we build it. This is where bold ideas meet a global force, where industries converge, partnerships ignite, and breakthroughs take center stage. Innovation isn't a solo act, it's a shared pursuit. CES 2026. Innovators show up.
All right. Welcome back from lunch, and welcome back to the Storyteller stage. Again, my name is Eric Telford. I'm from United Talent Agency, and our next session is Retail Media's Full Funnel Future. Guiding this session, please welcome our moderator, Max Willens, Principal Analyst at eMarketer.
All right. Welcome back from lunch. Thank you guys for joining me very much. I'm excited to talk with you guys about Retail Media's Full Funnel Future. I feel really pleased to be presiding over a conversation with these companies that we're bringing out shortly, but I thought before we got going, I would set the table for this conversation with some data. So this is all stuff that's mostly pulled from our own forecasts. There's some third-party stuff mixed in as well, but all these numbers kind of point in the same direction, which is that retail media has this chance to become the fulcrum of many brands' media spending. So let's just start with some top-line figures here. So in our estimation, retail media ad spending in the United States is going to exceed $69 billion in 2026. That's over $10 billion more than advertisers spent last year. And anytime you pour 10 billion incremental dollars into anything, that counts as pretty significant growth. For some added context here, that growth rate you see at the bottom of this slide is greater than the growth rate that we expect for search ad spending, for social ad spending, for overall digital ad spending. It's even higher than the growth rate we project for CTV. Another way of thinking about this is that $69 billion amounts to about $1 of every $7 spent on media of any kind in the United States. If you think about digital itself, that's obviously it's even bigger slice of the pie. We think that by 2029, retail media is going to account for about $1 of every $5 spent in digital media. Obviously, a big piece of that is on-site spending, but if you double-click into these numbers, what you see is that off-site is playing an increasingly pivotal role in this growth, right? So the headline here really says it all. We expect that off-site retail media ad spending is going to more than double over the next 4 years. And the bedrocks of this growth really are social media and CTV. Starting with social here, we're expecting in the neighborhood of $8 billion spent on social ads powered by retail media in 2026. Just another way of thinking about that, that's more than advertisers will spend on Snap, Pinterest, and Reddit combined in the United States this year. And that's just one component of it, right? So if you go a little bit further and you think about CTV ad spending, we already see retail media playing a really important role in the CTV landscape. We think that about $1 of every $6 spent on CTV in the US this year is going to be powered by retail media. You throw in other formats, things like OLV, things like audio, things like digital out of home, and what you're talking about at the end of the day is close to $17 billion in offsite spending this year. And so even though we think on-site's going to account for a majority of advertisers' retail media spending, we're projecting this robust growth because off-site retail media has really turned into a proven driver of growth and results up and down the purchase funnel, right? And you can see that in this third-party data from Coty and RetailX, right? So they asked a bunch of retail media advertisers, what are your main off-site spending channels, right? And what you see is that there's already really robust buy-in on 3, right? So you've got about 3 of 4 saying that they spend on social media and video. You've got over half saying they spend on display. 4 in 10 say CTV. But what I think is really interesting about this number is if you look at the numbers that are further down, right? So digital out of home and podcast and audio, there's already pretty good traction there, about 1 in 5. But Coty and RetailX asked the same panel a separate question, which is what are you going to spend more on in the next 12 months? Unsurprisingly, increased spending where they're spending already, right? So social, video, display, all projected to go up quite a bit. CTV also projected to go up quite a bit. But I think it's notable that there's significantly higher buy-in on out-of-home and audio too, right? And so what that says is that there's interest in exploring further and finding more ways to sort of harness the power of retail media data to drive results, drive purchases, connect with consumers. And what this tells me at a kind of higher level is that a growing number of advertisers are starting to think of retail media data as this fuel for a lot of their digital ad spending. And there's some interesting context and way of thinking about this too, right? So this is a slide that in some ways is kind of a picture of an apple and an orange, and one of the pieces of fruit is a lot older than the other, but it's still, I think, really, really interesting context, right? So what this says is that in 2026, we think that offsite retail media ad spending is going to surpass the spending on open exchange RTB spending. On the one hand, this isn't really surprising. You know, RTB, open exchange, this is a pretty mature spending area. But on the other, what this says to me is that advertisers see a way to lean on retail media data as in a way that's tactical as well as strategic. Now, this does come with some caveats, things to think about, right? Retailers have to be careful about their data going places they don't want it to, being used by people they don't want to use it. You see this represented in this data from AppsFlyer, right? So AppsFlyer asked a bunch of retail media network professionals what their biggest concerns were when it came to data, and a plurality of them said control over how it's shared and used, right? Web publishers, you know, learned a tough lesson that data leakage has real costs, loss of control over data has real costs. But I think that when you think about retail media in particular, there's a tighter alignment between data holder and advertiser that I think limits the opportunity for sticky situations. But that's enough out of me. Let's talk with the real experts here. Please join me in welcoming Elliot Nix, Ali Miller, and Laurie Disdainville to the stage. Hi, everybody.
Hello.
Hey,
Hello.
Thanks for having us.
So I told everybody what your names are, but to round out the understanding, why don't we just go down the line here and you can tell everybody your name, your title, and what you do at your company. Start with you, Elliot.
Sure. Elliot Nix. I'm the GM of Business Development, overseeing retail partnerships with amazing partners like Instacart. And our entire goal for retail is to make data more accessible, scalable, and really effective across channels like CTV, audio, but really the open web. And excited to be here and talk about the evolution of retail media.
Awesome. I'm Ali Miller. I'm the general manager of the advertising team at Instacart, working with wonderful partners like the Trade Desk and TikTok. Also very excited to talk about the rise of retail media data across a broader ecosystem and building great ad solutions that can drive value and measurement.
Fantastic.
Hi everyone, my name is Laurie Disdainville. I lead global product partnerships at TikTok. So my team is accountable for deploying the ad tech ecosystem, ranging from platform partnerships all the way to data management and retail media to bring more innovation and bring all the different solutions that are used by you advertisers onto TikTok.
Fantastic. So I just wowed the audience with a bunch of, you know, impressive facts and figures.
I can feel it.
I saw a lot of phones come out, a lot of pictures taken. But I want to ask you guys, why do you think this is happening, right? So there's evidence that there is buy-in, there is interest in using this data to power a lot of different types of spending, executing a lot of KPIs. So just maybe we can just go on down the line. Like, why do you think there's been such traction and such appetite for you know, offsite retail media?
Sure. So I think a key piece of it is signal loss. I think marketers face the challenge of trying to connect the dots across the entire funnel, as you opened with, and having data fidelity across each touch point to see the effectiveness of their media. So as they try and navigate that, retail data is a really powerful signal based on not only just the recency of a purchase, as an example, but in-depth insights that you can then take and use in a privacy-safe manner. And that has a bunch of different applications, again, cross-channels and in another way. So I think signal loss and data trust is a key piece of it.
What do you think?
Yeah, and when you think about this incredible rise of retail media, there's a reason why that happened. It's the ability to connect advertising to true purchase information and being able to optimize around that and close the loop. And that's something that, especially for CPG, was incredibly, incredibly difficult until you had these kind of integrated e-commerce experiences. And so now the next question is, how do I take all of that goodness and take it highly incremental and valuable audience to be able to reach them in any moment across all the areas where consumers are in this incredibly fragmented world where we're all kind of splitting our attention across many different devices and channels. Being able to tie that together with data is incredibly valuable, and so that's where I think we're seeing this big rise of off-platform retail media.
Yeah. I would say signal scarcity for sure, evolving infrastructure, making that easier, and also an accountability pressure where marketers and creativity asked to deliver outcomes, incremental outcomes, and retail media is there to deliver that. And so we're seeing these stars aligning, so to speak.
Makes a lot of sense.
I would also add too, just expanding off-site from on-site and thinking about the consumer. No marketer wants to hit someone over the head too many times past optimal frequency, and I think retail data from an off-site perspective too helps not only create efficiency from a marketing standpoint, but a better consumer experience, meeting them where they are. So I think there's probably a consumer value to it.
Very much agree with that.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. Ali, one of the things that's really interesting about offsite is just how far it's expanded, right? So I talked about obviously search and CTV are kind of pillars of it, but you do digital out of home, you can do audio, you can do OLV, you can do web. And you guys, as you've sort of grown up as a company, have really sort of been positioning yourselves as a tech partner as much as a retail media network. And with all this expansion kind of continuing all the time, like how does that change your build plans? How does that affect what you do?
So like you said, we really are, we're a technology company. We're a grocery technology company, and we're very much rooted in grocery, which is a very challenging, very complex vertical with many individual preferences of consumers and a lot of complexity around inventory and pricing and all kinds of things along those lines. And so from day one, we've really been focused on being a partner to retailers in a world where there's incredible competition online. How do we help retailers of all sizes compete in a very challenging environment? How do we make sure that they're reaching consumers in an e-commerce context, whether on Instacart or on their own .coms, which we can also power for retailers? So that's really informed our ads approach from day one, really thinking about not necessarily how we take a more traditional kind of individual store-by-store approach, but how do we use the catalog we have, the data we have, the purchase information we have to build more kind of optimization-forward, tech-forward solutions that are a little bit more similar to some of the digital ad solutions that many folks here are familiar with. Taking that approach and bringing it to retail media has been really the foundation of our ads platform. Now we're taking that and bringing it a step further into this kind of broader Instacart ads ecosystem. So taking our ad solutions and allowing them to power retail media networks with partners like Uber Eats Grocery, like Thrive Market, like Hy-Vee, and others, where 240 plus e-commerce sites are now available to brands and agencies who are buying in one place on the Instacart ads ecosystem and allowing those ads to actually show wherever they're going to be the most valuable and wherever they're going to drive outcomes based on where that product is available. So now we can take that a step further. That same sort of ability to manage the complexity of where is a product available, when can I get it in my hands, can I get it literally today, can I get it in an hour? You are able to now take that foundation of our data and make it available across off-platform partners, where now brands have an easier kind of one-stop shop working with, a partner like us who has 1,800 retailers kind of behind our data, making it super easy for a consumer to your point, to kind of be able to create this shoppable experience where they can actually get the product in their hands immediately, and a brand or agency can easily close the loop and understand what value that's driven. So I think that's really helped us to take a little bit more of a kind of broad approach with how we think about how our data can be used most successfully across all these different contexts, having figured out that complexity of kind of the cross-location, dynamic inventory and things along those lines.
It's really interesting. Yeah. Lori, I want to ask you a little bit about the sort of changing nature of these relationships between a platform and a data provider like an Instacart. Like, what is it seems like we're starting to see the relationships between these kinds of partners deepen, and I'm curious, like, what happens when we deepen them? What does that unlock? What does it sort of extend?
Absolutely. We can see three themes come out. Number one, transparency, which is something that's very important to us. We want advertisers to see how much they're spending, what are the outcomes that they're delivering. So not just from a measurement standpoint, but also getting full control and access to what is happening. And speaking of control, tapping into the benefits of our self-service offering to really have full control into what campaigns are created, and really a third component that's scalability. So we talked about catalog. That is a fantastic addition to our integration, because now we're empowering brands to tap into and promote all their products, driving users to a great experience. So thinking about catalog, thinking about data to then influence users with a specific intent, scalability is incredibly important. And so when we think about how that applies to platforms like TikTok, who here has seen some cooking videos on TikTok? Okay, well, there's an easy, an easy exercise and user journey to drive the user to then an Instacart experience. But my For You feed is all about woodworking and furnishing right now. But that is something that we can also satisfy in that user experience, because 1,800 retailers within the Instacart realm, it grows beyond the daily grocery. The sky is the limit. So those integrations really allow for a great sense of innovation for brands, but also a great user experience.
I like that. Elliot, I want to ask you about this. So this is a crowded space right now. There's a lot of RMNs, there's a lot of opportunity. 246
at last count, I think.
That's a lot.
Something, right?
Yeah. And quite many of them offer their data through your pipes. I'm curious, you know, as we move into this era where there is an opportunity to go really wide and really deep, where does that leave the retailers that are maybe, you know, that have been slower out of the gates, the ones that, you know, didn't spin something up in 2022 or 2023? Like, more and deeper is great if you're partnered up, but what about the guys who are late, who are smaller? What are their prospects like?
Well, I think the key piece is the demand, right? Marketers want flexibility, scale, and data that they can trust. So that's still an opportunity, even if someone's late to the game from a retail media standpoint. The good news is that retail media has evolved with partners like Instacart and TikTok, but also with the Trade Desk, so it's more accessible to tap into a platform to find that scale. So the more accessible retail media networks become with their data and they plug into platforms versus having to build from scratch, it's not too late because the power is in the data. It's not a guessing game anymore. You can actually use the data. And retail partners that are smaller and maybe new to market can actually act really quickly. And things like product catalog is a great example because you can unlock all of your data with deeper insights, not just a ROAS metric. You can actually derive things from it and create a story around your data set very easily by plugging into platforms. So not too late at all because the demand is there.
Right on. I want to talk a little bit about, we've talked a bunch about kind of collaboration, unlocking things, and a lot of it is just around kind of like removing friction, speeding time to activation. Elliot, staying with you, like as you think about improving experience on your platform, or I guess Lori, I'll start with you. Like when you think about the base of advertisers that you have, how ready is the rest of it? Sorry, let me start again. Elliot, as you think about improving the experience on your platform, how ready is the rest of the market to replicate things like the partnerships between Instacart and TikTok? Like, is everybody still crawling or walking? Like, how do you sort of see that phase of it looking?
I would say walk. I think there's demand in market. And people are moving in that direction, making more data accessible, allowing marketers to create insightful ad targeting and audiences so they can go broader, faster, more surgically. That demand is there from a marketing standpoint, which means the budgets are there. Now, the retail media side, that's where the walking comes because not every retail media is comfortable allowing all of the access and the always-on measurement that Instacart is. And that's really where the market is pushing, and I think that'll be a key theme going into 2026, at least for the first half of the year. But I think it'll be the entire year of retail media reconsidering what they offer in market to make their data set more available, whether people want to use it on their own or they want to use it directly with the retail media partner, whatever it is, having more choices and allowing that to come to market to meet that demand. I think that's going to be 2026.
Yeah, and if I can build on that for a moment too, I think that's what's been so special about the activation we've been able to build together with the Trade Desk and also with TikTok, which is really taking that approach of meeting the advertiser where they are or the agency where they are. So when we talk about all of the complexity and fragmentation in the retail media space, it's not just about a bunch of different data sources and a bunch of different places to do online advertising. It's about how you're actually able to go into all the different DSPs that many different retailers are spinning up and additional fee structures and things like that. And so we've actually taken a really different approach, which is learn from the partners that we're working with advertisers, with agencies. Where are you already buying? Where do you want to enhance that buy with Instacart data? And how do we make it super easy to do that in a self-service way? And so if you take the Trade Desk as an example, we really work together to make it incredibly easy for an agency or brand in their own Trade Desk seat to have real-time measurement and real-time abilities to build audiences that are going to drive that value. And then on the TikTok side, we really worked through what was really a first in industry end-to-end integration, which is all about bringing that Instacart data to life within TikTok's ads manager. And so I think that this is a really important part of the maturity process for off-platform retail media data, because if the maturity means working with hundreds of more platforms, we're not going to get there. But if the maturity means bringing in high-quality digital-first data into places where brands and agencies are already buying and driving a ton of value, then enhancing that value with higher intent audiences, purchase signals, and more, I think that's really going to help to create that step change in adoption. And as I mentioned at the top, kind of bring in a little more of the marketing and media world into retail media to kind of see the light of all of the value it can drive.
Really interesting. Lori, I want to ask a bit about what your perspective on this is. So like advertisers, you serve, I'm sure a lot of the advertisers that work with Elliott work with you guys too, but you also serve a kind of broader base of advertisers too. Like as you think about expanding or finding partners that will sort of serve all of your advertisers or the biggest possible base of advertisers, like what kinds of opportunities do you see out there? How much opportunities are there to do something deeper and different?
Yeah, I believe the partners that we're the most excited about in building that sense of innovation will come with two different traits. Number one, a sense of infrastructure to really offer that scalability component. And number two, not be afraid of also tackling signal operability. Because ultimately that's going to be the way for us to transform discovery on the platform into incremental outcome for the advertisers. So those two topics are going to define what makes a great partner to innovate with within retail media from our perspective.
Makes a lot of sense. The topic of measurement has come up a couple, 3 times since we've been up here. And one of the things that sort of made retail media so much of a slam dunk in its early going was just that easy closed loop measurement, right? I am on retailer X's website, I see an ad, I click on that ad, it goes in my cart, I buy it. If I can do that in an efficient way, I'm going to do it all day. As you begin to move further and further out into the into the web or different surfaces, making that closed loop is sometimes not as easy, and sometimes it makes it harder for advertisers to feel confident that they're making a sensible investment. So I'm curious, like, as retail media looks more to offsite, where are you guys seeing the market respond to that? Not more tenuous, but less tightly looped proposition. Yeah. I guess. Ali, I'll start with you. Like, sure. Where do you see the industry being at in this shift from a measurement comfort standpoint?
It's going back to that point of bringing more worlds together. So if you're looking for, hey, I want the same level of ROAS that I see on platform, I want the same level of efficient incrementality that I see on platform, and I want that everywhere, including connected TV and TikTok and everywhere else, that's not going to be the way to think about off-platform retail media. The way to think about it is really going from the other end. What value do these moments of engagement with consumers on these incredible platforms offer you. It's a bit of inspiration, it's a bit of discovery, it's all those things that are a little bit harder to create when you're already in kind of a shopping mindset, or you might have an idea of what you want to buy. Of course, inspiration can happen, but this is a much broader context when you're not actively shopping. So you're already going to be starting from a really different context for the user. Now, all of those engagements and those moments of discovery that you're already measuring in a way that's kind of native to that platform, that's all still valuable, but now you're layering on the ability to kind of reach a more refined audience based on who's likely to engage or who might be high intent enough to convert or buy your product for the first time. And then you're able to, as we talked about, kind of close the loop and understand, hey, how many new to brand purchases did I get? How many purchases did I drive? How is this changing kind of consumer behavior in more of a shopping context? So it's really about drawing that connection and bringing those different kind of definitions of value together. So I always very much think of this as, I think you mentioned kind of fueling, the existing marketing behaviors with retail media data. I really think of it from that context. It doesn't mean that the existing metrics and engagement models are not valuable. It just means that you can do them in a more precise way and drive more value with that addition of retail media data. So I think that that's incredibly valuable. The other thing I'd add is, when you look at some, especially when we get to more of the linear TV world, I mean, we're still in a world where we talk about 6-month measurement, last year's comps, very, very async measurement. And I think we all know we're living in a world right now that does not look like it looked, 6 months ago, a year ago. And so being on top of consumer behavior, consumer preferences, especially, in a very dynamic platform, in a world where you have so many, challenger brands and different competitive sets that CPGs need to think about, the ability to use retail media data for insights as well is super, super valuable to even get an understanding of, am I thinking about the right competitors? Am I losing share in the basket because something else has come in that I wasn't prepared for? And so that's kind of the companion of using retail media data for consumer insights. Like, we've launched our consumer insights portal that offers these sorts of digital first insights in a very granular way. We just today announced our data hub, which is going to offer that same kind of capability in a clean room environment where brands can use their first-party data alongside Instacart's data. And so whether it's about fueling optimization and fueling measurement, or just simply staying on top of very fast-changing, fast-moving consumer behavior, I think that brands are in a world where they need to really understand what is happening now versus kind of look at some of these more legacy opportunities, which certainly have had their place and have set some foundations, but are also needing to move in that direction of kind of more current knowledge.
That makes a lot of sense. Elliot, what do you think about this?
Yeah, and I want to revise my last answer. I think I put all the onus on the retail media people, so I apologize to anyone out there. The onus is also on the marketers, because Ali brings up many good points. But I think marketers, now that you have all this powerful data sets that you can draw insights from before a campaign even runs, I don't think everyone has been familiar with that level of data and that level of targeting. So asking the right questions before a campaign, I think, is going to be a new muscle on the marketer's side as well. So from a measurement standpoint, I think a lot of questions we hear about is about incrementality. So moving on, and again, it's early, but moving on beyond ROAS and starting to think about, okay, incrementally, what type of sales did I drive? How did people purchase? When I think about my next campaign, if I have a new product on the shelves of Kroger, am I thinking about building audiences that are most likely to buy my product because I've looked at the data and I've drawn insights from it even before a campaign is run? Those types of questions and that type of marketing, I think, again, is a new muscle, and it's moving beyond ROAS. And so from a measurement standpoint, thinking about standardization, but also mining those insights before a campaign runs is probably a pretty good place where I think the industry is going to.
I think that makes a lot of sense. Lori, what do you think about this as someone who has to provide, or help a lot of advertisers think about it?
Yeah. Well, you talked about closed loop. We're lucky to have such a great offering with TikTok Shop, right? And in a way, it's an inspiration to meet the same sort of standards from a measurement perspective, right? Even if a transaction is happening offsite. And so this is where the opportunity to partner with players like Instacart comes in, because we're able to innovate to understand and quantify the impact that we're having in an upper funnel capacity. What is the impact on brand recognition, all the way down to the funnel, where we're able to recognize the impact on incremental revenue. And so we're challenged by that, in that we want to innovate further, and this is what advertisers are going to see from partnerships like Instacart, because we do want to meet advertisers where they are with regards to their ad tech stack and continue to involve the ecosystem of third-party solutions to accurately quantify the impact of our media.
Fantastic. You guys both mentioned, or I guess all three of you mentioned, that the advertisers are still kind of in the early stages of wrapping their minds around the idea of using this beyond a ROAS channel or thinking about it beyond simple ROAS. Thinking just kind of in a forward-looking sort of way, like what happens when everybody fully embraces those opportunities, right? Like how much of an upside is there? You just got very excited, Ali. I'll let you go.
Oh, did I? I guess I said no poker face. I think we're I think you mentioned like we're at a point now where we're ready to scale this thing. I think 2025 was very much a year of setting foundations, establishing great partnerships, of course. And now, the word is out. Nobody is not talking about this, at least in this space. And so, what I believe we're going to start seeing happen, and what we're seeing happen with some of the most forward-looking brands and agencies now, is they are bringing those worlds together. They're breaking out of the silos. In some cases, they're actually reorganizing out of the silos and starting to think about the consumer first, which is a really powerful concept, right? Like if you're reaching someone at a moment when they're likely to receive a message well and they can take action on that message and buy the product, that's exactly what you need. It shouldn't need to require, oh, is this a shopper marketing dollar or a media dollar or an e-commerce dollar? It is really starting to converge. And so I think that as we continue through this year, we're going to start seeing more and more of that in order to unlock this sort of advanced measurement and new ways of thinking about reaching consumers in a way that's going to drive that value. So that's my prediction for the year. I hope I'm right, that we get a little bit further in kind of breaking out of those traditional silos and really start seeing the conversation change, not from, should I do this, to how should I do this most effectively? How do we push the industry forward in terms of transparency and deep integrations and great workflows and consumer-centric experiences that are going to help to really drive value across the ecosystem.
Fantastic. What do you think, Elliot? What happens when everyone gets it?
When everyone gets it, I think that people move beyond channels and they start to think about the consumer first. And simple application is basically that I show someone a CTV ad from an awareness standpoint. When they're in their car, did I hit them with a Spotify ad with a similar message from a remarketing standpoint? And then when they're in the aisle and they're researching, do I actually want this product? Are we on the page where they're doing it? And present at all those moments by using data from Instacart as an example, really is now a consumer-first approach versus the channel approach. And because you have things like product catalog that can pull in not only the online signal but the offline sales as well in real time, as fast as the provider can give you that data. That means you can optimize in real time, and that unlock is going to be huge. So when people get it, they are going to break down all of those channels. They'll think consumer first. They could do it at scale and speed to market, and that's going to be a pretty powerful thing.
Fantastic.
From my perspective, two themes. We're seeing this acceleration of consideration for upper funnel activity on TikTok to lower funnel. And so we're seeing an acceleration of TikTok as a full funnel platform due to partnership that we're creating. So that's very exciting. And when we talk about the partnership, we very much think about it in the context of food and bev, but know for a fact that a year from now, it will touch so many other sub-verticals. So I'm very excited to see how other advertisers that we don't consider as the first people that we're going to talk to, really thinking, oh wait, this makes sense to me. Platform like Instacart offers such a wide range of retail partners. I'm very excited to see how that's going to evolve.
I love that. I drank way too much coffee before this and flew through my slides too fast, so we have time for a lightning round. There's a lot of brands in the room, a lot of agencies in the room. What's a piece of advice you all would give them for moving toward this future we've just been describing, like whether it's thinking better about reorganizing so that there's more communication and coordination, whether it's working with your measurement groups. We'll just go on down the line. Like, what's one piece of advice you'd give to anyone who wants to invest in this space more effectively in 2026?
Two pieces of advice. I would say first, ask deeper and more in depth, but deeper and maybe more questions around data sets and custom audiences that can be built. Because that is where you can then build that surgical campaign. I was talking about connecting the dots to the full funnel. So more questions around what is available with your data, and questioning then how can you build a customer-first approach. That's the first thing. And the second, I think if everything we were talking about needs to move forward and will move forward, I think marketers who hold the budgets need to start asking tougher questions on what is then the output value, what's my incremental value for what I'm investing in that differentiates your data set versus someone else's. And as soon as those questions start to happen and people start to really measure data sets against each other and what's capable, I think that's where the wheat and the chaff get separated, and that'll be an exciting thing. I think that'll benefit everyone.
It's fantastic. Ali, what about you?
So I feel like I'm a broken record, but I feel like I also need to be around breaking down silos. I think, as we look at this bold new opportunity, it's, just as we've seen the rise of new types of advertising across this industry for, decades. I mean, this is really the next frontier of looking at an opportunity to break out of the old way of doing things. And that means breaking out of old, kind of siloed decision-making hubs and decision-making tied with budgets and, optimizing for my budget before I think about yours. Ultimately, if we do pivot to where are consumers spending their time, what do consumers want? They want what they want when they want it, and they want it right now. And so how do we make sure that we're really building these experiences in a way that feels authentic to them, that drives kind of actionable discovery and allows them to kind of have that non-linear shopping journey that's so common now? And that's going to take a new way of thinking. And so I really, I love thinking back to data as the guide here. If we really look at driving impact and using data to its fullest extent across on-platform solutions like on Instacart, and then also across, CTV and programmatic and social and video, and there's just so many opportunities to reach consumers in a really actionable, measurable way. But that will take bringing folks together and bringing teams together in a way that may not feel natural at first. So I think it's sort of embracing the discomfort of that and looking toward what could actually drive the most value. And I think that'll help to move the industry in a direction where even existing dollars can be much more, measurable, actionable, and highly performant, while also kind of fueling the types of results that are going to really resonate with brands who are looking to drive that next phase of growth. The last thing I'll mention is you touched on in-store. Don't sleep on in-store. I think that's really the next frontier. On the Instacart side, we've been really focused on the connected store and bringing kind of the best of online back into the store. So for example, with our smart caper carts, you have all of these benefits of a shopping experience where you actually can get personalized recommendations and you can get closed loop information by checking out on the cart, and being able to tie that into the data that can drive, optimization and measurement across this ecosystem is an incredibly exciting opportunity as well. So I think, we're already kind of talking about the next frontier here, but I think that's the next one out beyond that.
Yeah, we could do a whole thing on in-store.
Oh yeah,
fascinating.
yeah.
Laura, you get the last word. What's something you would advise people in the room?
I would say a big theme for us this year is going to be full funnel. TikTok has a full funnel platform, and so we've done some great work in upper funnel activation. Consideration is a big theme that we're also tackling, providing great levels of insights to brands to really understand how to move the needle on that. Performance is obviously a very important development as well, and so observing that sense of collaboration from different teams perhaps who may engage on topics such as the Instacart partnership. How do we activate that? How do we activate that as such that we're seeing impact across the full funnel? The teams at TikTok are very happy and excited to engage on that topic, innovate and have a creative twist, perhaps involving creators, right, to drive that discovery and translate that into measurable outcomes.
Fantastic. These guys have been great. Give it up for these guys.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Did we go back this way?
Yes.
Oh, this way.
All right, let's give a round of applause for our panel. All right? Yes, yes. We're going to take a quick break, but we will be back in 20 minutes. We will be back to hear more about how creator-led content redefines storytelling. See you then. Bye-bye.
At CES 2026, innovators from every corner of the globe show up to the most powerful tech event in the world. We'll rally together, imagining what's next, and we'll make it real, solving the greatest challenges facing our world, and proving that technology isn't just moving us forward, it's creating new possibilities. Here, AI isn't an idea, it's intelligence in motion. The innovators, the storytellers, and the game changers come together to redefine the landscape of content, creativity, and culture. Pioneers will push healthcare beyond what we ever thought possible. From connected roads to autonomous flight, from next-gen marine tech to innovations that feed the planet, this is what drives us forward. In the halls of CES, technology doesn't just compute, it collaborates. Quantum thinkers, cybersecurity leaders, fintech visionaries, and robotics engineers are rewriting the rules of enterprise itself. Because when the world's most determined minds come together, we don't just predict the future, we build it. This is where bold ideas meet a global force, where industries converge, partnerships ignite, and breakthroughs take center stage. Innovation isn't a solo act, it's a shared pursuit. CES 2026. Innovators show up.
Please welcome the president of the Consumer Technology Association, Kinsey Fabrizio.
Welcome, everyone. We are thrilled to have you here with us today. Here at CES, we spend a lot of time talking about what's next. But today is about something a little different. It's about how leaders are actually thinking through those changes in real time. And that's why we are excited to host a live interview taping of the All In podcast. Yeah, you can clap. I love the All In podcast. I'm happy that they're here. A show known for candid, unfiltered conversations about technology, capital, and leadership. And for me personally, All In has been an audio companion. I have been listening since day one, and it's been part of my weekly podcast lineup ever since the show started. The conversations don't just react to the news. They challenge assumptions and push listeners to think more critically about the forces shaping our world. To kick us off, here's a quick look at why All In has become such an essential listen.
The #1 podcast in the world.
Any lessons from your time in Washington, D.C.?
The government is basically unfixable.
Job creation, transfer, displacement, etc.
We are busier than ever.
Predicting the economy is a really hard thing to do.
I'm not letting you off the hook. Can you get it under control? Is there the will in Washington to allow you to do that?
Well, the biggest thing I think is growth, because we can grow our way out.
What's the path forward, Mark, Tucker?
I think we've forgotten about entrepreneurs.
I'm an angel investor, so I'm kind of biased, but
I mean, I agree with you.
Yeah, I think it's $1 billion company.
People know me for the Uber investment. It was $4 or $5 million valuation, but there's
When do I flip that?
Well, yeah, it's going to take a little more.
Can you say? It's Robinhood.
Oh, I'm an investor.
Good.
Oh my God.
So I screwed up.
It's a $6 billion company. You would have owned 20%.
Yeah.
And Vlad asked you to be on the board and you didn't do it.
Exactly. So
oh my
good news
God.
of it.
Guys, welcome back.
Thank you. It's good to be home, Megan. People were down on the market, but you stuck with it.
Compaq actually started, with the original luggable.
When you started this, did they tell you you're an idiot?
Yeah.
But you did it anyway.
Yeah.
So the last time I did this podcast, I think Jason was a huge asshole to me. I'm the vice president. You're in DC. You have to be nice to me now, Jason.
Oh, it's on?
Not just our models, but all models tend to do better if you threaten them.
If you threaten them.
Like with physical violence.
Yes. It's your favorite podcast. It's your podcaster's favorite podcast, the All In podcast.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your favorite bestie, Jason Calacanis.
Besties are back.
Let your winners ride.
Thanks for coming out, everybody. We're going to have a great, full contact, super hardcore discussion about the future, specifically around AI, which I think is the most important theme, not only of CES 2026, as we've seen with all the incredible gadgets, chips being launched, self-driving, but it's going to be the most important transformation of our lifetimes. I think everything we've seen over the last 30 years of technology, from the PC revolution to cloud computing to the internet, mobile, all of that is going to be dwarfed in comparison to the impact that AI is going to have on society. If you're here at CES, you know that. You're here for that reason. And we've got two amazing guests who are going to join us to have this debate. And additionally, I've brought my box, a box filled with all the ghosts and gadgets of Christmas past. And we're going to go through those at the end of our discussion. But here's a quick video of our guests who will be joining me today.
From boardrooms to the White House and beyond, McKinsey's influence in business is virtually unparalleled.
It's one of the largest and most influential consulting firms in the world.
Enterprise can move faster than any of us expected, which is good news because these problems aren't going to be the problems of the next generation. They're going to be the problems of our leadership generation.
Making this system of government better on both efficiency and effectiveness is key for economic growth and for national defense. We also think that some of the private sector insights that we have brought to the public sector can drive innovation.
Our next guest leads venture capital firm General Catalyst.
With $40 billion in assets under management as of mid-year.
Our aspirations in venture capital is to be the best seed firm in the world.
The decisions we're making, the companies we're building are going to impact the world for centuries to come.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Bob Sternfels and Hemant Taneja.
Gentlemen, welcome. All right. Let's do it. Let's do it. So we're here at CES 2026. It's really interesting to watch this conference get this new life breathed into it. We had this period during COVID when CES obviously had to take a pause. And we were wondering in Silicon Valley, hey, is anybody going to show up at CES? Is it still relevant? Do people care? And now, look at this. This is one of the largest ones ever, and everybody's here. I saw Lisa from AMD, Jensen from NVIDIA, Uber, Neuro, Waymo. The change is amazing. I think maybe to start, you spent a career at McKinsey trying to accelerate change, and in venture capital, Hemant, literally building these businesses from the seed stage on. How do you look at the pace of innovation and change in this past 2 years since ChatGPT was launched compared to the first 30 years of our careers? We're all of a certain Gen X age. Compare the last 2 or 3 years to the 30 before it.
Yeah, well, first, Jason, thanks. And it's great to be up here with you guys. And yeah, I would just say this week is amazing. I think there's over 150,000 folks here this week. Wow. And you talk about CES being back. I think CES is back. And, and that's great, right? And with all of these things happening, I think there's such a premium on folks from different perspectives getting together, because that's where new ideas are created. And my big hope and why we're here is when you mix and mingle with different folks, you come up with new things. And the world needs new things. And what I love is you mentioned a lot of the tech leaders. What's exciting for this is I think everybody sees tech as part of the equation. And so when I look at the folks here in CES, you see not only the technology leaders, the investors, but you see folks from almost every industry vertical that are here now because they know that technology doesn't sit on the side. It's central to everything we do. And I get to your question. Look, I think we're moving at literally warp speed now. It's just night and day different. It's almost a, BC AD type of thing when you can see the change of pace. And I haven't met a CEO yet that isn't talking about how do I get my organization moving faster? It's quite frankly less about strategy. It's more about organizational speed.
Hey, Hemant, how does this feel compared to our first couple of decades where companies would take 2 or 3 years to release a product. And now companies are releasing products in 2 or 3 weeks, 2 or 3 months.
Yeah. So look, the world has completely changed, right? We've often said this is peak ambiguity. You have massive geopolitical change. You have an incredible amount of change around every country trying to drive strategic autonomy in different industries. And all those dynamics keep changing. Alliances, the new world order, everything. And underneath that, our tool of implementation is technology. That keeps changing, right? So what the technologies can build today versus what the LLMs could do, let's say, 2 years ago, or November 22, let's say, when ChatGPT came about, is fundamentally different. So what are you building towards as to what the world's going to look like so you can have enduring value? And then what are you building with, where the technologies you're using aren't going to obsolesce and destroy your value proposition over time? It's just all kinds of change. And so it's a really dynamic time. And the other thing you will see is, we invested in Stripe in 2010. It became a $100 billion company, let's say 12, 13 years later. You look at Anthropic, which we're also investors in, that goes from $60 billion last year to, a couple $100 billion. So and by the way, with good economic progress, these are not pie in the sky valuations. They're based on actual growth of the business. Well, that goes back to your point, which is the compression of how fast value can create when code self-writes and access to distributions change so fundamentally. It's just really exciting. And I think it's going to accelerate from here.
This was one of the statistics we would look at in venture capital. Hey, how long does it take this company to get to 100 million in revenue? How long does it take to get to $1 billion in revenue? Unpack Anthropic and that journey, because this company's revenue, and you have OpenAI, obviously their contemporary, trending towards $20 billion in revenue a year. Where's Anthropic at, and what's the revenue mix? Where does the revenue come from?
Well, look, so Anthropic builds language models. It's got some of the best models out there. There's a couple of companies that are doing a good job of that. And then they've got cloud on top, which is, to me, the essence of transforming the engineering department of an enterprise, right? And that's a killer application where everybody is now using these tools. So that business, when we invested, was doing about $880 million, which was a 10x growth from the year before.
10x year over year.
10x growth the year before. And then this last year, they've announced this, they're growing another 10x or more. And so when you look at that, and we invested at the $60 billion valuation, assuming it's going to be like a 3x growth from there, because those are staggering numbers, and it does 10x. Can't predict it, but to see adoption is so fast. And so you look at that and say, so we ended up investing at, a $8, $9, $10 billion kind of run rate business at $60 billion. That's the cheapest deal that got done last year in venture capital on a financial basis. So we just have to get our head around what does scale really mean, and are we in the business of creating what we used to think was like, can we create decacorns? Now we're talking about, can we create trillion-dollar companies, right? I mean, that's not a pie-in-the-sky idea with Anthropic and OpenAI and a couple others. Game's changed. Scale of technology is, fundamentally different in what it can do.
Bob, what's behind this massive revenue ramp? Because you get to see all the incumbent businesses. You get to see the elite businesses that are growing, 2 or 3 times X each year. You also get to see the ones that are struggling. And then you see these large numbers and 10X year over year growth. What's driving this in your mind? And is it sustainable? I mean, that's the other question.
I hate to give you the classic consultant answer, but I do think it depends, and I think we're at a tipping point this year, and I'll tell you why. I think what's underpinning this 10x and 10x, we work with most of the large enterprise in the world across all industry verticals, and what we have seen is a huge uptake of leveraging these technologies, like Anthropic. We're leveraging Anthropic, and so large enterprise is using technology at a scale and rate that they haven't before. And if you look at IT spend as a % of revenue, et cetera, all of this stuff has gone up. And I think that is propelling the 10x to 10x. The conundrum is, and it's been widely written about, realizing enterprise at scale value in non-technology companies is proving harder than people think.
Got it. So in plain English, that means, hey, you've got a travel company, there's somebody deploying AI, and you're watching what's happening at Tesla or Google, and they're getting these phenomenal results, but maybe that legacy business is having a harder time achieving those results?
I'll make it even simpler. Typical non-tech CEO might say, hey, Bob, do I listen to my CFO or my CIO right now? Right? CFO is saying, we spent all this money. Why do we need to be the fast adopter? I'm not seeing the ROI yet. Can we pause? CIO saying, are you freaking crazy? This is the moment that if we don't, we'll be disrupted. We think now, I will say that the shining part is, I think there's a path where you bring those two together as allies. And you say, yeah, but let's rethink this. Get out of pilot purgatory, really think the reorganization, all this stuff. There is a path, but I think right now, most CEOs are getting torn a bit between, do I listen to my CFO or do I listen to my CIO?
And I think this is a really good jump-off point, Hemant, of your strategy at General Catalyst. You and I have known each other for a long time. Really a long time, decades. And you always prided yourself on being the great seed fund. We're gonna get to these companies when they're $10 million and 10 people and put that first check in. But then I saw this news item go by a month ago that you raised $9 billion, and then I see you're buying companies. So are you out of the seed business and now doing random acts of private equity? What's going on here? Yeah. Explain to me the strategy at General Catalyst.
Okay. How much time do we have? It's going to take some time. So look, I would say we very much view ourselves as a venture capital firm at our core and a seed venture capital firm at our core, because our true north for the 25 years we've been around has been meeting founders where they are. And what that means is essentially help them navigate ambiguity in the past when they're sort of beginning and the business isn't clear, all the way to figuring out how to scale in the complex markets that they go into. So everything we've done has been in that context of creating these catalysts, the flexible capital they need, the policy capabilities they need, the market access they need, and their set of relationships globally to actually build enduring companies. So that hasn't changed. So why did we go, acquire a health system in Ohio? It was a nonprofit. We worked with the Attorney General, converted it. And I say this, by the way, with a great sense of responsibility, because that's a community in Akron, Ohio, that we take care of. So that hospital has to continue operations in all the dimensions it takes care of with people. Well, we bought it to actually have a place where we can work with our founders and transform with AI, create abundance and resilience for this health system so you can take care of the people a lot better. Okay? And if we did that, then we can go do that for the other hundreds of systems across the country and be able to do that. So some of it is, that's market access. It's very hard for healthcare startups to go deploy successfully at scale in these systems. We are going to go show how. We're going to actually go on the ground, we'll do with them and show the world how, so it can transform the health system. Your other point about sort of buying companies, we look at that as there's a lot of workforce transformation happening. Bob and I talk a lot about this. I think work fundamentally in these companies is going to change. So if you're a call center in an emerging country today, this is a declining asset value because it's going to be displaced with AI. So we look at that and say, well, but those are customers on the other side. If we bought that as a piece of the puzzle to work with an early stage founder to learn how to quickly accelerate adoption of AI into the call center space and serve these customers and scale a lot faster, the compressed value creation we're talking about, that is a new playbook. So this is not about trying to be PE. This is about acquiring businesses in PE that actually have declining value, but have important customers that need to be served, and help them get to that AI transformation that Bob's talking about faster by getting our founders in there.
This is extraordinary, Bob, when you think about it. Just so the audience can put their head around this, venture capitalists used to back founders to then be the barbarians at the gate, to try to take on these big industries. Now these big industries, in some cases, are in significant decline, struggling, and the venture capitalists are coming in and saying, we'll just buy the castle, open the drawbridge. We're going to buy it so that we can take our startups and accelerate, whether it's healthcare, financial services, or customer support and outsourcing, business process outsourcing. And essentially, we don't care about that business economically necessarily as much as we care about it for access to that customer base. Running McKinsey, this is a playbook that is like coming out of the future in a time capsule and saying, we're going to just upend the entire ecosystem, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, I just gave a talk at a university and was talking to some potential folks to join us. And I said, look, I'm jealous. Right? I'm jealous of all of you because you have a lot more time to do what we do than I do. And you're doing it at a time where it's going to be a lot more exciting. Because if you just link this, and Hemant, what I love is, and effectively, you're creating a new asset class. Right? This is not private equity. This is about how do you transform incumbent entities into something different. Right? Private equity typically optimizes an existing asset class at a certain scale. This is about transformation. So you think of large existing enterprise, and I think you have a choice. You have a choice of transform or die. And so there's this wonderful moment, but because of some of the incumbent advantages, I wouldn't say that it's predetermined which way you're going to go. Right? You can actually do this quite quickly, and I think you're showing the power of private capital can actually do this.
So we've chatted a lot about this, right? So one of the things when you think about transforming a large enterprise, what do you really need? You need a few pieces. One is you need data infrastructure that can ready you for the enterprise. You need the models adapted to you. And then you actually need a new model for how the workforce is going to function, because you have agents and humans, and there's a massive change management exercise. So a lot of our partnership has been about sort of figuring out, okay, what is that new model going to be to transform these businesses? And what does that mean when you get on the ground? So you look at department by department. Take HR. How do you drive transformation of healthcare and how you take care of your people? That process is horrible today. And we have a business called Transparent that goes and essentially creates abundance in that regard. That uses AI, so you have direct access agentically to all kinds of healthcare services, take care of yourself, and then be able to then be routed, whether you need a surgery or you need to have cancer therapy or mental health, and do it in a way that is seamless, cost-effective, and helps enterprises take control of their cost structure. You need coding to fundamentally transform. That's what Anthropic does. There are companies working on transforming the call centers. There are companies working on transforming your sales and marketing. But then when you have these technologies in there, how are the actual people going to do their work in concert with these agentic capabilities? That is a whole new model. And you guys are inventing, I'll talk about that, because there's a lot of innovation that needs to happen in that whole sort of workforce transformation that I think is ultimately where rubber's going to meet the road on how quickly teams embrace it, customers embrace it, and we can actually diffuse AI into these businesses.
And Bob, you've had to deal with this internally at your organization. What's the right size? And what happens when a piece of technology takes a career and takes out the first 5 years? Yeah. What happens to an organization when you just basically gut the first 5 years of development? And this is why some people in the economy are looking at AI and they're scared. And they're looking at AI and saying, is this going to benefit me, my family, my kids who are graduating from school? If this technology, and I think management consulting is the perfect place to look at it, tell me honestly, the first couple of years you're training up one of these really smart kids to write up reports and do analysis. That can be done with AI today perfectly, close to perfectly.
Yeah. So I'll give you a couple stats first on us, and then more general. 25 squared and 40,000 and 25,000. What do I mean by that? So let's look at McKinsey as a bit of an incubator. The 25 squared is we're simultaneously doing two things at the same time. So we have client-facing folks, which most of you in the audience would know and think about when you think about a McKinsey consultant. We're growing that body at 25% next year. 25%. Unprecedented number of new hires because the work is changing. They're not doing the stuff that you talked about. We saved 1.5 million hours in search and synthesis last year. But we're dividending that to solve more complicated problems and do different things. You guys are probably sick of McKinsey charts out there. We have agents that do this. They just gave you 2.5 million of them in the last 6 months. I want to get rid of charts. But the consultants are doing different things. We're adding 25% to that body.
So they're moving up the stack.
They're moving up the stack and doing these more complicated problems. At the same time, though, about half our firm are non-client-facing folks. We're down 25% in that group with 10% increase in output. And so simultaneously, and I know this is hard also, particularly for folks to get, we're going to be adding and shrinking simultaneously with the two halves.
And this has never happened in the history of the firm.
our model has always been synonymous that growth only occurs with total headcount growth.
Yeah.
Now it's actually splitting. We can grow in this part, the client-facing side, and we can shrink in this part and have aggregate growth in total. And that's a new paradigm and a new dynamic.
We're seeing this in venture. You and I were around for the days where you'd give a team $3 million and they would come back in 18 months, having spent it on data centers and building a team of 20 people, 30 people, and then we'd see the first version of the product 18 months later. And
It's
then
still three.
now
It's just a $3 billion now.
Yeah. It's insane just how much more is getting done with less. And so do we worry about society and our industry's ability to communicate to society this change? Because if you were to tell, an average business executive 10 years ago, prepared to hire 25% more people on this side of the business and cut 25% on this side of the business in the same 18-month period, their head would explode. Exactly. What? Why? How come? It doesn't make any sense. And then young people are graduating and they're sending out 100, 200 resumes, getting no job offers. We were sitting here 10 years ago. Every graduate from a decent school was like, I have an Uber, a Coinbase, and a Google offer. Which one should I take for 150K? And those offers just aren't there. So how do we communicate better as an industry? And then what's the advice to young people coming into the workforce?
Yeah, look, every company in, I'll just say Silicon Valley, but broadly in the tech industry, in the startup industry, what was it? Essentially, it looks like a C Corp with a bunch of engineers. But in the world where code self-writes, what is that next level of innovation? What are these companies actually going to do? I think that's ultimately the transition we're going through in what does innovation actually mean. It's going to be less about being able to write code fast. It's much more going to be about systemically how do we adopt this into the world. And capabilities, to your point about ambiguity in the opening, because we don't know about the capabilities of these technologies or how the world's shaping up, there's a lot of ambiguity. So to me, the companies that do really well, and the way we guide the founders, a lot of it is become iterative, constantly change, constantly move forward, as opposed to what used to be before was become precise. Find this narrow edge, create your growth loop, and go build a company. Now it's like constantly iterate. And in order to have the customers give you the license to iterate, it comes down to trust and relationships. So founders that are very good at engaging with customers, building trusting relationships, and say, hey, we're going to go figure this out together. We know how to leverage this technology, but we don't really know where it leads and what the possibilities are. But we co-create. And so the advice I always give is it's all about radical collaboration in this next phase. We got to figure this out together, where different stakeholders that all touch a system are figuring out what this means to them and then what it means in terms of an overall optimization and the transformation that we can do with it.
One maybe exciting part to this, because I think you framed it as you're a graduate and how do you get into the workforce and is it getting tougher? And we did a little bit of work that said, what kind of skills are folks going to need in an AI-infused world? Right, from an employer's point of view, less the startup, but you're more an at-scale enterprise. What can the models not do? And so therefore, what skills will humans play? And the work isn't done, but came back with kind of 3 key ideas. What can the models not do? Aspire, set the right aspiration. Do you go to low Earth orbit? Do you go to the moon? Do you go to Mars? That's a uniquely human capability. So how do you look for the skills about aspiring and getting others to believe in the aspiration?
So leadership and goal setting.
Human. Judgment. Right? And we've seen a lot around, in this room, evals, but there's no right and wrong in these models. And so how do you set the right parameters, the architecture, based on firm values, based on societal norms, whatever? How do you build the skills to set what the right parameters are? And then finally, true creativity. Right? The models are inference models. The next most likely step, how do you think about orthogonal stuff? And so some of the work we've been doing with large enterprises, if you believe in some of that, it can take you back to challenging some of your assumptions on where you look for talent. It actually means that where you went to school matters a lot less. And so do you start looking for raw intrinsics? Can you widen the base? Can you actually look at, let's take a tech background, not which university you graduated from, but what does your GitHub profile look like? let's actually get to the content. And could that actually start meaning that a wider set of people can enter the workforce with different pathways?
One of the things you said, which really resonates, is around creativity, because when we were going to college, it was all about learn how to solve problems really well, right? And now in a world where we have this technology that can solve problems for us, it really is about asking the right questions. It's like going back to that Socratic dialogue. It is about creativity and who can imagine best what the world is going to look like, and then leverage these technologies to go shape the world towards that, to your point about vision. And teaching our kids, I get this question a lot about what do you want, how do you want your kids growing up? It's like learning how to ask the right questions versus solving how to, work on hard problems. It's a very different mindset. And it is about curiosity and kind of back to being kids when you're growing up. It is about channeling your curiosity. Can we actually rethink our pedagogy in a way that we can develop this next generation to be more that than it's 8 o'clock on Wednesday morning and I'm going to factor polynomials because I'm in 7th grade, which is what our system looks like today.
Yeah, the advice I've been giving to young people is there's nobody coming for you. There's no training program. You have to make that for yourself. And do not go in through the front door with a resume. Just email the CEO of the company and redesign their landing page and say, these are the 3 things that I think could be better. And I saw you speak on this podcast. I think your company's incredible. I would love to come work there. And I did this spec work. Now people are like, why should I do free work? To get a job, to prove you actually have a skill that is meaningful. You're not going to be able to get into a training program. So many folks now in corporate America, especially the people who are onboarding people, are just like, hiring somebody and training them is going to take longer than building an agent. I can build an agent. Young people coming into the workforce I have to train are annoying. Setting up an agent who just does the work is easy. That's the game on the field right now that people don't want to talk about, which means to stand out, you're going to have to show chutzpah. You're going to have to show drive. You're going to have to show passion. And what college is doing that? What college is teaching that? What course is that?
Look, I think there's a massive gap in resilience.
Yes.
Resilience. Because what you've got under that is you're going to get knocked down.
Yeah.
Right? The question is, do you get back up?
Yeah.
And how do you get back up? And I think the educational system today doesn't necessarily build institutional or individual capability in resilience.
If we could wave a magic wand, just to go off on a complete tangent here, what should the education system look like in 2026? Because you're buying businesses, you have one in healthcare, that's one of the 3 hardest businesses to make change in, historically. The other 2 here in America that have the most regulation, are the most expensive, and are the hardest, and that Americans are suffering under the most, are housing and education. Those are the 3 big ones. Yeah. When I run for president, that's going to be my platform, is those 3. I'm going to solve those 3. But go ahead and solve education for us right now. And are you going to buy a college next?
Transform.
And transform?
Am I basically buying all the businesses that make no money? Is that where we're going?
Yeah.
I would say...
No, the businesses that are the most fucked.
Yeah, but the ones that need to endure for the longest, actually. That's the way I look at it. So here's the thing about education. This idea that we spend 22 years learning and then we spend 40 years working is a broken idea. If the learning of technology and the development of technology is going to be so dynamic. So what about going from a 4-year college to a lifelong college? Which is actually your relationship with learning is that it's a lifelong skilling and reskilling kind of an experience. We've talked about this before as well. I mean, there's some innovative college presidents that are thinking about that, which is, first of all, better business, better lifetime value if you're a college and you actually have a client or a student, for perpetuity versus paying it for 4 years, and much more useful for us to be able to go and have that capability and constantly learn what these technologies are doing and how the workforce is evolving and how to stay ahead in terms of where the opportunity is. So learning has to become much more fluid, and we need to become a community of lifelong learners as we adapt to a world where AI is being diffusing, through us over the years.
And I would just add, I'm with you on this, and that the system built close to 700 years ago was designed around a high fixed cost, libraries and professors, to then take you out for a finite period of time to learn, and then effectively you're set off into the workforce. If you start to think about the half-life of skills getting shorter and shorter, and we've done some work at our Global Institute that said for an employer the return on investment that you give an employee in terms of skills has shrunk by about half over the last 30 years. It used to be about 7 years return. It's less than 4 years, so about 3.6 years now return. And that's only getting shorter and shorter as things change. So if you believe that, I think you start to pivot to, are we teaching people to continue to learn new things as opposed to master a particular subject? Do you have that ability? One of the things that we've now indexed on, and I mentioned this 40,000 and 25,000, that is the number of humans we have and the number of personalized agents we have as of last week in McKinsey. And I think we'll be at parity before the end, by the end of this year.
So you're literally deploying agents that can do a full 360-degree trusted job function.
Absolutely.
Where is it working really well and where is it not working well?
It works when you have a specific domain area that you know ultimately where value can be created. So for us, that's in structured problem solving, it's in around search and synthesis, it's around more effective communication, these types of domain areas. But where I was going with this, so the skill is, are you skilling people to actually become superhuman by leveraging agents?
Right.
That becomes a skill. And I don't think we're actually equipping that right now. It's a bit more random or sometimes actually excluded in the classroom as opposed to embracing it and figuring out how do you actually take advantage of it.
It's almost like we need to train people to go from being part of the orchestra to everybody being the conductor and everybody having their own orchestra of agents working for them. And I always look to startups because they're resource constrained. And I was at a dinner in Singapore and I had a dozen founders there, and I said, has anybody, hired anybody in the last, 60 days? They all raised their hands. And then I said, okay, how many of you have an HR person who wrote the job description? Nobody raised his hand. I said, how many of you typed into an LLM, write a job description for this? All 12 hands go up. So now you think just HR. The entire, blocking and tackling of it has been writing the job description and sorting through the resumes. So then I asked the next question, which was, how did you sort through the resumes coming in? And they said half of them had built agents to sort through the resumes and stack rank them using AI. And I said, whoa, holy cow. Like, this is like the typing pool, the mail room, the photo. For those of you who are under 40 years old, we had a room which was called the typing pool. Then we had one called the mail room where packages came in, messengers, all those went away. That floor of the building got redeployed. And I think that's what we're going to see, like the HR department, the legal department, all getting compressed. Really interesting.
It's already happening. And I think as we think about our own transformation for our own business, we basically say every department needs to have AI teammates. Now, are those AI teammates like the co-pilot or pilot? Can you fully empower them to do stuff, or are they giving you efficiency? That depends on how well the technology works, how complex the problem is, how severe the problem is. So like in healthcare, for example, if it's life and death decisions, you want humans making those today because that technology isn't as reliable. So I think sort of having a framework, but saying every one of your departments is going to have these AI agents. If you're not doing that, then you're not preparing yourself for this next phase. And that's a lot of what you're saying. You're already going to be one-to-one. That's an enormous ratio.
Well, but the problem, I think, Jason, that you alluded to earlier in this, there's all this potential. But folks aren't thinking through the dynamic implications in their enterprise model versus the static. So the static might be, hey, there's all these departments. I can apply this. I'll radically shrink it. I'll reduce the number of layers in an organization. I may slow hiring on the inbound, to your point. The dynamic is, okay, but what does your company look like in 5 years' time? And what I often ask a CEO is, okay, you're doing all this stuff. What's the pathway to your job? How does somebody get to your job in the org of the future? You had a pathway. It's not going to be that same pathway. But if you don't hire inbound folks, you can't continually laterally bring in a CEO.
It's literally like taking the bottom 4 rungs off the ladder to save money today.
How do you get up?
Everybody's jumping up trying to get in the organization. It's like, well, we don't have a path there. You're going to have to be really thoughtful about making that investment. And it feels like the first 2 years of AI were about cutting jobs. And we really need to think about, hey, it's not just about efficiency, it's about opportunity.
Exactly. What's that other 25%? Right? That's what I think we got to lean into.
Let's take a little diversion here before I open my box.
The black box.
My box here of all the great CES innovations over the last 20 years. Physical AI. We've been talking here very cerebrally about what's happening in enterprises, what's happening in software. But you have self-driving is probably the theme. I would dub 2026 CES as self-driving CES. I will dub 2027 as robotics, humanoid robotics specifically. We're starting, obviously people are showing off all these incredible robots here, but I think consumers will be experiencing them in 27. But consumers are experiencing this year self-driving. Neuro and Lucid have an incredible product. Zoox has been here. Obviously, Elon's doing great things with Robotaxi. Feels like he's closing in on a solution and getting very close. Waymo obviously is leading the pack, but then you also have Baidu, Alibaba, WeRide, Pony AI. This is a global race. What will the world look like in 2026 in terms of self-driving, and then any second and third order impacts of those, and then do the same for robotics? So
if you go around the world today, right, you go to Europe, you go to the Middle East, where there is focus on interesting luxury products. There's a market for it. BYD and a lot of these Chinese companies are actually penetrating deeply everywhere. Because these companies have all the features and functionality, and they're really low cost. And so one thing is that the dynamic of the auto industry, and European automakers are all very dejected because they don't know how they're going to compete with the Chinese industry. US has innovation, self-driving innovation, which allows you to say the next generation of winning automotive companies will take advantage of this platform shift. US has the technology, but it doesn't have the manufacturing capabilities to actually say, can you actually make it as cost effectively as a Chinese maker is going to be? So it's not as easy to figure out how the world order on automotive is going to shift around the world. And so part of the physical AI and the use of AI in manufacturing is to figure out how do you design and manufacture products, next generation products, right here in the US in a way that mimics the cost advantages of China, so that then our innovation can then carry the day for us to be the global leaders yet again in this next phase. So we have a company, Rebuild Manufacturing, that's focusing on this, for example. There's a lot of focus that needs to get on that, because if it's self-driving and it's not cost effective, yeah, some of us will buy it, but it's never going to be a mainstream product, because cost has, there's a reserve price that really shifts the demand patterns around automotive. And you probably have good data on this as well. We should talk about that. But we got to get the AI right, and we got to get the manufacturing cost right as well.
No, I think that there's a massive coming down the cost curve on this. I'm with you, Jason. I think we're going to see literally over the next 12 to 24 months a massive transformation. I think the race is afoot, right? The race is afoot between let's say a Western stack and a Chinese stack on this. And then in rest of world, it'll be interesting as a battleground to see where that plays out. And you and I were talking a little bit about this. I think that is a massive trend. I think a larger trend will be the trend to robotics, and not just for human interaction, but in manufacturing. And when you think about the challenges that the Western world faces, so take the US. I was talking to the CEO of one of the large contract manufacturers, and she has 50,000 job openings right now for US manufacturing jobs in America that she can't fill. Right? And our demographics aren't getting better on this front. Germany is even worse situation.
Yeah,
Korea
Japan, Germany.
Like another level.
Yeah.
And I think the only way that you build resilient supply chains at the cost point that you're talking about is it's going to be robotics at the heart. And this race, I think, is wide open. Korea leads the way in robots per worker. Right? They're at about 1 to 10 right now. Germany and China are tied at second, and the US then is a distant third. And so there's a real race. You talked about the autonomy thing. I would actually jump to the robotics thing and wonder how do we win this
One of the
race?
issues in robotics is, so when you build the LLMs, you could dump them in the cloud, experiment with something called ChatGPT, and it becomes pervasive. If you have good robotics models, what's next? You don't have a hardware capability that's like an API infrastructure that diffuses those models fast. So there's a lot that needs to get built. So I actually think robotics will be slower than people think in terms of really taking hold. But it's essential to go lead in that if you're going to lead in manufacturing, and therefore have that core advantage to play up the stack in industries like automotive. There's no other way to do it.
Yeah, I don't want to name drop, but I went 2 Sundays ago, I went to Tesla with Elon, and I went and visited the Optimus lab. There were a large number of people working on a Sunday at 10 a.m.
Yeah.
And I saw Optimus 3. I can tell you now, nobody will remember that Tesla ever made a car. They will only remember the Optimus, and that he is going to make 1 billion of those. And it is going to be the most transformative technology product ever made in the history of humanity, because what LLMs are going to enable those products to do is understand the world and then do things in the world that we don't want to do.
Yeah.
I believe it'll be a 1-to-1 ratio of humans to Optimus, and I think he's already won, but I don't want to speak out of school. But I do have a box.
We go to the box.
I have a box. And these are all really interesting technologies that we all got to see. How many people owned one of these? I mean, Michael Douglas made this famous. Remember Wall Street on the beach, making trades. And there was an amazing You Will commercial. Remember the AT&T You Will commercial? And this was one of them. You'll be able to work remote from the beach. What is the equivalent of this today? What is the equivalent of this today? What do you think, we're going to look back on this year and laugh at in 30 years? This is something from the 80s, so I guess this is 30 years ago. What are we going to look at that we're all enamored with today that we'll kind of get a little guffaw out of?
Well, you know what, I'll tell you, by the way, I love it. It says California Mobile Phone on this. That was like the brand associated. And two memories come to mind for me on this. One was envy, because when I started, only the most senior people could get one of these, and I couldn't, right? So just like when you grabbed it, like, I want one of those.
$4 a minute?
Exactly.
What was it, $3 or $4 a minute?
And some
battery lasts about 30 minutes?
Exactly. Some new associate doesn't get one of these.
When did you have your first mobile phone?
I'm too young for this.
Too young for that? You're such a liar. You had the StarTAC like me. Had StarTAC like me.
But the second, and this was made infamous, was one of the great things, unfortunately, great failures that we had, was we did a project, and it was published a while ago, for AT&T in the mid-'80s that said these things were never going to take off. Cell phones
never
were going to really get going.
You can put it on the gym.
I don't know why you burned me with this one.
But by the way, what did it remind, like something today, just to answer your question, think about like a lot of the eyeglass innovation that's happening. This was with your ears. The innovation we're trying to with the eyes on how to intelligently navigate. I think that there's so many attempts that have now worked in the last 20 years. There we go. All right.
Well, it's a really good segue because here's the Google Glass.
There we go.
Now, as ridiculous as I look right now, and I can hear the cameras taking my picture, and you will not be spared because you'll be wearing them as well. I remember when Larry and Sergey started walking around with these.
Yeah.
In fact, Larry, I was at a party and he came on the dance floor with these, and I said, Larry, take those off. All the girls are going to start dancing if you keep walking around with them. He goes, oh, really? I was like, yeah, that's not how dancing works. You don't. But if you think about this product, why did they stop making this? They should have kept iterating. And this was AR before AR. You
Maybe they didn't
could
get the
see right
girls.
through it.
Yeah. Ahead of its time. Right. And
go ahead and try it on, Bob.
There you go.
And now forever, you will also be in infamy.
There you go.
Your turn.
I think
You have
Haymon's
to
too
wear it
smart
too.
to do it. But,
All right, I'll do it. But by the way, the new ones aren't much better. The form factor is better, but the utility isn't there yet. So when you look at it, today's version of this is what this was.
Yes, I
we're
agree.
not there yet. So.
Now here's one. This is a miniature version. I tried to get this, and if anybody can get me this, I'll pay $10,000 for it, maybe $25,000. The Theranos one-drop blood machine. This was like one of their tchotchkes.
Ooh.
But in truth, you're now in healthcare. This may have been a fraud, allegedly. In reality, she's in jail, I guess. So I don't want to. I mean, maybe there's a chance it was all. She's innocent. Who knows? I'll leave that possibility out there. Allegedly, but the promise of this captured people's imagination.
Yeah.
A small amount of blood to get a lot of data back. And in fact, in fairness to Elizabeth, she was able to do a couple of interesting tests with a small amount. This was a great product idea, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Will somebody create that with AI in the next 10 years?
I think it's very likely because the challenge with this is how can you actually manufacture those nano devices where you can take really low volumes and be accurate and measure these things. Technology wasn't there. So when you're going back to our hardware manufacturing innovations, I think they will catch on to enable this. And you want this. You want this to be that you can have real-time diagnostics, think about a modern physical, and be much more preemptive about healthcare. Like pervasive, effective capabilities like this, these endpoints will be useful for that.
And you have Function Health, you have Superpower now doing, I don't know if you guys use either of those products, but getting your blood work done every year, having a concierge talk to you about it for but $800 a year, $600 a year. Obviously, consumer-led healthcare and the Theranos vision.
I think there's a growing movement around longevity. It's like become a cultural phenomenon, and so that's, first of all, the fact that consumers have propensity to pay. We have a company called Roe, for example, that focuses on GLP-1s. Because there's that propensity, it drives innovation to create more products like this that are focused on keeping you healthy.
How many people owned one of these? Raise your hand. All right. And how many people have 3 of these in their closet that they can't throw away? I mean,
the keyboard.
This was the greatest product ever.
So I just started out of college. One of the very first apps that was non-email on this, we wrote that. And it was a merchandising app for Red Bull. So they could actually do inventory tracking in a store. And this was an amazing product,
I'm still faster on this keyboard.
Right. I mean, this was like for McKinsey, this was your cocaine.
We had some, and we had some very senior people, even when that wouldn't give up.
I have to tell you this story because this gives me anxiety. I used to, I grew up writing apps on this. And then in 2011, I moved to the Valley. And I had my BlackBerry. I put it on a table like this. I met with somebody who was a well-known person in the Valley. We had a good conversation. At the end of it, he said, "Do you still use a BlackBerry?" I was like, "Yeah." He's like, "Stop doing that. You were judged in this meeting." I kid you not. I was like, okay.
Well, I mean, just think about.
You didn't want to touch it. You were holding it away from you. Oh,
just think about how many carpal tunnel surgeries this created.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, this was great for the economy.
Yeah.
Terrible for. All right.
Huge.
This is an interesting one. How many people owned
Palm?
A Pilot.
Yeah.
How many people own one of these?
Is it Palm
Incredible,
7?
right? And this one, I guess.
Does it have a stylus?
The antenna?
No, the stylus isn't here. We got this off of eBay, thanks to my friends at CES. But you got to learn script, and you would be very good at, spending at a party 3 or 4 minutes typing in somebody's
And you'd have to have
email
your
address.
phone separately, right? These
Yes.
are 2 different devices. So.
And if you really wanted to be have a lot of swagger and a lot of riz, you would have this on one side of your belt. I know you had this, Bob. You did have
right
it, Bob,
there.
didn't you?
You have to be equal.
And the BlackBerry,
on the other side.
that was like you were like a gunslinger.
Yeah, and then in the early days when the BlackBerry didn't have the phone, then you had the phone too. So then you look like a utility guy.
Hemant, I know that in college you lost a lot of brain cells to this one. The first ad on the internet was a banner ad for Zima.
Oh, boy.
How many people have had a Zima? Oh, too many.
These are headaches.
This was the most repulsive drink in the world. We got an empty can of it. It's still available, I think, in Sweden. I think there's one place that still has the license and produces this horrific beverage.
But you look at all the carbonated stuff now.
I think
is
this
the
is
modern
like
Version of this.
White Claw is.
Yeah, there you go.
I think that's that generation's.
You want one?
No, thanks.
I actually ran a marathon with one of these on my waist in New York City, the Sony Discman.
It didn't skip when you were running?
You see, this is a very good point. I had the advanced one that had it had a 10-second buffer. This was elite at the time. It's an extra $50.
I remember that.
You would buffer 10 seconds. And then obviously the iPod came out. What do we think in terms of the limited capabilities, but the inspiration of this will we look back on at this moment in time? In other words, a device that could go 1,000x in its capability, but providing the same similar functionality, in this case, being able to have portable music.
Yeah, it's interesting because you think of the Walkman before this, right, which was the cassette.
Right.
It wouldn't skip. That was durable. Advance in technology and moving from analog to digital, but less durable.
Yeah, but better fidelity.
Better fidelity. Transition to iPod, whatever, right? That then solve both of the equations, and it gets you think. What are the transition technologies we're in right now? And one of the places I come back to is health wearables. So many different health wearables out there, and they're all attacking the problem from slightly different angles.
Yes.
Some advances, but I think we're on the cusp. I go back to marrying this plus wearables to having more continuous monitoring and data
This might be the transition step on
Yes,
on wearables.
between your 8 sleep, your Aura, your Whoop, all of that, your blood work coming together and giving you customized medicine.
I just think that's a better answer than I was going to give. But
What are you going to do?
My answer is the LLM hallucinations. Because when you think about the intelligence, it's actually unreliable in a lot of ways, just like the music was unreliable with this. And is that going to change fundamentally over the next?
That's pretty
Here's
good.
the last one. This might give you PTSD as well.
Does it buzz or beep?
Yeah, well, actually, you know what we call this in the Middle East? We call this the Hamas vasectomy. Here, catch. Be careful. Inappropriate.
I've already had mine.
He got you. Yeah. Be careful.
There you go.
This was a very interesting device because, for people who don't know, this one might have text messaging on it, but it used to just tell you the phone number of the person who texted.
Call back.
So now if you were dating and you were in the dating pool and you got that text from that special number, you're like, oh, how many minutes before I call back? I got to go find a payphone and call back. But you used to be able to give a number. So after you paged somebody, you could put in a couple of digits codes. So we started to have our own vernacular 411 or 911. You could append to your beep some numbers, like maybe your location, et cetera, the street number you were on, et cetera. Really an interesting product in how we never got to turn off work. That led to always on. Doom scrolling, the never-ending nature of, our commitment to work. And in some ways now we're starting to see a reverse of that. People are buying phones. I understand a lot of millennials now are buying digital cameras so they can leave their phone at home, and they're getting flip phones. So they've unbundled it. Really interesting. Any memories of the pager for you?
Yeah, well, first of all, they always say all the money is made in bundling and unbundling, and that is happening. And I think it is about, if you're going to say the equivalent of this, which is about how do we go back to human connection and engaging in person as opposed to trying to be lonely online, being fulfilled offline. That's probably the behavioral change that's going to happen. What enables that, I think, is probably there is some social engineering that's going to drive that.
All right. This has been an amazing hour. Let's bring back Kinsey from the the president of the Consumer Technology Association. Well done, gentlemen. Big round of applause. Thanks, for our guests. Thank you so much for hosting us. It was incredible. Thank you. You've been a great audience. Hope we didn't offend anybody. The world's going to be amazing.
Thanks, Joe.
There are still going to be jobs. Maybe not that many of them.
For now.
But you're all going to get universal basic income. There's going to be you're going to get a credit card at the end when you leave. That'll be your basic income.
Is this when you run?
Yes, when I run for president, everybody gets UBI. You don't have to worry about jobs anymore. Let's give it up one more time. Big round of applause. Thank you so much. That was awesome. That was great. Thank you. Good job. Thank you. That was fun.
So brilliant.
That was fun.
So brilliant. That was awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you. How do we do? Okay.
This is awesome. That was
I mean, what a great crowd.
From every corner of the globe, show up to the most powerful tech event in the world. We'll rally together, imagining what's next, and we'll make it real, solving the greatest challenges facing our world, and proving that technology isn't just moving us forward, it's creating new possibilities. Here, AI isn't an idea, it's intelligence in motion. The innovators, the storytellers, and the game changers come together to redefine the landscape of content, creativity, and culture. Pioneers will push healthcare beyond what we ever thought possible. From connected roads to autonomous flight, from next-gen marine tech to innovations that feed the planet, this is what drives us forward. In the halls of CES, technology doesn't just compute, it collaborates. Quantum thinkers, cybersecurity leaders, fintech visionaries, and robotics engineers are rewriting the rules of enterprise itself. Because when the world's most determined minds come together, we don't just predict the future, we build it. This is where bold ideas meet a global force, where industries converge, partnerships ignite, and breakthroughs take center stage. Innovation isn't a solo act, it's a shared pursuit. CES 2026. Innovators show up.
Please join us in welcoming to the stage Ben Arnold and Paul Gagnon.
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling nice. I feel that everything is going.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for hosting us here. Thanks to the CTA for asking us to come speak and present some insights. Ben and I's goal today here is to share with you a few ways to think about how to grow your business, especially in what's probably looking like a fairly challenging market in 2026. So my name is Paul Gagnon. I'm the Hardlines industry advisor, specializing in technology, especially TV and AV.
I'm Ben Arnold, industry advisor for consumer technology at Circana. It's great to be back on this stage at CES 2026.
So today we're going to start off with a little bit of a taste of what happened this holiday season. You know, we're fresh off the holiday season. Circana's got very timely insights. And so we're going to share a little bit about that. And then Ben and I are going to walk through some different ways to think about how to address your consumer, how to address the market, how to grow your brand or grow your category by thinking differently about how to analyze the data and come up with a strategy. First, as a reminder about who Circana is, Circana tracks over $3 trillion worth of spending around the world across 8 different product category segments, including technology, and we've been doing so for a very long time. So we've got a wealth of data, a big pool of insights to scour when Ben and I are doing our analysis and talking to clients and customers and analyzing markets, and it's really rooted in this huge amount of data that we have available. First, I'm going to walk through some holiday insights. And if you're anything like me, you're eagerly awaiting the latest data drop. In fact, actually, we're anticipating any moment now getting sales results from the week of Christmas. We currently have point of sale retail sales results through the week before Christmas, the week of Super Saturday. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit about what we've seen this holiday season. But before I do want to kind of share some exciting news from Circana. If any of you watching have been subscribing or purchasing data from Circana, especially the weekly data for a long time, you eagerly wait for that Friday data to drop about the week prior sales. We're going to get that to you a day earlier in 2026. So we're shortening the cycle time to deliver those insights. And we're using a lot of different tools and techniques to kind of make those insights available to you much more quickly. So I did want to share that exciting little bit of news before we get into the results. So first of all, looking across all of North America, when I was on the stage with Ben a year ago, we were talking about the idea that we were going to see a rebound in growth in 2025. And yes, when we look at the full year 2025, 12 months ending in November, we do see some growth, about 1% growth across all of North America. Primarily, that's been driven by a reversal from a decline in 2024 to some growth in 2025. And a lot of that is related to consumers starting to refresh pandemic-era purchases on a normal purchase cycle. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about purchase cycles in a second. Canada sales growth has been a little bit better, but Mexico has really been the star of the North America region in terms of year-over-year growth rate. A little bit slower growth rate in 2025 than in 2024, but there's a lot of potential growth still in Mexico. A lot of consumer electronics devices have relatively low household penetration, so a lot of upward room to grow. But really what we've been talking about is kind of the purchase cycles, or a lot of the tech purchases that consumers made during the pandemic. They have longer purchase cycles. You know, oftentimes consumers replace their electronics devices every 3, 4, 5, maybe even as much as 10 years. And so when people purchase a lot of those products, then there's this natural lull until it comes time to refresh those products. And that's what we've been seeing the last several years. At the end of 2024 and the beginning of 2025, we saw some growth return. We had 3% growth last holiday season. We had 3% growth in the first quarter, but things have slowed down a little bit since then. Some of that is related to our trade policies changing and tariffs and things like that, causing some disruption, not just in how manufacturers go to market with their products, but also how consumers respond. And so, for example, earlier this year, we saw some acceleration or pull forward of purchases for some products by consumers. And so as soon as they do that, then there's a bit of softness that follows because those purchases were accelerated. And that's indeed what we've been seeing this year. If we look specifically at the holiday season for tech, we're down through 11 weeks of the 13 weeks in the quarter total, 2 more weeks to go. Total tech spending is down this year, and it's down about 4%, and we'll talk a little bit more about why that's happening. But year to date, total sales for tech are roughly going to end up, we think, flat to maybe even slightly down, but this holiday season has definitely been softer. In particular, that core holiday shopping season for Black Friday and Cyber Monday has also been soft. Actually, 2025 holiday sales, core holiday sales, look very much like they did 2 years ago. And part of that was because last year was a fairly strong growth quarter. So we're comparing against a somewhat challenging quarter and holiday shopping period. If you look at what some of the best growing categories in tech are, a lot of these are either categories that still have a relatively small install base or that we've seen some pretty significant price declines in, helping spur additional growth and adoption. We're also noticing, though, that we are seeing prices increase for some products, and that is actually in some categories where that hasn't dampened demand, leading to a little bit of revenue growth this holiday season. On the other side of the coin, you can kind of see on this chart on the right-hand side some of the categories which are declining the most. Some of those are related to price increases, but by and large, a lot of these have to do with how consumers prioritize their purchases, what is an essential purchase this holiday season. And in fact, if I look through the kind of key takeaways for this holiday season, there's a couple things to take note of, a few things. First of all is prioritization. We are seeing consumers, not just in tech, but across many different industries, focusing on the essentials and a little bit less on truly discretionary purchases or purchases that can be pushed out an extra year, for example. And that price sensitivity combined with a prioritization in spending is one of the pressures we're seeing in many different industries, again, not just in the technology industry. We're also noticing when we look at some of the demographic data that we have available at Circana that there is a very clear split in who is spending or who is buying. You may have heard this term, the K-shaped economy, where higher income households continue to spend robustly and lower and middle income households are pulling back. We're absolutely seeing that this holiday season, for example. So we are seeing growth, and we have been seeing growth all year long with some of those higher income households, particularly early in the year. I talked about some of the pull forward purchases that we've seen in March, April, May timeframe. A lot of that was done by those higher income households who had the discretionary funds to be able to kind of accelerate a planned purchase that they were already planning on making this year. And so as we head into the holiday season, that category, that group of people has shown some slowing growth as well. And at the same time, lower and middle income households have been pulling back on spending. They're just not as affordable to be able to purchase more expensive technology products, focusing on things like toys, for example, this holiday season, or beauty products, things that can be, you might consider an affordable little luxury, or maybe a gift for a child or a kid or a family member. And then the final thing to take note of is we might be starting to see some effects of tariffs emerging when we look at things like promotional plans or number of items that are on sale or on discount during the core holiday season. Generally speaking, we're not seeing quite as many of those being promoted this holiday season. And this is a strategy by brands and retailers to kind of manage costs. If the overall cost of products being sold on the floor is a little bit higher, then you can kind of change your promotional strategy a little bit to save on overall costs. But I think that looking ahead to 2026, one of the things is that we still don't know exactly how the year is going to shape up. We were on the stage a year ago. There was a lot that transpired in 2025 that was hard to predict. And I think that we still can see some of that in 2026 going forward. So we'll talk a little bit at the end about our forecast outlook. I mentioned refresh cycles, and it's really important to understand where your product category might sit in the refresh cycle. This is some data that we have from our connected intelligence research, or sorry, our future of technology research, which asks consumers if they're buying a product each month or each quarter, are they replacing a product, and how old is that product that they're replacing? And generally speaking, you can kind of get a sense of which products are on a faster refresh cycle. Kind of the taller the bar, the more likely that device being replaced is 5 years old or less. Or if it's a short bar, it means that product has a longer replacement cycle, more of the products being refreshed or older. But one thing that's pretty clear across most of the major categories that we're tracking is that that replacement cycle is extending a little bit. And that's one thing to think about as well, is within your category, is it possible for consumers to make do for a little bit longer? And consumers refresh products for lots of different reasons. They might be broken, they might be lost, worn out, maybe you want to get a performance upgrade. But some of these things are things that consumers can make do with for just a little bit longer, and so this prioritization is something that we're seeing throughout the year. It is important to understand, though, what the timing is of some of those refresh cycles. So I mentioned pandemic-era purchases, so you can go back and look at data from around the pandemic to see which categories enjoyed really big spikes and which might be coming due, so you can kind of plan product cycles around that. We're also tracking how many consumers are maybe repairing a product rather than replacing a product, and how can you perhaps take advantage of that. We talk about at CES, innovation is kind of the core of what CES is, but I think as a consumer going to market looking at products, it's important to understand what is innovation or what is just minor spec bumps or iterations on the products. It's those really innovative products that are going to drive consumers to rethink what they have at home right now. When we look at price sensitivities, I'm going to show you some data around price sensitivities, but some categories of products are much more price sensitive than others. So you have to factor that into your product planning cycle. And then competitive positioning, not just, when we're talking about a market that's maybe going to be roughly flat this year, the way your business is going to grow is by capturing share from your competitors. So you need to be much more tactical about how you go to market and understanding what your competitor is doing, or how your competitors might react to responses or to promotions or changes in strategy. And then finally, one tip to kind of triggering a refresh cycle or triggering an uptick in demand is to think about repositioning. I've seen some product categories that have benefited from trying to address a different kind of consumer, maybe a new market or a new application for an existing product. That's one way to kind of expand into an adjacent category. All right, with that, I'm going to hand over to Ben to talk about the next couple sections.
Thanks, Paul. The conversation about refresh cycles, I think, dovetails very nicely into a discussion about demographics and targeting the right consumer. And I'll give you a little bit of a peek into what we're seeing in our data right now. A couple of charts in here from our checkout tracking service, which looks at spending among different generations, age cohorts, income groups. On the far left side, we've got the dollar share trend in technology for consumers age 55 and up. And what you see on this slide is that for technology, that number goes from 33% at the beginning of 2022 up to 38%, right? So it's actually a pretty decent increase, and again, in terms of the share that these consumers account for in the technology market. And we're seeing a similar thing in the rest of the consumer goods categories that we track as well, that the older demographics are accounting for more and more spending over time. In the middle, the chart looks at the dollar share in technology, and then the other categories that we track for households with $100,000 and above income. A similar story there, right? And it makes a lot of sense. Paul's talked about some of the economic challenges. We know that affluent consumers have the funds to keep shopping for the most part. And so we continue to see growth in that demographic, again, in terms of their share of spending for technology. And then on the left side, or the far right side, we've got some trends in average selling prices that these different age cohorts are spending on technology. And when we look at some of the age cohorts, say under 45, so the 45 and below, pretty much all of those groups are spending less this year per product than they were last year. But where we're seeing a little bit of growth is in consumers 45 to 54, so the the great Gen X generation, and then consumers 55 and above. So when we look at this level of the data, what it tells us is that older and more affluent consumers are becoming a larger and larger piece of the consumer technology market. But is that really true, or is that really the demographic that we should be focused on, right? What's growing now is not necessarily what's going to be growing in the future. And one of the things that we can look at is population projections. And this is just a slide from the US Census Bureau. Just looking at the projections by generation in millions for boomers plus older generations, Gen X, millennials. And basically what we're looking at is boomers and older generations are obviously going to become a smaller portion of US consumers going forward. I think right now the share of the boomer plus group is 25% of the population. By 2035, that number figures to be 19%. So a pretty decent decline in terms of the impact that these consumers can have in our technology spending. And of course, we talk a lot about millennials and Gen Z. Both of those groups are forecast to grow to 23% of the population, 22% respectively, by that 2035 timeframe. So even though that's 10 years away, what we're expecting and what we're going to see in the market is these younger generations will be more amplified and account for more spending. Just another note on how we are focusing our efforts on different technology consumer groups. One of the pieces of research that we do around our Future of Tech forecast twice a year is looking at purchase intent. And this slide, we've got purchase intent over the next 6 months for the different generations, the different age groups, for a couple of key categories in technology. Certainly, purchase intent is pretty high for smartphones and wireless headphones, but I'll direct your attention to the yellow bar on the slide. That's the purchase intent for that boomer plus group. And so even though we see that these consumers are accounting for an outsized portion of technology spending, their purchase intent is pretty low. So that's not necessarily the key demographic that technology companies should be focused on. What we're seeing in the data, I think, is an expression of the size of these consumers in the population, not necessarily their likelihood of buying products, right? There's probably other demographics, younger demographics to focus on with higher purchase intent. They're not the lowest purchase intent that we see on the slide here, but if you look at some of these numbers, where that boomer plus generation spikes is in smaller screen TVs. That's one of the areas where purchase intent is kind of in the middle. Fitness trackers are a little bit elevated. So there's a mix of some more emerging categories, but definitely signs that these consumers are buying products that maybe people in that life stage are more interested in. Again, the question is, do we focus on this target group as brands? Or do we look at the market in a little more of a qualitative sense? So we've taken this idea a step further, and we think about demographics, age, and income, and what that means to technology purchasing. But I think to look at it a different way, we've got different pursuits in consumer electronics, different lifestyles that I think express themselves in devices. Creators is a group that you'll hear a lot about this week at CES. And when we think about that, shoot cameras have grown 46% year to date. If you've been following the technology market, you know that that's a very unusual occurrence. And it's because of the growth of for all of you social media influencers, target audience is in that way. Wireless headphones growing 3% year to date. Open ear headphones, you'll see a lot of those here at the show. Probably the new incarnation of the growth in those categories. Up a little bit, products begin to peak. Kids at home to age and some consumers, right? That's a piece around more, and so we've got group. What are the pieces around more? And so we've got group. What are the categories of products that they got outsized spending on? The assisted hearing devices and the over-the-counter hearing aids have become a pretty big category in consumer technology, and something that, of course, older consumers are looking for, as it's a more discreet way to improve your hearing. Receivers and amplifiers, and inkjet cartridges. I mean, I know so many of my neighbors love printing, and we have this debate all the time. I'm not printing anymore. I do everything on screens. I don't need inkjet cartridges. But that is something, again, that starts to piece together this profile of these consumers. So in a lot of ways, we can look at spending on technology products and get a feel for what are the priorities for these different consumer groups. And I think that's something that helps to inform marketing and advertising tactics. Circana has a great service around media and building audiences and trying to target consumers that are about to buy these products. We can help with maximizing the marketing mix. Again, all in the effort to reach that target audience that is not necessarily defined around traditional demographic lines. I think in technology, it's more about these pursuits and products that people are buying. We have to talk about AI. We're actually contractually obligated to mention AI on the dais today. But I did want to talk just a little bit about how that will show itself in terms of services. Paul and I are hardware analysts. So one of the things that we're looking for is how is AI changing hardware? How is it changing products? I talk a lot about these AI note-taking devices, these pens that we've seen all over the show floor today. That's a product category that we'll see around for a couple of years. An interesting interpretation and use of AI. If you're familiar with smart glasses and like the Meta Ray-Ban frames, for a while they were talking about those glasses as AI glasses, not necessarily as smart glasses, right? So an AI assistant in your glasses. Health tech, the Aura Ring giving you recommendations on things that you can do to improve your health, driven by AI. Even take that a step further with baby monitors, which are using artificial intelligence to gauge the breathing of the child or make sure that the temperature is right. And smart cameras, security cameras, and other devices which now have visual intelligence built in, changing the value proposition for security cameras. So one of the things that's most interesting to me is how, again, this AI as a feature will show up in consumer electronics products. We know that many people have experience with generative AI programs, and enterprises are encouraging workers to start using them to become more efficient. Through our Future of Technology research, we found that 59% of US consumers said that they have used a generative AI application. And when we double click on that to ask, well, in what ways have you used AI? Of course, many people are using it as a super smart Google to find answers to questions, but there's still a lot of people that are asking more, I would say, qualitative questions. Give me recommendations on X. Help me with this task. And I think that starts to uncover maybe the differentiation between AI and your average Google browser. But if we think about the consumer's experience with AI, and I talked a little bit about smart cameras, the best example of AI being built into a device, I think at this point, is what's happening with security cameras and smart doorbells. So I'll give you a peek into some of the sales data that we have here. On the left side, this is just a view on the revenue trend for security cameras and smart doorbells, as well as the average selling price trend. And if I was in front of a company, I might get a couple tomatoes thrown at me for just how poorly this data looks, but we're seeing softness in security cameras, softness in smart doorbells, even as average selling prices decline. So what do makers of these products do to keep their businesses afloat? Well, we've seen a real push into services. Early in the market life cycle, these products were, these services were able to give you a view into 24/7 recording and maybe some smart notifications. That was pretty much it. But over time, we've seen the percentage of people subscribing to these services remain steady at about 41%, looking at the chart on the right. But one thing that's happened is people are spending more on these services on a monthly basis. And what I think is driving that is the addition of more services. So what do you get from that monthly service? And what you're starting to get are more AI features. So things like access to event-driven clips, the ability to recognize familiar faces. And at the bottom there is AI descriptions of video footage, which I think is really going to be the next key driver of growth in security cameras. And many manufacturers have already started to implement these features. A couple of pictures we have here on the side give you a description of what's being seen in the video, but also are starting to give you some context. So the first picture is person kicks a soccer ball. That seems pretty straightforward for your run-of-the-mill AI application. But the other picture is, and if my glasses are not very strong, I think it's a person watering a garden. To me, that's context, right? So we're seeing these services offer more relevant, more useful features to security, camera, and smart doorbell owners. Well, how does that translate into services? Well, one of the things we're looking at is the perception of AI among smart home owners. And one of the things that we see is as people are deeper and deeper into the smart home, as they own more devices, they're more likely to subscribe to these services. They're also more likely to view AI as a benefit, as something that helps their smart home experience. And the group that believes that the most are people that subscribe to the monthly service for their security cameras and smart doorbells. So we have this scenario where this new feature, this new AI feature, is really being received by more power users in the category, people that are more invested in the category. And as we think about the proliferation of AI-powered hardware, consumer electronics, we will see the growth of that subscription model in those devices, paying for more powerful models, paying for updates, paying for more sophisticated and specific models built into the devices. That's what we're looking at with respect to AI's impact on services. Now I'm going to hand it back over to Paul.
All right, I'm going to give a little bit of a short intermission to talk a little bit about blocking and tackling, and especially around using promotions. You know, as an analyst, we have lots of different kinds of data sets that we can look at, but I find some of the pricing and promotion effectiveness and optimization to be some of the most interesting data to me. And at Circana, we've got lots of different kinds of metrics, but we have launched last year a price sensitivities analysis. So you can actually look at individual product categories and understand, are they highly price sensitive, meaning if prices go up, demand goes down, or vice versa, or are they relatively insensitive to changes in price? And if you look at the chart on the right, for example, a lot of these are categories where you need to buy it. It doesn't really matter if it's on sale. Inkjet cartridges, laser toner, those kinds of things where pricing changes don't really move the market much. But in categories on the left, the timing and effectiveness of discounts and promotions is hugely important because it does drive a lot of volatility and volume as prices change. There are some relatively nerdy ways to look at price and promotion analysis in two of the metrics that I find really interesting, and I've done two plots of data here to kind of represent what they mean are the impact of the breadth of a promotion, so how many items a brand or a category has on sale, and how much that generates extra lift or sales increase in the market. And yeah, you might say, well, of course, the more items are on sale, the more volume is driven. But there is a point of optimization there. So if you discount everything all the time, you might lift the market a little bit in the long term, but you could be more strategic about when you put your item on sale. On the other end of the equation is how deeply do you discount that item? And yes, you might think that the more deeply I discount the item, the more sales or market share I might gain in a category. But there is a point of diminishing returns. And the chart on the right uses a great metric I like to look at called the payback ratio. So it's a way of looking at a brand or an item or a category and saying, like, I used this bucket of money to drive extra sales in this category. Well, if you didn't at least pay yourself back with extra sales for the amount of money you used to generate them sales, then you actually lost money on that promotion. And you get below 1.0 on this payback ratio, and you're basically just subsidizing sales that were going to happen anyways, and you've wasted a bunch of money. So the point of these slides is to say that understanding what that optimal point of ROI is by how many items you discount, how frequently you discount, or how deeply you discount, and fine-tuning that might give you more money because you're more efficient with those promotions to spend on things like media campaigns, to spend things on like distribution expansion, to invest in other ways to grow the business beyond just relying on the old school discount it and hope it sells kind of strategy. So I just wanted to represent some of that kind of data in the metrics. All right, back to Ben, talk a little bit about channels.
So in addition to being consumer electronics analysts, we're also very deeply invested in retail. And if I'm thinking about strategies for today's consumer electronics consumer, one of the things you have to be in tune with is changes at retail. This is a look at the e-commerce penetration over the last 12 months in the different industries that Circana tracks. You see there, fourth from the left, technology at 64% of the dollars going to e-commerce. And that's an increase of about 1 or 2 percentage points per year. But that's not a groundbreaking insight. That's something that we all know has been in motion for a long time and got accelerated during COVID. But the other thing that we are really focused on is how that e-commerce channel is changing. You've probably heard a lot about third-party marketplaces, and when we look at this data in our checkout tracking service, what we see is that not just as a portion of online sales, but as a portion of total sales, marketplace has grown from the beginning of 2022, is that 20%, up to, Paul, I can't see it, 26%. So that's a growth of about $8 million over time, pretty significant shift in terms of spending. And it's also exemplifies how consumers are shopping, but also how brands are selling their products. Selling on a marketplace gives you some freedom in terms of how you promote, when you promote, what you market, what you sell on there, and of course it's more profitable for the retailers to stand up these marketplaces. So how you go to market in retail and which segment of retail you're choosing really matters. And as we look at, say, marketplace as its own channel, we see a certain type of brand that's doing volume there, which might be different from what's happening in stores or what's happening in first-party e-commerce. Something that I'm really excited about at Circana is our ability to track sales on TikTok Shop. And as we think about the evolution of retail, and you're targeting, say, younger consumers or maybe a niche product category, you've got to be looking at some of these social media, social selling platforms, whether it's TikTok Shop or Instagram or something else. And it really combines the engagement, the buzz that we know social media is so much for, with the ability to sell products. So how does your product kind of match that type of demographic or scenario? Again, especially if you're targeting younger consumers or niche types of products. And I did want to talk just for a minute about AI in retail and this idea of agentic commerce. And while this is not a technology example, this is some research we've done around fashion and clothes shopping. What we found is that 44% of the consumers we polled said that they've used an AI application to help them shop for clothing. And when we ask again another question, in what way have you used this application? We get things like getting fashion advice or getting item or outfit suggestions. So again, these are not people using AI just as a beefed up Google. They're really asking for qualitative and insightful things from it. And as we think about the future of a store and the future of chat bots and how they can help us shop, I think that is something that brands will have to really understand is how do those two pieces converge, and how as a brand can I be uncovered in some of these more agentic retail applications and scenarios. And then lastly, I just wanted to finish on what does the store of the future look like? I think it's something that has very deep product knowledge, of course, but it has to have deep shopper knowledge, right? It has to know you as well as Google does. And we're obviously seeing a lot of the AI applications start to build that type of intelligence. Has to have a vast selection of products, right? If we're kind of thinking about trawling the entire internet for the right product at the right price, it's got to be able to cover many, many different storefronts and sources of products. And then lastly, platform agnostic. So it's no matter of what device happen. We still have stores, and stores evolve. So my expectation is, as we think about the store of the future, that traditional retailers will have a piece of this, AI experience at retail. I'm going to give it to Paul to help us finish up.
All right. So it's always great at CES to be able to leave you with a little bit of kind of forward-looking insight. So we just published a few days ago our updated Future of Technology forecast for 2026 through 2028. So I wanted to share a little bit with what we expect in 2026. No doubt it's going to be a little bit of a tough year. When I stood on this stage again a year ago, I was talking about a return to growth, but if trends that we're seeing in the market and a lot of the macroeconomic variables that we use in our forecasting analysis hold true for 2026, it's going to be a difficult year for growth. I don't think that's a unique insight necessarily to Circana. But it does present some opportunity. If you look at brands, it's more important than ever to be tactical in how you compete, understand your competitor as well as you understand yourself. It's going to be an environment filled with rising costs. There's going to be big splits, I already talked about a little bit, in demographics and how they're spending. Major refresh cycles are still in place for PCs, for example, but they're slowing as some of those devices the replacements start to get satisfied. Consumers, though, in 2026 will be laser focused on value. I don't think that's any different than what we've seen this last holiday season. And we will continue to see things like AI impact how consumers choose products, but also the shopping journey. And that's going to be more important than ever. Ben mentioned agentic commerce. I think that is the potential to be more disruptive or change how you go to market in 2026. And it could accelerate quite quickly. Just a few product categories that we are expecting to see growth in for 2026. Computers, we're expecting dollar growth. By the way, on a unit growth basis, it might be down a couple of percentage points. One of the things that's going to affect categories like computers and tablets and even things like GPUs are rising memory prices. So where you might see some dollar growth, underlying that could be a little bit of unit weakness. So understanding how your brand fits into that is important. Wearables category is still very important. Again, it's a discretionary purchase for a lot of consumers, but with the rise of use of GLP-1 weight loss medications, for example, a lot more consumers are seeking out digital fitness and digital health devices. And then, on the back of things like PCs, we have seen a lot of growth in 2025 for a lot of PC categories, but we didn't necessarily see some of the PC accessory categories get replaced at the same time. So sometimes those products are on a little bit of a delayed refresh, and we are expecting to see some of those PC categories grow in 2026. All right, thank you very much for your time. Enjoy the rest of the show.
Happy CES.
posting an impressive 1.1% gain in that time. Now, for the broader S&P 500, it was more of a Grinch grab back. It lost 0.1%. So that could be an indicator of tough times to come. However, we didn't actually get a Santa Claus rally last year, and we still had an impressive year. There's quite a bit of positive momentum today, too. Amazon, Sherwin-Williams, and United Health are leading the Dow higher, offsetting losses in Chevron. Chevron was one of the best performers yesterday, but is giving back some of those gains today. Energy is the worst performing sector in the S&P 500 overall. Staples and utilities are also lower, but we're seeing strength in areas like materials, healthcare, consumer discretionary, and industrials, and some strength in tech as well. NVIDIA is higher following CEO Jensen Huang's keynote address at CES yesterday, where he laid out the next phase of the AI revolution, the so-called physical AI, focused on robotics, autonomous vehicles, and fully automated industrial systems. He also unveiled NVIDIA's next-generation Vera Rubin chips and highlighted the new Alpamayo platform. This is a system for autonomous vehicles that uses real-world sensor inputs like cameras and radar to decide steering, braking, and acceleration, reasoning through situations much like a human driver would. Now, speaking of CES, Uber, Lucid Motors, and autonomous startup Nuro also grabbed attention, unveiling the production intent version of their Gravity robotaxi. The vehicle has been in development for more than 6 months and stems from a deal that includes a $300 million investment from Uber into Lucid, along with a commitment to purchase 20,000 Lucid EVs. The companies say the robotaxi is already being tested on public roads, with plans to launch commercial service in the San Francisco Bay Area later this year. The autonomous system is powered by NVIDIA's Drive AGX Thor computer. Meanwhile, Tesla is the laggard among the Magnificent Seven today, down more than 4%. Flash memory company SanDisk is by far the best performer in the S&P 500. It's surging more than 20%, and there's no clear catalyst behind the move. It was actually the best performing stock in 2025 and is clearly off to a strong start in 2026. Also powering higher, Western Digital and Seagate Technologies. Now, outside of tech, restaurant stocks are having an upbeat day. Shake Shack shares are jumping after Deutsche Bank upgraded the fast casual burger chain from hold to buy, citing an attractive valuation and solid growth potential. The bank did trim its price target to $105 per share from $115, but the stock is trading around $89, so that still implies about 20% upside or more. Deutsche Bank also pointed to potential tailwinds from the upcoming World Cup. It is not just Shake Shack. Other restaurant names are rallying as well, including Chili's parent Brinker, Dine Brands, which owns Applebee's and IHOP, and Mediterranean fast casual chain Cava. Also, a deal to tell you about today. Electricity generation company Vistra is climbing after announcing it will acquire Cogentrix Energy for roughly $4 billion. We're also seeing strength in drug makers like Novo Nordisk today. On Monday, the company started rolling out the first ever GLP-1 pill for weight loss in the U.S. The drug's cash prices are among the lowest in the market, ranging from $149 to $299 per month, depending on the dose. That fuels hopes that pills could help address the long-standing affordability hurdles tied to the weekly injections dominating the weight loss drug market. The official launch of the oral drug, called the Wegovy pill, comes just 2 weeks after U.S. regulators cleared the treatment. Shares of Novo Nordisk are up about 2% in afternoon trading. That's all for now. I'll be back here tomorrow with another market update. At the New York Stock Exchange, I'm Caroline Woods. Thanks for watching.
I joined Vitacorp as the CMO of North America just under a year ago. One of our main brands is Emco Beauty, and it is the biggest brand in Australia. It is the most beloved. It has a cult-like following, and we take prestige beauty and we dupe it and create accessibility to luxury. We believe everyone should have access to high-quality, incredible products. We launched in Target in February, and we were nearly immediately sold out. It's been hard to keep the product on the shelves, and we really attribute a lot of that success to working with almost 5,000 creators in under a year, to focusing on our community. Dupes are no longer a dirty word. It's social currency. If you can say, look, here's a great alternative, people will follow creators for that information. For people who are discovering on social media, they don't want a product in a package that's subpar. We really want to deliver everything from the experience to the weight of the bottle to the applicator. All of that is a part of the experience of putting on your makeup every day. So Vitacorp and the leadership team really value bold and disruptive ideas. They were deliberate when they were looking to fill this role and then I'm deliberate in filling all the roles on my team, to find people who think social first, who think more about how do you get someone's attention in a moment in time where that's the hardest thing to get. A great example is Gabe Gomez, who's on my team and leads social. He had said to me that there was going to be a Timothée Chalamet lookalike contest in Washington Square Park. And how fun would it be to dupe Timothée Chalamet? And so I was like, I love that. That's amazing. Say less. We're going to move forward with this. So he found a dupe of Timothy on TikTok. And it was this young guy who creates content, has a couple 100,000 followers. He had never been on a plane before. We flew him in from Wisconsin and we sent him and we hijacked that cultural moment. He walked around with an MCO beauty bag. He was passing out contour sticks because, of course, if you're at a lookalike contest for Timothée Chalamet, you need a very snatched jawline. So we just had some fun, and it cost the amount to fly him out, the plane ticket, and that was about it. It was just very guerrilla style marketing, and it was hijacking a cultural moment, and it went so viral. The actual Timothée Chalamet showed up. It was front page news. There was several publications that wrote about our participation, about here's a master class in marketing. Everything is moving so fast. And so I think that we always leave room to be agile, and we value speed. We are a private company. We can do things that maybe larger organizations can't. And so while we are a challenger brand, we fully lean into the things that give us the advantage, which is we can be fast. And so if we see something trending, one of the things we do is we are duping the stuff that's out of reach for most people, right? So if we can see something is starting to take off, and again, it's in a certain price point that isn't accessible, we can move within about 6 months and turn that into something that we can offer to our customers in our retailers. And then we can be super nimble around just seeing trends early. If you can listen and kind of get into putting these things together and be a bit fearless about it, I think that, one of our strengths is we don't overthink. Because if you overthink with social, the moment is gone. You have to try to play and be relevant. And I think that we have a fearless sense, and we want to go and take all those swings, knowing full well some will be home runs and some may go nowhere. But at least we can say that we aren't afraid to try and to play in that conversation.
Hi, I'm Faith Pinot from LA Times Studios in Washington, D.C. Here are some of today's top stories from the Los Angeles Times. Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro made his first appearance in an American courtroom Monday afternoon, pleading not guilty to narco-terrorism charges, telling a New York district judge, quote, "I am a decent man, president of my country." Maduro's plea comes less than 2 days after elite U.S. forces seized the longtime leader and his wife from their bedroom in Caracas late Friday night.
Don't ask me who's in charge because I'll give you an answer and it'll be very controversial.
What does that mean?
It means we're in charge.
As Maduro awaits what many expect to be a lengthy trial, President Trump said the U.S. will assume control of Venezuela and refuse to rule out the possibility of sending American troops into the country.
We're not afraid of boots on the ground if we have to have. We had boots on the ground last night at a very high level, actually. We're not afraid of it. We don't mind saying it.
Maduro's capture plunged Venezuela into uncertainty Saturday. Times reporter Ana Ceballos said people lined up for food and supplies, bracing for what comes next in a country now caught between regime collapse and foreign control. Maduro's hand-picked Vice President Delcy Rodriguez was sworn into office Monday. And while she initially condemned the U.S.'s actions over the weekend, she said this in a statement Sunday, quote, "Our people and our region deserve peace and dialogue, not war." Trump framed the mission as a national security move, but he focused heavily on Venezuela's oil. They have the world's largest oil reserves, but production has dropped by nearly half since Maduro took control of the country in 2013. Trump accused Venezuela's government of stealing U.S. oil infrastructure in the country and said American companies will now step in to control production and rebuild infrastructure. Meanwhile, over the weekend, Secretary of State Marco Rubio said the U.S. will keep a military quarantine on Venezuelan oil exports, calling the move leverage. On Capitol Hill, lawmakers from both parties questioned the legality of the strike, which was carried out without congressional approval. Trump defended the secrecy, however, saying Congress couldn't be trusted not to leak. Secretary Rubio is expected to brief Congress Monday night. Here's two other stories we're following out of Washington. First, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth announced Monday that he's issuing a letter of censure to Democratic Senator Mark Kelly, accusing the retired Navy captain of urging troops to defy illegal orders. Hegseth says the step could lead to Kelly being demoted from his retired military rank. It follows Kelly's participation in a video with other Democratic veterans calling on service members to uphold the Constitution. Senate Democrats slammed the move as political retaliation, while Kelly says it's meant to silence dissent within the military. The Pentagon says Kelly has 30 days to respond, and a final decision is expected within 45 days. And Minnesota Governor Tim Walz is ending his run for a third term. Walz made the announcement Monday, saying after an extraordinarily difficult year for the state, he can no longer devote the energy needed to campaign, despite believing that he could win. His decision comes as President Trump continues to spotlight a major fraud investigation involving child care programs in Minnesota. The Associated Press reports that Democratic Senator Amy Klobuchar is now considering a run for governor, according to a person close to her, though no final decision has been made. Now for some California news. Southern California is soaked again as another round of rain caps off a record-breaking wet winter. The heaviest rain hit Sunday evening, with more showers expected Monday, before things finally taper off Tuesday, according to the National Weather Service. A flood advisory is still in effect across most of Los Angeles County, as coastal and valley areas recorded nearly an inch of rain Sunday, with mountain communities seeing up to 2 more inches. And get this, since October 1st, parts of Southern California have already logged nearly 14 inches of rain. That's more than 3 times the normal amount for this point in the season. And some areas could hit their entire yearly average by Monday night. The weekend storms caused road closures, spin-outs, debris flows, and even swift water rescues. And the LA County Department of Public Health advised beachgoers to stay away from the water through at least Monday afternoon. That's due to high bacteria levels from runoff. The good news, drier days are ahead. Forecasters say we get a break from the rain later this week, with mostly sunny SoCal skies returning by the weekend. That's it for today's headlines. To read these stories and more, be sure to subscribe to the LA Times.
Good afternoon from the New York Stock Exchange. I'm Caroline Woods, coming to you from high above the trading floor on this Tuesday, January 6th. Stocks are continuing their charge higher. We aren't seeing quite as impressive of gains as yesterday when the Dow rose to new highs, but we're seeing green arrows nonetheless. The Santa Claus rally period is officially over. As a reminder, that's the final 5 trading days of December and then the first 2 trading days of January. It ended on Monday with the Dow posting an impressive 1.1% gain in that time. Now for the broader S&P 500, it was more of a Grinch grab back. It lost 0.1%. So that could be an indicator of tough times to come. However, we didn't actually get a Santa Claus rally last year, and we still had an impressive year. There's quite a bit of positive momentum today, too. Amazon, Sherwin-Williams, and United Health are leading the Dow higher, offsetting losses in Chevron. Chevron was one of the best performers yesterday, but is giving back some of those gains today. Energy is the worst performing sector in the S&P 500 overall. Staples and utilities are also lower, but we're seeing strength in areas like materials, healthcare, consumer discretionary, and industrials, and some strength in tech as well. NVIDIA is higher following CEO Jensen Huang's keynote address at CES yesterday, where he laid out the next phase of the AI revolution, the so-called physical AI, focused on robotics, autonomous vehicles, and fully automated industrial systems. He also unveiled NVIDIA's next-generation Vera Rubin chips and highlighted the new Alpamayo platform. This is a system for autonomous vehicles that uses real-world sensor inputs like cameras and radar to decide steering, braking, and acceleration, reasoning through situations much like a human driver would. Now, speaking of CES, Uber, Lucid Motors, and autonomous startup Nuro also grabbed attention, unveiling the production intent version of their Gravity robotaxi. The vehicle has been in development for more than 6 months and stems from a deal that includes a $300 million investment from Uber into Lucid, along with a commitment to purchase 20,000 Lucid EVs. The companies say the robotaxi is already being tested on public roads, with plans to launch commercial service in the San Francisco Bay Area later this year. The autonomous system is powered by NVIDIA's Drive AGX Thor computer. Meanwhile, Tesla is the laggard among the Magnificent Seven today, down more than 4%. Flash memory company SanDisk is by far the best performer in the S&P 500. It's surging more than 20%, and there's no clear catalyst behind the move. It was actually the best performing stock in 2025 and is clearly off to a strong start in 2026. Also powering higher, Western Digital and Seagate Technologies. Now, outside of tech, restaurant stocks are having an upbeat day. Shake Shack shares are jumping after Deutsche Bank upgraded the fast casual burger chain from hold to buy, citing an attractive valuation and solid growth potential. The bank did trim its price target to $105 per share from $115, but the stock is trading around $89, so that still implies about 20% upside or more. Deutsche Bank also pointed to potential tailwinds from the upcoming World Cup. It is not just Shake Shack. Other restaurant names are rallying as well, including Chili's parent Brinker, Dine Brands, which owns Applebee's and IHOP, and Mediterranean fast casual chain Cava. Also, a deal to tell you about today. Electricity generation company Vistra is climbing after announcing it will acquire Cogentrix Energy for roughly $4 billion. We're also seeing strength in drug makers like Novo Nordisk today. On Monday, the company started rolling out the first ever GLP-1 pill for weight loss in the U.S. The drug's cash prices are among the lowest in the market, ranging from $149 to $299 per month, depending on the dose. That fuels hopes that pills could help address the long-standing affordability hurdles tied to the weekly injections dominating the weight loss drug market. The official launch of the oral drug called the Wegovy pill comes just 2 weeks after U.S. regulators cleared the treatment. Shares of Novo Nordisk are up about 2% in afternoon trading. That's all for now. I'll be back here tomorrow with another market update. At the New York Stock Exchange, I'm Caroline Woods. Thanks for watching.
Welcome everyone to our fireside chat. Fusion is the new F word. And fireside chat, aptly named, I suppose, but I'm really excited to be here with our guest today, Commonwealth Fusion Systems, or CFS for short. My name is Kristen Burke, and I head up content partnerships for LA Times Studios, and I'm going to let my esteemed guests introduce themselves.
Wow, cool. Thank you. You forgot, Kristen, by the way, it's hot AF. Fusion is the new F word.
Oh my God, I forgot the best part.
It's so hot in here that we're talking
yeah,
fusion.
Yeah. But I wanted to leave that for you
to
say.
Thank you. Hopefully my mom's not watching. So my name's Joe Pileska, and I'm the Chief Marketing Officer for Commonwealth Fusion Systems. We are the world's largest fusion energy company. We're a spin out of MIT, founded in 2018. And we're building this machine called Spark outside of Boston, and we'll turn it on in 2 years, in 2027. Janine.
Hello. My name's Janine Willette. I'm the Creative Director for Commonwealth Fusion Systems. I come from a background in immersive storytelling and experiential storytelling, so my job is telling the world why they should care about fusion and what it is.
Beautiful. Thanks, guys. Okay, so my first question is actually for the audience. You guys get to participate in this. Please raise your hand if you guys know what fusion energy is. Anyone? Okay. Okay. All right. I don't know. That's better than I thought it was going to be, actually.
That's pretty sad.
But it's better than none.
Yeah, it's true.
It's better than none. Okay, and for those of you guys that raised your hands, do you think you could explain what fusion energy is to everybody else in the audience in relatively simple terms, like a few sentences? No. Okay. One person. All right, we had some drop off there. So I wanted to start this conversation today with that question because that is essentially what our guests are tasked with every single day, is how do I distill this very complicated topic of fusion energy to the masses? So I think a really good place to start is, can you guys just explain what fusion energy is for those that are not aware?
So every day you walk outside and you enjoy the sun that's on, and you enjoy the stars. Fusion energy is the power of the sun and the stars. Basically, it's limitless, it's clean, it has no byproducts, and it's safe. And it's something that the universe runs on all the time. So what bringing fusion to the Earth means is building a machine that actually creates a star and holds it inside. And that is in the form of a plasma, which we all know what plasma is. When you see a lightning storm, you see plasma or a neon sign. Basically, a machine such as this can actually hold plasma using magnetic fields, really strong magnetic fields that protect the plasma from the atmosphere outside, but also control the plasma and how it moves inside the machine. That plasma happens to be over 100 million degrees, hence the hot AF. It's really hot, and it can create energy, limitless and abundant energy.
I think we know that fusion energy has been around for over 100 years, right? At least this concept of fusion has been around for 100 years. So can you guys talk a little bit about why fusion energy has become so hard to reproduce at scale and is not currently readily available to the masses?
Yeah, you make a good point. Basically, what's wild is up until 1920, society thought the sun burned coal, right? And in 1920, a English physicist named Sir Arthur Eddington first posited that what was powering the sun is this process called fusion. So basically combining two hydrogen molecules, not splitting them like in fission. And so what has happened in the past 5 to 10 years is a bunch of capital has flown in. About $9 billion has been poured into about 40 fusion startups around the world. And what's happened with our company is there's been advancements in material science, and with the use of AI, of course, you can model how these machines are going to work. And so now's the time for fusion to happen. And it's critical because you may have read the headlines from a few weeks ago. The global scientific community has said we're going to skate past the 1.5 degree scenario. Sure, it feels like we skated past it today, how hot it is in Cannes, France, but we're going to skate past the 1.5 degree scenario in a couple of years, not 2050. So we need to get fusion power plants out the door as soon as possible if we're going to bend the curve and reduce the impacts of climate change.
Absolutely. And can we just take a step back? Because I feel like that was a really good primer for what fusion energy is and why this is such an urgent topic. But can you guys talk a little bit about who CFS is and the origins of the brand and how it's evolved over the past few years?
Sure. So we're like I said, we're a spin out of MIT, founded in 2018, founded by 6 plasma physicists. And in fact, the MIT program got defunded by the government at one point. So it later got refunded, but the co-founders didn't want to have to rely on government funding to basically make their dream of commercial fusion happen. So over barbecue and beers at this place called Stubbs Barbecue in Austin, Texas, they hatched up an idea about if they could raise $100 million, they could build one prototype magnet, because our machine's made out of magnets, superconducting magnets. And so if they could raise $100 million, they could build one magnet. They built one magnet. It's like the size of like your dining room table. I've not seen your dining room table, but I assume it's normal size. So they built one prototype magnet, tested it in 2021. The magnet was so strong that it could lift an aircraft carrier out of the water, which is crazy. And we raised $1.8 billion in a Series B round, which was the largest Series B at that time.
So exciting. Okay, so can you talk a little bit, because I know we had this conversation when I visited the power plant in Devens, and there's this idea of the holy grail of fusion and what you guys are trying to accomplish. Can you talk about how that powers, no pun intended, powers the company culture there? What does that mean exactly?
I can speak a little bit to that. So the Holy Grail, many people are skeptics around fusion. Even my friends, when I first started saying, oh, I'm working with a fusion company, and they're like, what? Fusion's never going to happen. It's like, oh, really? Well, that's how people have viewed fusion for a long time. There's been breakthroughs in technology. Just like many years ago, I'm sure people said, nobody's ever going to fly in an airplane, or nobody's going to step on the moon. This is the moment we're in, because it's actually going to happen. Like, there are the best scientists, physicists, engineers, welders, the most incredibly talented team of over 1,000 people working 3 shifts a week, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to make this happen. And so it is going to happen. It's inevitable. It's just a matter of when, and the time is ticking. So this is a moment where we want the world to become a part of it and to watch it happen. Just like, everyone was watching when the first steps happened on the moon. We want people to be watching what's happening, because it's going to change humanity. It's going to change the world we live in for the positive. And it's going to be something that's monumental. And we just want everybody to be on the ride with us, because once you kind of take a step through CFS, and I think you experienced this, Kristen, when you were there.
Yes. Completely.
Just like my first time working with the company and working on a corporate offsite with its employees, I am blown away every day by what they're doing. And every time I get to meet someone and hear about the challenges they're facing and the innovation that they are applying every day, it blows my mind. And I 100% believe in them. They're going to do it, because it is a challenge that's unsurmountable, but there are so many phenomenal collaborative people figuring out how to utilize technology that we already have in ways that it's never been used before, and also figuring out how to push us over the edge to see more energy out than energy in.
So we talked a little bit about this on one of our phone calls, but I want to ask it again, now in front of a live audience. And you said time is ticking, but then you also said this will change the planet just now, right? And both of those things are so true. And I had asked you, does it ever feel kind of weighty or heavy? Because, you know, in a lot of ways, like the future of our planet sort of depends on the success of your company and fusion coming to fruition in this very meaningful way. So I was hoping you could maybe speak a little bit to that, like how you maintain positivity in light of this like huge responsibility that you guys have taken on.
Yeah, we have a really interesting workforce because we have more than 1,000 people, and that spans, like Janine was saying, blue-collar workers. So we have the best copper welders in the world. We have the best electricians in the world, and then we have PhDs in plasma physics, and I think we have 80 PhDs on our team. And then the age range spans from like the early 20s to like the early 80s. So all these folks are super mission driven and building this machine called Spark that we're going to turn on in 2027.
And can you talk a little bit about how you source your employees? Where are they coming from? Who are these people that are changing the world?
Well, we get a lot of people from like really difficult other missions, whether it's SpaceX or NASA or other deep tech companies, or people who've landed things on the moon, things like that. So we have this incredible group of kind of been there, done that engineers and scientists that the confidence level is through the roof. Like, we don't want to be cocky about it all, but we're just like grinding away trying to get this thing done and get it done on time to basically open up an entire new market and lead the energy transition and solve for climate at the same time.
Yeah. All right, so I think it's fair to say this idea of fusion energy, replacing fossil fuels essentially might be hard for some people to grasp. But how do you go about engaging fans, people like the ones in the audience, and how do you distill this really complicated message for millions of people, that might not understand exactly what this is? I think that's a really good question for this audience in particular, where it's all about branding and marketing at Cannes Lion. I'd love to know how you guys go about that.
So, plasma is invisible. This machine is inside of a giant room with 6-foot walls of concrete. But what we are selling is hope. We're selling climate optimism. We're selling the fact that there is a positivity. There's a positive outlook of what the future looks like. The reality around climate change is that we're going to run out of fossil fuels. They're not abundant. They're going to go away. And also AI, which it's a very hot topic right now, AI requires so much energy that we have an energy crisis. We need more energy than we've ever needed before. Something has to fill that gap. Wind is wonderful, hydropower is wonderful, but what happens when the wind's not blowing? What happens when there's no power? What happens when we have to rely on something that is technology-based and that is abundant and that it can't go out? This is what fusion provides. This is the outlook that we're really selling, is hope and positivity. And also there's an undercurrent of wanting to sell the idea of maybe young people should go into engineering and physics, because this will be an industry in the making that will require many, many people to work in it. And so even as we think about telling people about fusion in general to get them on board, there's also the thought about educating young people, educating middle schoolers, explaining something. We did this on the High Line and at Climate Week. We built tokamaks out of things that I got at Home Depot. And we put, plasma inside with like air clay and, put, of course, like string lights in it, so it became like this little night light. And as we were doing this, we had engineers and physicists teaching the kids about fusion and using this exercise as a way. And to see them light up at the idea of what this is, there's so much curiosity. It's really cool. Like, it's really cool science. It's really cool science that has a great application for the world. It means something and it will impact folks. But also we have to get more people interested, especially the United States. We don't have very many engineers. And it's really inspiring to see engineers, especially female engineers, that are telling these stories and that are out on the High Line, inspiring young people to navigate into scientific fields.
Okay, so let's get technical for a second here. I know everyone was waiting for that. The best part. And you touched on it, and you just touched on it as well, but I'd love if you guys could talk a little bit more about the D-shaped magnets that you are wearing not so inconspicuously on both your shirt and your tattoo.
Thank you.
What makes these magnets so impressive, and why are they such a critical component to the overall tokamak design?
Yeah, so broadly, there's two ways for fusion to happen. There's a laser-based approach where you're zapping like a tiny molecule. That's what Lawrence Livermore Labs in California has successfully done, where more power comes out than in. I think 8 times now over the past 2.5 years. And then the second way is magnetic confinement. So we're building what's called a tokamak. That's the name of the architecture. It's a Soviet word from the 1950s. And a tokamak uses 3 different types of magnets. In our case, they are superconducting magnets. So IBM actually discovered this material in the 1980s called high-temperature superconducting tape. And so that you can think of the tape as it almost looks like the cassette tape from the 1980s type style cassettes, right? But it's not. It's a superconducting material, meaning there's zero resistance to it. So we make all of our magnets using this high-temperature superconducting tape, which makes them incredibly powerful and smaller, and therefore more economical to build and to invest in, right? So the magnets. The D-shaped magnet is the workhorse of the tokamak, and there are 18 of these toroidal field magnets in Spark, and they're the ones that actually control the plasma and hold the plasma in place. And so what Janine was describing is we heat the plasma, which is just a few grams of fuel. We heat the plasma to 100 million degrees, which is crazy. And then just outside, the magnets are cooled down to 20 K, which is not absolute zero, but close to absolute zero. So one of our investors is Bill Gates, and he toured our facility last December, and our CEO said to him, "Hey, Bill, it's 100 million degrees in here, and out here it's almost absolute zero." And Bill Gates' response was like, "Not even the universe or the solar system has that large of a temperature gradient in such a small period of space." So the technology is mind-blowing. This machine too, and I always sound like I'm speaking from an alien race or an alien language. This machine has no moving parts. The subsystems that feed the machine have moving parts, but this machine is basically a giant hunking piece of metal designed to control plasma and have the plasma heated up. And once the plasma is heated up, it releases a gazillion amounts of energy. That's a scientific term, by the way.
Yeah.
Gazillion.
A gazillion. And that was a very Bill Gates thing to say. I feel only Bill Gates could have said that. I'm jumping ahead, so I apologize, but you got me thinking, okay, we have this tokamak that you guys are working on. You have this plant in Virginia that's in the works right now. Can you talk a little bit about the scalability of the tokamaks and how you guys kind of plan to roll this out from a nationwide and even global standpoint?
Sure, yeah. I mean, tokamaks are the most scientifically sound, most scientifically proven architectures. And in fact, if you want to geek out, Google a thing called Lawson's criteria, and you'll see the performance of different fusion machines from around the world over time. And you'll see that tokamaks are the kind of the workhorse of the fusion machines. And so what we announced last December is we're going to build our first full-scale power plant, which is called ARC, and ARC will be built right outside of Richmond, Virginia. And then the way we're designing these machines is to be super scalable, super replicable, almost as if it's like a data center or an Amazon warehouse, because Lord knows the hyperscalers and the Amazons of the world can easily stand up and scale data centers and warehouses very, very quickly. And in order to kind of bend the curve on the climate crisis, we need to basically scale up production of magnets and power plants as quickly as possible.
What does as quickly as possible mean? I know everyone's thinking that.
Well, the lesson that and this is going to sound really strange, but the lesson we took from World War II is, if you think about in World War II, like when does humankind or society face an existential threat? And in World War II, it was Nazism and fascism. And so what the West did in World War II was scaled production by 120% over 4 years of tanks, bombers, planes, and fought the Nazis and fought fascism. Well, climate change is equally an existential threat to us. So, like I said, these are just machines, right? So we just need to scale the production of magnets and of power plants as fast as possible to basically turn back time and help improve the overall climate situation.
No pressure, guys.
No pressure.
Okay, so going back to branding and marketing for a second, we are at Cannes Lions after all. So at Climate Week last September, you guys launched a campaign called #PowerMoves. Can you talk a little bit about that campaign and what the strategy was behind it?
Yeah, we launched a campaign called Power Moves because our philosophy is it's about humanity's power move, because if you think about how technology and fusion in particular can change the trajectory of humanity. Janine alluded to, the Kitty Hawk moment as an example, right? Was the Wright brothers plane the ultimate plane that became, a Boeing Dreamliner or an Airbus plane? Not at all. But so this machine, in fact, will 100 years from now, people will think, oh, that was their Kitty Hawk moment. And so, because the machine's not going to look the same over time, right? There'll be improvements to it. So we're here in Cannes this week because this whole audience is an audience of storytellers and content creators and creatives overall. And we want the community to embrace our story and help us scale our story, because as your audience poll showed, very few people know about fusion. And my job is to make sure everybody knows about fusion.
Okay, so let's talk about Hollywood for a second. Thinking about movies like Mad Max and, this is a throwback, but like Waterworld, like this dystopian future that may or may not actually await us because of the energy crisis we're living through. Can you guys, be honest here? Like, how much of this is truthful? Is there a lot of this that you think is hyperbolic when you see these films and the way that they're portraying this? And why do you think Hollywood gravitates towards that type of movie making?
Ooh. Well, when you look at dystopian films, most of the storylines are about lack of resources and fighting over those resources, whether it's a lack of water or lack of clean air, and everybody's fighting each other and killing each other for those resources. And so that is like, Hollywood's way of expressing the dystopian future and the fact that this is what will happen if we don't have those resources. If we let the planet go, we're going to lose resources, and that's kind of the most extreme way of portraying that. When you think about fusion energy and climate optimism, which I really embrace a lot, and this comes from Emerson Collective, like we had a chance to be part of their climate optimistic science fair, and it was just all about people who are doing something actively to help the planet. And so there's a lot of different approaches that people have around climate change. A lot of it is don't do this, don't do that, don't have water, don't use plastic. It's all the don't. Deprive yourself of all the things in the world. The truth is that's not going to change anything truly. At the end of the day, it's really going to maybe change a little bit. It might make you feel a little bit better, like you're doing something, but it's really not that much actually at the end of the day. And so I think this is where Hollywood is kind of portraying the extreme, because they want maybe people to wake up, or maybe there's something that's kind of compelling about what happens when we get to that extreme, because there isn't a lot of hope out there. And so one beautiful thing, not to pitch fusion energy too much more, but there's the potential for fusion to provide energy that powers your cell phone, for example, or powers your heat in your home or your air conditioning or your Chat GPT. But also it can be used for desalinization. So now we can have clean water. Also, fusion power plants are small enough that they can be built anywhere in the world. That's a really big deal. It means that we're going to equalize power, and it's no longer going to be a resource that people fight for. Just like natural resources won't be things that we're fighting for. So it will be fighting over technology.
Mind you, Kristen, that Tony Stark and Iron Man are powered by fusion, so that is a good story there.
Well, in that case, we need it, obviously. It's the only reason. Okay, so you guys are up for 3 awards here at Cannes Lions in Innovation, Employee Experience, and the UN Sustainable Development Goals categories. Can you talk a little bit more about why you guys are here at the festival, why it was important for you to submit for these awards? Obviously, I think we understand the impact this could have on our planet, but why do you feel like brands and marketers need to be paying attention to this?
Yeah, so I've been in climate tech for the past 15 or 20 years, and it was important to me and to our company that we mainstream fusion. And so, Janine and I and our team put a lot of effort in trying to be super creative, super innovative in how we tell the story externally. So we don't want climate tech companies to look like these odd ducks, right? We want climate tech companies to feel like consumer brands. And so it was important for us to show up here. Now, what was surprising to us in the innovation category, of the 229 submissions in innovation, there are only 2 climate tech companies. I'll give a shout out to our friends at 12, which is Sustainable Aviation Fuel. So there's 12, and there was CFS out of 229. There needs to be a whole more climate tech submissions next year. I'm going to rally all my friends in climate tech to basically show up and show up differently, because climate tech has to be more mainstream and can't be considered like the stepchild in the family.
Right. Not just relegated to an energy summit where you're talking to essentially an echo chamber, I would assume, right? Yeah. Okay. I would love to know, now that we're talking a little bit more about the marketing side of things, what are some more out-of-the-box ideas you've had to market fusion energy to consumers or enterprise, for that matter? Some crazy, kooky, I know you had some, Janine. You've had some for sure. Things that have gotten pushed through, and then also maybe things that hit the cutting room floor for one reason or another.
Well, so I'm just going to say that some of these ideas are on the clipboard, so we may get them to happen. We just need to get a little bit better about permitting. But so in London, we had a really great idea where we were doing something at Tobacco Dock, and I don't know if you're familiar with Tobacco Dock. So there was a furnace in Tobacco Dock. So any type of products that came there that were faulty just got incinerated. And so it's like super, super polluted. So we ended up turning it into postcards. So we did get to give it out in some way, but we wanted to make a giant billboard, and it had "Wish You Were Here," like in those extruded letters, and it had Tobacco Dock on it, and had Commonwealth Fusion Systems. And so we wanted to cover it in soot, and then over the course of the conference have people cleaning it off with like CFS jumpsuits on. And so we were going to choreograph an entire, sort of uncovering of like the clean future that fusion energy can provide. So that was one that didn't get to happen.
What about the kids?
Okay, we wanted to put out sooty children. And so, the Newsies children, and we even had some children that were volunteered, but then there were like child labor laws, But anyway, we wanted to dress the children and have them give out the Tokamak Times, and again, like just cover them in soot and have them handing out a fusion newspaper, but that didn't quite happen yet.
But would have been incredibly impactful, I'm sure.
We got shut down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's still time here at Cannes Lions, though.
We'll try something.
Yeah, we'll try it. Okay, and who do you guys want to meet at Cannes Lions this week? I feel like our audience, it's a small but mighty audience in the sense that they can tell a friend who can tell a friend who can tell a friend. So what do you guys selfishly want to get out of this festival so that the audience can help you guys out in any way?
Well, I'd like an invite to the Spotify after party, because I heard those are great. But I'd like to run into my friend.
Same.
I'd like to run into my friend Will I Am, and I know he's going to be here tomorrow. Will is one of the most creative forces that I've ever worked with, and he's also a futurist when it comes to technology. So like running into Will would be a cool thing. We're trying to get him out to our facility in Devon so he can check it out, see what's going on.
My answer is a little broader. I think that this is a great opportunity to meet potential fusion enthusiasts, people who are interested in fusion or maybe are new to it, but who would like to be part of the journey with us. And this is a really creative environment of people who are storytellers and who are the best in this field. So I think it would be great to expand our fusion community and also find ways to partner with other people in finding ways to bring this to the greater public.
Take me back to the moment this project originated. What were those first conversations like about what you were trying to achieve with the film, and also maybe sort of what your trepidations or the pitfalls you wanted to avoid were?
Well, there was nothing to be, I had no trepidations. That's where I want to start out. But I do remember being approached to do this on screen, and I was intrigued. And I said, okay, because I had written a book, but that was in print. and not everyone reads. So I thought, fine, let's do a screen version and more people will watch it. Then read the book. And that's when we're talking about American Masters. They're the ones who asked me, and I said, yes, on one condition, that it must be directed by a deaf director and a woman. And they said, oh, what? Do you know anybody? Do you have anybody in mind? I said, yeah, Shoshana Stern. And they said, oh, okay, great. She's ever directed before? And I said, no. Fine. And of course, you can ask her the rest of the question. Obviously, she said yes. I mean,
But I literally said, hold on. I cannot say yes because I have one question, and it's a big question. Does Marley know? And they were like, well.
I let her take care of the rest.
And then I'm like, wow, oh, it was her idea to have me. Okay, all right. And then I started watching different documentaries. And I've always enjoyed watching documentaries. But now, you know, I'm looking for inspiration. And what I ran into was, I realized that all documentaries for a long time have been made sound-based. And I was always drawn to my favorite parts of documentaries when there's an interviewer behind the camera and then they ask something random and the subject is not expecting it. And you always get to see like their cover drop for just, it's a real moment when that happens. And I'm thinking, I'm using sign language, she's using sign language. How are we going to do voiceover if you can't see me? And I realized,
How you guys feeling?
by saying yes, I have to really try to reframe and think about what a visual-based documentary would look like. And when I saw it, I saw that as an opportunity, not as a barrier. And fortunately, I made sure that I was able to find the right team that saw that as an opportunity as well.
She made sure that she was in full control. She was in full control. And not somebody who said, no, it doesn't work this way, Shoshana. No. That's why I chose a deaf director. Because I knew she would be the perfect fit because she has a voice, she gets me, and she gets how it should be done. So there you go. She's it. Fist bump.
Shoshana, did you immediately have the vision for how you were going to combine sound, closed captioning, subtitles, or was that something that you had to like work through? Okay, how does this actually work on screen in a way that kind of communicates my perception of the world, but also allows a hearing audience to understand it?
I think, like, I've always loved TV. I've always loved film. And when I've seen our experience represented, it is usually by people that are living outside of our experience and what they think our experience is like. But that's not like it. And so typically when you see deaf people on TV, it's void of sound, lack of sound, and that's not how it is for us. As deaf people, we are the noisiest people you will probably ever meet in your lives. And sign language does have this natural sound. Like you make mouth morphemes with your lips, you move your hands, you move your body. That's all part of it. And so when they remove sound or when they force voiceover for the interpreter to happen on top of sign language, that seems lacking. You really have to be able to include the audience in this full immersive world. And I feel like that's what the audience has been looking for when they've been watching TV. They want to know what it's like to be someone else. But we haven't been able to see it yet. And so I had wanted to include sound design in our film to really just capture that. And we found this really amazing
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to Lenovo Tech World at the CES, brought to you from the one and only Sphere. Thank you for choosing to spend. For each of us, this transformation is deeply personal. AI will sharpen your intuition, boost your creativity, and inspire your imagination. Because AI is learning from a unique source, your own language and expressions, habits and preferences, experiences and memories. Therefore, AI has the opportunity to augment, elevate, and maximize human potential. For your business, the impact could be even more profound. AI is not just helping you streamline a process or optimize a workflow. It empowers your organization to use your own operational data, learn your own processes, and apply your own decision logic to draw insight and create value. Come together. Now, we invite you to see how Lenovo brings AI to you directly. Every person is unique. Every organization is different. No single AI model or device can meet everyone's needs. One size never fits all. Perhaps you are no longer satisfied with the AI outcomes generated from generic information or public sources. You want something that is distinctly yours. Lenovo is here to deliver exactly that. Personal AI, designed around the individuals, brought to your fingertips, anywhere and on any device. Enterprise AI, designed around the full value chains in your organizations, uplifting your day-to-day operations, empowering your employees. Together with the public AI, they shape a new era, hybrid AI. In fact, a great friend of mine shares a similar vision. Let's welcome the founder and the CEO of NVIDIA, Jensen Huang. Milestone in our 3-decade partnership, right?
3 decades, wow.
Yeah.
I don't think we're that old, are we?
Yeah,
3
we are
decades.
still younger. We still can work 30 years. Milestone in our 3-decade partnership, right?
3 decades, wow.
Yeah.
I don't think we're that old, are we?
Yeah,
3
we are
decades.
still younger. We still can work 30 years.
The major platform shift from mainframes and data center client server systems to personal computers. You and I have seen several other platform shifts since, from PCs to internet to cloud, cloud to mobile cloud.
Yes.
And now there's a new platform. The definition of a new platform, and you see a platform shift when applications are built on a different computer.
Yeah.
During that platform shift that we started in,
Yeah. But do you think in the future?
And we, as you know, we created this new system, and this new industry is going to need a new infrastructure, and we call it AI factories.
Yeah.
And these AI factories started with Hopper. Hopper was, if you will, the first generation that really took off. And we're now in the generation of Grace Blackwell. And last night, we introduced a new generation called Vera Rubin. Incredible technology, 6 brand new chips, new CPUs, new GPUs, new networking switches. And this entire system is not only incredibly powerful, but it's going to reduce the cost of token generations or the cost of AI generation while increasing the throughput of AI generation. So a big lift, about 10 times generational leap from Blackwell, and Blackwell was 10 times of Hopper.
Yeah.
So the technology is moving incredibly fast.
So, but besides the AI training demand, so it seems AI inferencing will become the new trend. So that will demand more and more compute as well, right?
In the last several years, AI models have been increasing 10 times per year. The size of the models is kind of like the size of the application went from 100 billion to a trillion going to 10 trillion. These models are gigantic in scale. Not only that, because of reasoning AI and agentic systems, the AI is thinking a lot longer before it generates the answer.
Yes.
It comes up with, its own chain of thought, and it reasons about whether the answer is the best answer it can provide you, might even reflect on that answer, maybe do some research, use tools, and generate the best answer for you. The number of tokens is also growing incredibly fast. The combination of size of the model, the token the thinking tokens that's being generated as a result, the amount of computing that we need is just growing exponentially. It's incredible.
Yes, Jensen. So our visions are completely aligned. At the Tech World last year, we unveiled Lenovo Hybrid AI Advantage with NVIDIA together. Since then, we have announced multiple joint innovations almost each quarter. So today, we have something big to announce again. We are launching the Lenovo AI Cloud Gigafactory with NVIDIA. It works with, thank you. It works with a new Rubin platform you just announced yesterday. It helps the cloud providers to achieve time to first token much faster and scale to hundreds of thousands of GPUs for trillion parameter large language models. So Jensen, what does this mean for us and for our customers?
You know, one of the things that inspired this collaboration between us is the fact that Lenovo builds most of the world's supercomputers.
Yes.
Very few people
Probably
know.
one-third.
One-third of the world's top 500 supercomputers are built by Lenovo. That skill of manufacturing the systems, really complicated systems, and also installing these large systems into supercomputing centers is an expertise that Lenovo has.
Absolutely.
And so the question is whether we could, in a lot of ways, package, productize Lenovo's expertise in manufacturing, installing, bringing up, and turning these systems from computers into an AI factory for customers as quickly as possible. And that was the big idea. I think the customers are going to be able to, these systems are so expensive and they're so complicated, there's so much technology inside. The customers want to be able to deliver the first token and put it to work as fast as possible.
Yeah.
And so this is a big opportunity for Lenovo.
So other than that, so Lenovo also bring Neptune liquid cooling technology into this picture. So we are the only company, as you just said, that can combine in-house design, in-house manufacture, and global services at this scale. So this is definitely another big leap in our partnership. So thank you very much, Jensen, for joining me today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care, guys. Have a great show.
As we just discussed, hybrid AI is the ultimate path to AI democratization. The power of AI should belong to you. Smarter AI is all. It's AI built for all. To make it happen, besides fully leveraging evolving frontier models, we also need a lot of breakthroughs in user-centric technology. To demystify what makes hybrid AI possible, please welcome Lenovo's Chief Technology Officer, Dr. Tolga Kurtoglu.
Imagine if every idea you had was met by an intelligent agent that truly understood your intent. Professional prompting skills, not required. Imagine if AI wasn't the wild system does not exist today. Instead, let's pretend for a moment that I have an AI co-host built just for Tech World. Here for one night only to help us explore the technologies that power the hybrid AI future Some will fit on the Motorola Razr in your pocket, others on the world's most GPU. In your E has the potential, for example, from to manage gaps in
your speed to a light create made a public route stop.
This can the pool of late and thing needs is brain so
It's just any AI agent, uniquely your AI super agent.
Precisely. Thank you. If I prompt any old chatbot with something ambiguous like, help me make this keynote unforgettable, it's going to say very pleasantly, absolutely, what keynote? But with Agent Core, we can give our super agent co-host not only the information it needs to give a more personalized response, but the ability to sift through that information, understand my intent, and take action.
Tolga, with Agent Core, I can review everything from transcripts from the last 6 months of Tech World working calls to the messages you exchanged with your team this morning. I know you want to keep things focused and immersive, and your next topic will help bring that home. I suggest we keep things moving and get to our next core technology.
Great advice. Agent Core enables agents to take personalized, context-aware action on your behalf. But complex tasks may still call for more cognitive power. This brings us to our final foundational super agent technology, multi-agent collaboration. Like humans, AI agents sometimes need a team to get the job done. It would take a little more than a summarization to make any evening unforgettable. But if I give our super agent an instruction, say, execute an immersive cinematic experience, it would need a little help.
I might interface with an audio engineering agent, integrating with a sound system to keep you on your toes. Talking to you from over here. Over here. Nope. Now I'm over here. Or coordinate with haptics, lighting, and sound agents. To sync with the script and grab your attention for an important announcement.
As we continue to advance multi-agent collaboration capabilities, super agents will become increasingly skilled at reviewing our goals, designing workflows, and activating teams of task-specific agents to execute them. Soon, with a super agent leading the way, teams of domain agents can help support events like this one, maximizing our experience, keeping the speakers focused and moving, and increasing productivity for the human team behind the scenes. This is multi-agent collaboration in action. Later in the show, you'll see how this works today in your workplace, across complex global supply chains, and through your own personal device ecosystem. Because ultimately, these three capabilities, intelligent model orchestration, agent core, and multi-agent collaboration, are the technology backbone that will unlock an agent-native future. One where the complexity of our collective knowledge doesn't have to be condensed or simplified for us to use it. And humans are free to do what humans do best: create, explore, and connect. Next up, YY is on his way back to show us what hybrid AI can unlock in your day-to-day. Thanks, everyone.
As Tolga just showed you, technology is here to integrate the data and the knowledge seamlessly across multiple devices, different operating platforms, and various applications among ecosystems. Many of you own multiple devices: a phone, a PC, a tablet, and maybe a smartwatch or smart glasses. Your photos, files, contacts, ideas, and even your entire life experiences are scattered among these devices. Imagine they are all united through one super agent, one personal AI, which learns your patterns and retains short and long-term memory about you. And you can interact with it however you want to, through voice, text, and key. It will then orchestrate across all your devices to deliver a truly personalized AI experience. This one personal AI begins with perception through sensing devices, including wearables such as smart glasses and smart rings, and ambient technologies such as conference room cameras. Your personal AI will see what you see, hear what you hear, all with your permission. After perception comes collaboration across portable, interactive computing devices like PCs, tablets, phones. Your personal AI helps you plan, create, and communicate. It grows as it learns. This is supported by your own private AI compute, an emerging category of personal computing hub that we are pioneering with Project Qubit. Project Qubit provides high-performance, scalable AI compute for personal use, gradually evolving into your trusted companion. Over time, your personal AI becomes your cognitive partner to think as you would think, act as you would act. So how does it work in action? Time for the big reveal. It works across platforms from Windows to Android. To show this, please welcome my colleague, Angelina Gomez.
It's so wild to be up here, and I'm so glad to share this moment with you and with Lenovo Kira, who's quietly powering these concept glasses and keeping me grounded and in the know up here. Hey, do this. Okay, it's been a crazy day, and I've been running around backstage, and I haven't had a chance to look at my phone in hours. Okay, let's switch it back to my phone. Hey, Kira, I'd like to draft a LinkedIn post about your debut today.
Here's a draft. Today at Tech World, we debuted Lenovo Kira, your new personal AI, live at Sphere. Your Lenovo and Motorola devices stay connected so your day feels coordinated and everything flows. As Tolga said, humans should be free to create, explore, and connect. And speaking of creation, I saved the photo you took outside the Exosphere for your LinkedIn post.
Did you guys see that? I didn't even have to ask.
Lenovo Kira pulled everything together behind the scenes. The content from my glasses, the moments my wearable captured, even the perfect photo from my phone. I can't wait to share this on LinkedIn the moment I step off stage. And you guys better go like it. With Lenovo Kira, everything just works together. Your phone, your PC, even your wearables. It's one connected intelligence that keeps up with me effortlessly. We're so excited to bring Lenovo and Motorola Kira to you all in the upcoming months. But now, back to you, YY.
As we just saw, Lenovo Kira is truly a perceptive AI. It's keenly aware of its surroundings. It interacts with you however you want to. What do you like or dislike? Lenovo Kira remembers. What you might need next, it anticipates. Whatever it does for you, it protects your privacy. Lenovo Kira is a cognitive human-machine interface, helping you get things done the way you prefer. Lenovo Kira is available when you need it, coordinating multiple AI agents to bring together knowledge and information for insights. Over time, it grows more like you, eventually becoming your personal AI twin. To bring this vision to life, we work closely with our partners. Joining me next is Lenovo's long-term strategic partner, Intel, and a true pioneer of our industry. Please welcome CEO of Intel, Lip-Bu Tan. Lenovo Tech World. So clearly, this AI era brings new opportunities for both Lenovo and Intel. I believe everyone here wants to know if we have a big plan together.
Yes, YY, we have never short of big plans, and especially at such an exciting and dynamic time in this industry.
Yes.
As you said, AI transforming the entire hardware and software landscape, and it is adapting to enhance our everyday experience. For more than 3 decades, Intel and Lenovo have worked side by side to push technology forward, not just for speed or performance, but for possibility. Together, we deliver PCs, workstations, infrastructure, and empower billions of people around the world.
Yes, 3 decades, 1 billion customers.
That's right. As we look forward ahead, I'm confident our partnership will grow stronger across the PC, the data center, and the cloud to enable the AI innovation to accessible, responsible, and inclusive. We have shared passion of co-engineering world-class technology that meets the needs of our customers.
Absolutely.
And the true power of Intel and Lenovo partnership is to turn innovation into impact.
Definitely, Lip-Bu. Our 2 companies have always been co-engineering the future together, from silicon to boards, from system design to supply chain, bring smarter innovation into every generation of PCs, servers, data centers. And our AI PC, Aura Edition, is just another perfect example.
Yes. When we began working together on Aura Edition, we have shared vision to create an incredible intelligent PC experience for customers, blending Lenovo design leadership with Intel AI performance at every level. That collaboration continues as we expand Lenovo Aura Edition portfolio, powered by Intel's very latest Core Ultra processors, with even more form factors and capabilities.
Absolutely.
It is a great milestone in multi-year journey, one that is redefine what is possible when two global innovators come together to shape the future of PC.
No doubt, Aura Edition has been a huge success so far. And Li Bu, since this is CES, how about you join me for a product launch?
Let's do it.
Now, we are launching the next generation of Lenovo AI PC Aura Edition with a full portfolio. Lenovo's Aura Edition PCs, imagined with Intel, help you easily transfer video files between your phone and the PC with a simple tap. Quickly switch between working and gaming modes and get live service support on any PC questions. Our super agent, Lenovo Kira, will soon be embedded in each of our Aura Edition AI PCs, bringing smarter AI closer to everyone.
And our partnership is also delivering transformative experience in gaming PC.
Yes, Li Bu. I also want to highlight this FIFA branded gaming PC, Legion Pro 7i. It is a FIFA World Cup 26 edition. In the future, Lenovo Kira will be right there with gamers, learning how you play and helping you play smarter. In addition to Aura Edition and Legion, Lenovo has a full range of smart devices, which will start to leverage Kira. So let me invite the president of Lenovo's Intelligent Device Group to share more. Please welcome Luca Rossi. So Luca, it's all yours.
Sure. As you just heard with Intel, we are not just multiple devices. Everything you touch, PCs, tablets, smartphone, glasses, watches, and many kinds of wearables will be working as one, seamlessly. This is a technology that knows you. Think about having a personal AI twin. And yes, that's exactly where we are heading. All devices will become AI devices very soon. Within 3 years, AI PC will be 80% of the market. And the number of AI smartphones is projected to reach almost 1 billion. Looking ahead, we also anticipate that Lenovo and Motorola Kira will run on more than 1 billion devices. No one is better positioned than Lenovo to help you embrace the change ahead. On the PC front, our leadership just got stronger with the latest generation of our new Aura Edition portfolio that we are announcing today. From the iconic ThinkPad X1 and X9 to the powerful Yoga series, Aura Edition redefines what premium means. Powered by Intel latest Core Ultra 300 series processor, Aura Edition delivers smarter AI acceleration and greater efficiency. So, what do these AI PCs do for you? Coming soon with Lenovo Kira, you get enhanced personalization and superior intelligence. You will also benefit from all-day battery life, security, and top user experiences like smart modes. For the first time, Aura Edition expands beyond laptops with a stunning ThinkCenter X and Yoga 32-inch all-in-one desktops. So get ready, the best in AI PCs is here. Now let's talk about our best ever AI phones. If you are thinking of switching from another brand, now is the time to do it. Motorola has been on an incredible run, especially in the premium space. Our Motorola Razr family, the #1 in North America. And today, we are taking that leadership even further. I'm excited to introduce Motorola Razr Fold. This Razr Fold gives you a bright 8.1-inch display. The large screen boosts your creativity. For example, the new Moto Pen Ultra and the Sketch-to-Image feature turns every rough sketches into stunning, true-to-life images with AI. Razr Fold will also be enhanced by Motorola Kira features like Catch Me Up that Angelina showed us earlier, giving you a more intuitive and connected experiences across all your devices. And for those photo enthusiasts, you will have a best-in-class camera that rivals anything in your pocket. More details coming this spring, but for now, just know the next generation of foldables begins today. And that's not all. Say hello to our new franchise launching this week, introducing Motorola Signature. This is the most refined phone we have ever created. The first of its kind with 4 50-megapixel cameras that captures every moment and every memory in stunning clarity. Crafted for those who demand the best in technology, design, service, this ultra-thin phone delivers an array of exclusive experiences. And thanks to Qualcomm Snapdragon 8 Gen 5, you get lightning-fast performance and soon the very best on-device AI with Motorola Kira. Also coming up, we will launch a special edition with Swarovski crystals, inspired by the constellations, bringing mobile luxury to new heights. But luxury is not just about sparkle. It's about self-expression, and we are passionate about bringing together iconic design and innovation. And our partnership with Pantone, the global authority on color, is another example of that vision. Sustainable wood, luxurious Alcantara, vegan leathers, and Swarovski crystals. We are bringing color and finishes that stand out in a world of black and gray. From phones that express who you are, to PCs that adapt how you work, and for more on that, I'm proud to invite on stage Microsoft Consumer Chief Marketing Officer, Yusuf Mehdi. Great to see you.
Great to see you, my friend, Luca. This is incredible, and congrats on these great announcements.
So, Yusuf, we just introduced Lenovo Kira. People will wonder, how does it work with Microsoft Copilot? How are we bringing together to create better experiences across all devices?
Well, first off, congratulations.
Just introduced Lenovo Kira. People will wonder, how does it work with Microsoft Copilot? How are we bringing together to create better experiences across all devices?
Well, first off, congratulations. So intelligence is built in, it's natural and ready whenever you are.
Yeah, and now the next step, we are bridging a seamless experience between phone and PC. Maybe you tell us more about that?
Well, this is one of the things I'm most excited about. Because people today live, obviously, we all live across devices, many devices, and we expect it to be a seamless experience. So we're delighted to partner with you to bring Copilot to your Motorola phone and to have that be a seamless experience. So simple things like being able to have text messages between your PC and your phone will now work. Motorola users will get access to the Copilot app right on the home screen. or if you click in the search bar, so you can start asking questions simply right.
Developed by Motorola 312 Labs, this wearable AI concept can be worn as a pin or as a pendant. It hears what you hear and sees what you see, always of concept can be worn as a pin or as a pendant. It hears what you hear and sees what you see, always at Lenovo. We have amazing partners joining us in this journey, including
billions of units. The opportunity to transform wearables and even fashion industry is probably now. Every kind of wearables will have its smart edition. So Cristiano, our audience are eager to know how Qualcomm technology is driving your leadership in AI and how Snapdragon powers the next generation device category. So let me leave the stage to you.
Very good. Happy to speak about it. Thank you so much, YY. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. You heard the man, billions of devices. Look, this is an exciting time for technology, but I want to start this conversation by saying it's incredible when two companies have a shared vision of the future. As I was watching YY presentation and talk about the different scenarios across devices and the experience with personal agents, this is exactly how we think about it at Qualcomm. I feel this could be, like a Qualcomm, event talking about the evolution of Snapdragon, the age of AI. So, and this is incredibly exciting because it's going to materialize on the new class of devices. And I like this concept of intelligent wearables. It's going to be like your true personal AI device that's going to be your companion. And it's interesting because with your permission, it's going to have your data, the data that is relevant to you, the data that is going to stay on device, the data is going to go on the cloud, it's going to react in real time, it's going to be intuitive, it's going to have context, it's going to merge the physical and digital world for you, and it has to be fast, otherwise it's not useful. You need to get an instant response for your agent of your companion. And for us at Qualcomm, we kind of see this is actually the new mobile device category that is going to be alongside your phone. A phone is an incredible thing. It's the #1 consumer electronic device, and it will continue to be there, even though it's changing its nature with processing. But those new classes of personal AI devices are going to be a big opportunity. I actually don't think it's unrealistic to think it's going to go into billions of devices. We see the potential to be to 10 to 100 million in the next couple of years, and it's going to be very big. And what is interesting is The reason we talk about wearables and those personal AI devices is because humans already decided what they're going to wear. And there's going to be glasses and jewelry and pendants and rings and bracelets and pins. And this is the opportunity that the tech industry is going to merge with the fashion industry. And some companies, and I think Lenovo is one of those companies, started to understand this opportunity. And you actually have the ability to make everything smart. And we're incredibly excited about this. And we're working with Lenovo and Motorola in building a multitude of those devices. And they range from smart glasses. It's very intuitive, especially when you think about see what you see, hear what you hear. It moves with your head, but it's going to be necklace, pendants, as you see. You have some pins, as you saw with Maxwell. And this is incredibly exciting opportunity. And to make all of this a reality, you have a lot of technology. So those are very small devices. They have to be power efficient. They have to have a lot of computing. They have to have connectivity. They have to have the ability to run models locally. We're talking about the ability on a Snapdragon chip to run multi-billion parameter model devices in some of those tiny wearable devices. It pushes the boundaries of technology, including we have to reinvent connectivity. We had, for example, the ability to do Wi-Fi and the power profile Bluetooth, so you can go away from your phone and get an IP address and continue to be connected to agent, all the way to cellular connectivity. It's an incredible opportunity. It is a unique technology that we're doing, I think, with Snapdragon. And some of the things that you saw actually behind the screen, like Kira, there's technology from an always-on low power that is lit.
For a greater partnership. Together, our innovation never stops and only accelerates. You just feel the speed. You just heard the power. And it's more than just the racing. It's the fastest enterprise in action. Where are the Formula One fans here tonight? Yes, myself included. Lenovo is the proud sponsor and a global technology partner of Formula One, the most technologically advanced sport in the world. Every Formula One season, teams push the limits of human endurance, collaboration, and innovation with one goal: go faster. At Lenovo, we empower that drive. Each event weekend, the Formula One team transfers 600 terabytes of data. The data is received, stored, processed, and distributed through Lenovo technology. Our PCs, workstations, servers, storages, and advanced solutions. Even more, for the 2026 season, in Formula One's data centers, Lenovo's Neptune liquid cooling solution is significantly boosting energy efficiency over traditional air cooling, saving costs and helping our planet. It takes a powerful, sustainable, and robust computing infrastructure to bring you such a thrilling experience. Formula One is just one of the examples. We actually can help many other industries to smartify their operations. At its heart is a new generation of computing infrastructure. This computing infrastructure market has experienced 4 waves of innovation. The first wave was about the traditional compute, supporting enterprise digitalization. The second wave was cloud compute, driven by the rapid rise of cloud services and applications. The third wave was definitely AI compute, led by large language models, which need massive CPU, GPU compute clusters. The AI compute includes training and inferencing. While AI training remains largely on cloud, AI inferencing needs to bring compute closer to where the data is generated. So the next wave definitely will be the booming of AI inferencing. So putting powerful devices on-prem, at the edge, and in your hands will be the trend. When inferencing and data generation are closely located, so you will get fast responses. If you run a factory, inferencing on edge means you will receive real-time maintenance alerts. So this saves time and money. If you own a chain store, you will get immediate notifications when inventory gets too low. So you will stock the shelves and sell more. AI inferencing on-prem gives you a real competitive advantage. At Lenovo, we are determined to lead in this new inferencing era. So public cloud, private cloud, on-prem data center, and edge together form hybrid computer infrastructure. This will be the foundation to unleash Lenovo hybrid AI advantage. So how does the Lenovo hybrid AI advantage work for you? Besides running on robust hybrid computer infrastructure and working with the enterprise data and the knowledge, it enables you to match the right AI model to the right task, using lightweight models for easier routine checks, such as detecting a defective product, and using more advanced ones for harder, complex challenges, such as production scheduling or demand forecast. Then it orchestrates multiple domain agents to access and extract the relevant information, enabling them to generate plans and take actions. By integrating hybrid computer infrastructure, data and knowledge, AI models, and agent platforms. We build for full value chain, from sales marketing to services, from R&D to supply chain, from finance HR to legal, and for a wide range of industries, combined with the AI services that are ready for action and ready for you. So this is the Lenovo hybrid AI advantage. Ultimately, every enterprise will probably build its own super agent, just similar to Lenovo Kira in personal AI. It will integrate all data generated from all applications, coordinate all domain agents across value chains, and create insights and value for the business. To hear more, I would like to invite our end-to-end strategic partner to join me. Please welcome Chair and CEO of AMD, Dr. Lisa Su. Welcome back to Lenovo. Tech World stage.
It is wonderful to be here amongst all this incredible people. AI is really transforming every industry, and enterprises everywhere are asking the same question. How do I bring AI closer to my data with the flexibility to grow and evolve over time? That's exactly what we're working on together.
Yes, Lisa. So today, we are introducing Lenovo's latest AI inferencing server featuring AMD EPYC processors. Delivers powerful on-prem AI inferencing so our customers can unlock real-time insights, make faster decisions, and keep their most valuable data secure.
YY, I am so excited to showcase the new ThinkSystem SR675i. It's really a great example of how we're bringing AI closer to where customers' data lives. And with AMD EPYC at the core, we've created an AI-ready platform that delivers outstanding inference performance today with Lenovo and gives enterprises the flexibility to really evolve over time, including future support for AMD Instinct accelerators as part of Lenovo's broad portfolio.
Thank you, Lisa. Next, I'll give you the stage to share a little bit more with our audience.
Thank you. You know, we are at the very early stages of a new era of computing, one where AI becomes a capability that lives everywhere, in data centers, in factories, in hospitals, in PCs, and at the edge. For enterprises, AI can't just be powerful. It has to be open, efficient, and trusted. You need to run AI in the cloud, on-prem, and at the edge, using your own data on your own terms, with the freedom to choose the right mix, whether it's CPUs or GPUs or other accelerators and software. There is no one answer for AI. As inference demand accelerates, AI isn't just growing, it's accelerating. Customers are asking for systems that can handle much larger models and higher throughput inference, not just a single server at a time. And that's why rack-scale AI infrastructure is becoming so important. To further build on our partnership, I'm really pleased to share that Lenovo will be one of the earliest system providers to adopt AMD's Helios rack-scale AI architecture. Helios is a new blueprint for AI infrastructure, the foundation for the next era of compute. It brings together AMD EPYC CPUs, Instinct GPUs, Pensando networking, and our ROCm open software stack into an open integrated platform for large-scale AI workloads. At the center is our next-generation AMD Instinct accelerator, the MI455X. It is absolutely the most advanced chip we've ever built. Designed for massive throughput, an industry-leading amount of high-bandwidth memory, and the efficiency to power the most demanding AI systems in the world. With Lenovo adopting Helios, customers will have a clear path from on-prem enterprise workloads on the ThinkSystem SR675i to the most demanding training and distributed inference workloads on rack-scale AI systems using the same AMD end-to-end technologies together with Lenovo. We really believe that the future of compute is built on deep collaboration across the entire ecosystem. We're building this end-to-end portfolio, and I am so proud of the partnership between AMD and Lenovo because we really are across all areas, from EPYC CPUs and Instinct GPUs here in the data center to adaptive computing and Ryzen AI on the PC, all on an open software foundation. Customers can deploy AI wherever it creates the most value, and that will change over time. Together with Lenovo, we are delivering performance, openness, and choice, so AI investments can translate into real-world business outcomes. Now let me invite YY back to the stage.
Thank you, Lisa. Lenovo is pleased to be one of the earliest system providers to adopt the AMD Helios rack-scale AI architecture. So together, we will deliver a new class of rack-scale systems for high-performance training and inferencing for our customers.
Thank you, YY. We are super excited.
So next, let's hear from the leaders of Lenovo Infrastructure, Solutions and Services Groups, Ashley Grokvavala and Ken Wang. First, let's welcome Ashley.
Hi, Ashley.
YY? Yeah, so it's have a picture.
Okay, Ashley, we will see you in a bit.
Thank you. Thank you. As you just heard, enterprise AI starts with data. Every click, every transaction, every interaction, it's an opportunity waiting to happen. To make the most of that opportunity, you need a hybrid infrastructure that connects data in your cloud, in your data center, or at the edge, running workloads exactly where they matter the most. Because let's be real, AI without infrastructure, it's like an F1 car without an engine. It looks great, but it goes nowhere. And as YY said, infrastructure is the foundation of our Lenovo hybrid AI advantage. Our validated AI factory solutions turn your data into action, fast, secure, from sales to supply chain, and from marketing to manufacturing. So why does that matter? Because today, AI must operate in real time, stopping credit card fraud as it happens, analyzing MRIs instantly, personalizing customer interactions with AI agents. And when your data lives in the public cloud, you need flexibility, scalability, speed. That's why 8 of the world's top 10 cloud service providers trust Lenovo. We don't just supply cloud technology, we engineer it. You see that in our global factories. Innovation and design, quality and build, and expertise in deployment. But building great infrastructure doesn't stop at the factory. It spans your entire hybrid environment, from storage to IT operations to cooling. Like our innovative, industry-leading Neptune liquid cooling. You cut energy use by 40%, you boost performance, and you hit your sustainability goals. That level of innovation sets the stage for the next era of AI. Up to now, the focus has been on building AI, model development and training. The next wave, using AI at scale, at speed, across every function of your business. And so how do we do that? By bringing AI to your data anywhere. That's where AI inferencing comes in, turning trained models into action. Agents, chatbots, computer vision, all making decisions in milliseconds. But inferencing technology faces some well-known bottlenecks. There's memory, latency, security, energy. At Lenovo, we're solving for all these challenges with purpose-built infrastructure designed to power AI at the speed and scale of modern business. So today, I'm excited to introduce the most inferencing optimized portfolio in the industry. First, the SR675i. Internally, we call it the Beast, optimized for high token throughput, low latency AI inferencing at scale. With Neptune liquid cooling, unmatched GPU density, and massive memory, enough to run a full LLM anywhere, it brings AI inferencing where you need it most. Imagine healthcare. Your patient comes in for an MRI. 30 gigabytes of private imaging data streams off that scanner. AI inferencing analyzes the data where it's created, supports diagnosis, organizes the scan, links it to the patient history. The impact? Life-changing efficiency, faster decisions, better outcomes, lower compute costs, all while keeping patient data private. So next, the SR650i. The sweet spot server for most inferencing workloads. It's engineered for peak performance, already holds 5 AI inferencing world records. In financial services, fraud detection shifts from reactive to real-time protection. Every card swipe, login, transaction is securely analyzed by advanced models delivering agent-driven responses and remediation in milliseconds. The result? Your customers enjoy seamless, secure banking, and you get smarter, faster fraud detection. So finally, the SE455i. This is the Anywhere server. It's bringing AI inferencing to the edge, where data is generated, tokens created, decisions happen instantly. Built for demanding environments, it turns raw inputs like basic computer vision into proactive automated workflows. Let's take retail. An AI agent analyzes live video and the purchasing data, predicts inventory needs, and schedules an associate for restocking. No lag, no cloud delay. Just real-time intelligence powering smarter retail operations. The outcome? Your shelves are stocked, your shoppers helped instantly. And as AI evolves, your entire enterprise should evolve too. With Lenovo TrueScale Infrastructure as a Service and our new hybrid AI factory services, you can deploy and manage AI inferencing workloads anywhere. These solutions make your business smarter and your vision unstoppable. So, speaking of unstoppable, there's one team that proves what's possible when imagination meets technology, rendering ultra-high resolution content at incredible speed, from amazing, fully immersive experiences like the Wizard of Oz at Sphere, to powering everything you're experiencing here today. Please join me in welcoming the President and CEO of Sphere, Jennifer Koster. So Jen, it's great to be with you here in this incredible venue. I think when people think of the Sphere, they think of an experience unlike anything else, a place where technology meets creativity at a scale few could have imagined. So Jen, over to you.
Thank you, Ashley. At Sphere, our mission is to bring wonder to the world. And there's advanced technology behind every aspect of how we do that. It's designed around the experiences we want audiences to have. Sphere is an experiential medium, one where you're not just watching content, you're immersed in it through sight, sound, scent, feel, and emotion. As you've seen today, these immersive experiences can take you anywhere. And that innovation behind so much of what we do at Sphere begins at Sphere Studios, where our artists and technologists imagine and create experiences to transport audiences together. And to push boundaries this far, we need bold partners, equally committed to innovation. And Lenovo is one of those partners. Lenovo understands the scale, the complexity of what we create. And the infrastructure and expertise is powering many of the high-speed workflows that are fueling what you're seeing here today. So one of the best examples of Big Sky, our proprietary camera system, nothing existed that could capture imagery at the scale and quality needed for this display. It's the highest resolution LED screen in the world. So, like much of the technology powering Sphere, we had to design and build it ourselves. And now, we have 5 patents issued, 10 more pending in the US, and applications filed around the world. Each element of Big Sky is a leap in innovation. From the first of its kind 18K sensor to how we process the data. We're delivering 40 times the resolution of 4K with frames that are more than 70 times larger than traditional HD. Big Sky generates 30 gigabytes per second of raw data. As you can imagine, this requires extraordinary compute power. And that's where Lenovo helps make the impossible possible. Lenovo's workstations and infrastructure transform Big Sky's raw data into full-color images, along with handling the complex grading, compositing, and rendering. It's a true fusion of technology and creativity. And without Lenovo, we couldn't move from capture to final render at the quality or the speed that we need. And as you can see, the results speak for themselves. So now we're really excited to show you more about Big Sky and how, with the help of Lenovo and their processing power, we are pushing boundaries to bring wonder to the world. One last thing. Pay attention to the final shot for a world-first look at some mind-blowing footage captured by Big Sky. It's from a place that very few people have had the opportunity to visit.
Sphere itself is ambitious. It required an ambitious studio to realize that vision. Every show here demands novel thinking. Our medium is immersive, where the audience is part of the experience. To do that, we designed a screen sharper than the eye can see. And because there isn't a camera in the world that can fully meet the resolution demands of our media plane, we invented one.
We have been given an opportunity to create a tool that abets a completely new way of thinking. Big Sky isn't just the highest resolution camera system in the world. Big Sky is an entire ecosystem. A capture platform that includes lenses, recording media, bespoke accessories, and a whole end-to-end pipeline from pixel in to pixel out. It's a complete rewrite on how we approach images. It's an incredible feat of engineering. I mean, the lens follows you. The resolution and pixel density of our cameras and display planes is guided by what we need to trick the brain into seeing reality, turning our screen into a window and convincing audiences that they are somewhere they're not. We've designed systems to long-line Big Sky 200 feet off a helicopter, hundreds of feet underwater, hard-mounted to a race car, a roller coaster. We want to take you to places you can't otherwise go. We have a workshop with equipment designed to make this camera as usable and as functional as possible. And our foot's still on the gas. We're continuing to innovate and evolve and push boundaries on what is possible in every way.
You're so immersed in the storytelling and what's going on the screen and around you. We use our capture platform to make that happen. Those skies in the Wizard of Oz experience were shot in spectacular fidelity with Big Sky. The footage is 18K by 18K, 60 frames per second uncompressed. The unprecedented volume of data is matched only by the processing power of the Lenovo workstations that we rely on. That's the foundation of our partnership with Lenovo.
Sphere is one of one. It's not just a venue. It's the most powerful canvas in the world for artists, brands, and audiences. Big Sky has transported audiences all over the globe. And now it's taking us even further.
Wow, amazing. Thank you, Jen. Thank you, Sphere. What you just saw is what happens when breakthrough creativity meets real-time data processing. And that same transformation is reshaping every industry, where inferencing turns intelligence into action, powered by the right infrastructure, services, and solutions. To show you how we're making enterprise AI real, please welcome to the stage Ken Wong.
Tech World! It is fantastic to be here with all of you. By now, I hope you agree it is time to lean into AI. Or as Gwen Stefani would say, what you waiting, what you waiting, what you waiting for? Tick-tock, tick-tock. Sorry, too early. Too early for party. Thank you. Now, today, I want to show you how the Lenovo Hybrid AI Advantage is helping customers to deliver incredible results. So far, you have heard about the AI factory, the technology engine. But technology alone isn't enough. We know from talking with customers around the world and across industries, including some of you here today, that putting AI to work is challenging. It can feel overwhelming when you need to know, how do I show ROI? Do I have the right people? What about data governance? That is why we have Lenovo AI Services. If you're not sure where to start, we'll show you what is possible and help you develop your plan. If you know the outcomes you want, we'll deploy the solution, the right solution to deliver them. And if you're not ready to manage AI long term, we can do that too, so you can stay focused on your business. And also, with Lenovo TrueScale, you get the flexibility to scale up and down according to your needs. The third part is the Lenovo AI library, unlike anything else in the industry, and it makes AI simple. It contains hundreds of proven solutions ready to be tailored to your business. They are already working for customers across industries like ones that many of you working in today. From retail and sports to transportation and manufacturing, when you start with the library, you get to value faster, often in under 90 days with far less risk. One example is XIQ Workplace, an AI platform that helps IT manage its resources while keeping employees productive and happier. Now, that might sound like a Las Vegas magic trick, but it's actually AI at work, where every employee gets the right device, right software, and the right support. Because if you're a designer, you need a high-performance AI workstation with advanced creative tools. But if you're in sales, you want an AI PC that updates customers' record every meeting. Now, for you IT folks here tonight, the next part is for you. Now, behind the scenes, the solution constantly monitors your environment, resolving issues before they interrupt your work. Now, when you put all these together, you get a better employee experience, lower support costs, and more IT issues resolved proactively. This is like hitting the jackpot here in Las Vegas. Now, the AI library also includes solutions purpose-built for specific industries. Manufacturing is a great example. Now, recently, many of us celebrated holidays that include giving gifts. Now, I have 2 college students in my family, and their wish lists were a mile long. Now, before any product can be bought or sold, it goes through a manufacturing process that can include hundreds of interactions around the world. iChain is the conductor that brings them all together. It uses AI to get every part to the right place at the right time. So no matter what happens, from severe weather to supply shortages, the process keeps moving without missing a beat. And once the PC are assembled, they're shipped to more than 180 markets worldwide. So with iChain, we always find the best route to get our products to you. That is Lenovo's global local in action. Now, for all of those wish lists, like the one I got for my kids, they all get fulfilled on time. Another library solution is our AI-enabled robotics. Now, I want to show it to you because, first, I believe it will be the part of the next big wave of AI applications. And second, it's really cool. So let's look. For one of the world's largest power grids, we, Lenovo, developed our AI-powered robodogs. They inspect every part of the grid, navigating all types of terrain, and they use advanced sensors to take readings and detect issues like leaking or breakage with accuracy rate up to 98%. And they can even make fixes on the spot. Now, this means safer operations, fewer outages, and keeping human workers out of hazardous environments. Oh, here he is with us tonight. Wow, looks like you have something for me. What is this? Let me have a look. Oh, wow, so hard. Wow, looks like 2 tickets to FIFA World Cup. So close. I think it's for me. Well, it's actually a World Cup reminder for all of you here. So be sure to scan the QR code for your chance to win tickets to the 2026 FIFA World Cup. Now, we'll announce the winner in just a bit. So grab your phone, and scan that code before the contest closes. All right. Thank you, buddy. Great job. Now, of course, we Lenovo isn't waiting for the next World Cup to innovate with FIFA. Now, let me show you one last example of our AI library, an enterprise solution we developed for FIFA. Now, FIFA is one of the world's most data-rich organizations with hundreds of matches every year, and also thousands of players around the world and millions of data points. Things like game highlights, player stats, social media posts, and much more. Now, altogether, these amount to petabytes of data, and that is enough to fill 500 billion pages of text. So mining that data is a huge challenge. Lenovo worked with FIFA to create a customized enterprise knowledge assistant called Football AI Pro. Now, this next-gen solution directs a whole team of AI agents to search FIFA's vast data and deliver the right information in seconds. Now, here is what that looks like in action. Coaches can consider how their tactics could be worked against an opponent before their next match. And players get personalized match analysis. And analysts can compare team patterns using video clips and even 3D avatars that bring data to life. And Football AI Pro understands multiple languages. So it can interact with all 48 teams who will be competing at the 2026 World Cup. It is one step closer to the Lenovo vision of smarter AI for all. Now, get ready for a look at more ways Lenovo is working with FIFA to elevate global football. Thank you, and enjoy.
Everyone in the audience, let me hear it from the football fans. Again, myself included. Lenovo proudly sponsors the most popular sport on the planet, global football. The FIFA World Cup 2026, enabled by Lenovo AI, will be the biggest event in the history of our community. Lenovo is the global technology partner for FIFA, providing complete IT solutions. Our infrastructure technology helps referees make offside calls with confidence and almost no delay. We are creating AI-enabled 3D avatars so that the world's greatest players are represented more realistically than ever before. You will also see a stable field angle of the game, brought to you by the AI.
Hello, Vegas. No, hello, Vegas. Do you hear something?
Yeah.
Hello, Las Vegas.
Hello.
Okay, now.
Hi, Johnny. So football, we all know, unites billions of people across every culture, every continent. At Lenovo, our vision is smarter technology for all. So, Johnny, how can we use AI to make football more inclusive, more accessible?
Well, why, my friends, thank you for having me here in Las Vegas once again. Hello, Las Vegas.
Yeah.
That's good. Mexico to feel the FIFA World Cup vibe. And listen to that, 6 billion people will watch it from home, the world will stand still.
Amazing.
And now, this, FIFA and Lenovo will fully embrace artificial intelligence, football AI, to support teams and players, while also providing new mind-blowing experience to fans worldwide.
Cannot wait for that.
Absolutely. Today, we launch Football AI Pro, a generative AI knowledge assistant. With Football AI Pro, we will democratize access to data by providing the most complete set of football analytics to all 48 competing teams, and soon, of course, to the fans as well. Thanks to Football AI, the next generation of the referee view, you know, this little camera, thanks to which we all see exactly what the referee sees. Well, this camera will show us new AI-enabled stabilized pictures to make the viewing experience absolutely unique, as if you are in the center of the field together with the players. And a third feature of Football AI will be that with AI-enabled 3D players' avatars, we are introducing precise player identification and tracking, which is a big, big advantage for our semi-automated offside technology, which means great images, faster decisions by the referees, and a clear understanding by everyone. But of course, dear friends, this is just the beginning. So my message to all the fans worldwide is, stay tuned, because more exciting developments with Football AI will come to create unforgettable experiences in the months and years ahead. Lenovo and FIFA, we are teaming up for the benefits of fans and football alike. That is exactly what smarter technology for all means. Together, we are ensuring that innovation benefits every player, every team, and every fan everywhere in the world, and of course, benefits the greatest game of all, football.
So Gianni, that's such an inspiring message. Lenovo AI is powering the FIFA World Cup this year, and I'm confident that it will be a great success. So Gianni, I actually have prepared a gift for you. Actually, it's the latest.
A ticket for the World Cup, or?
Yes, so definitely. It's the last product announcement for today. We are launching this FIFA branded Motorola Razr. It's the FIFA World Cup 26th edition.
It's for me?
It's for you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It's so special. Look at this. It's absolutely fantastic.
So this will be available as soon as next month. This phone will be sold through another global networking partner of FIFA, Verizon. So it shows how two of your biggest global partners can work together to bring the game to fans everywhere. So Gianni, thank you for joining me today.
Well, thank you so much, my friend. We say that what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, but what happens here today, you have to bring it all over the world. Thank you very much. Thank you for this fantastic partnership.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Now, as we approach the end of our show tonight, let's ask Lenovo Kira to summarize what we have shown today. Angelina, could you help?
You got it, YY. Hey, Kira, go ahead and summarize tonight's content.
Today we saw how Lenovo is bringing hybrid AI to everyone. From the launch of Lenovo Kira and Aura Edition AI PCs to AI Cloud Gigafactory and AI inferencing servers, we are unleashing Lenovo Hybrid AI Advantage to enable real-time solutions for global enterprises like Formula One and the FIFA World Cup, bringing smarter AI for all.
Excellent summary, and thank you, Angelina and Kira. Now, let me invite all of our guest speakers back to stage. FIFA World Cup tickets and trips. Congratulations to everyone here. If you didn't win a ticket, I still have a little gift for you all. Thank you here in Sphere and around the world online for joining this amazing tech world. Together, let's build a smarter AI for all.
Followed by a spectacular performance by Gwen Stefani.